evening and welcome to Forge from Iron's Hammer Time of Our Life. For those of you who don't recognise me, I am Duke. It's been a while since I've done one of these, so it's going to take me to get some bounce back into this. I'm going to try and stick around for the whole video tonight, unlike I did the other night when I got pulled away, leaving you with Andy and Peach talking about chicken, I think. So we're going to try and avoid that one. So this is episode, I believe, 15 of Hammer Time of Our Lives. 96, 97. I'm going to bring in my wingman and then the lovely guests that we've got with us tonight, of which we have a plethora. We have a plethora of guests. Big words. Oh, no. Oh, what is he doing? I'm going to regret pressing this button, and I...
Hello, Dookie. How you been? It's been a long time.
As I said, I was going to regret it. As I said, I knew it was going to happen. I'm very well, sir. Yourself?
Good evening, Mr. Duke. How are you doing? You're looking very well, may I say?
I'm very well, George. Thank you. And you, Zippy. Oh, I can't even believe I entertained you. I really can't. One of our guests in the background is thinking, what in God's green have I let myself in for? I can see him. He's absolutely rolling up in the green room.
He's loving it. Don't you worry about Tom. He's fine.
Oh, God. Right. Oh, dear. Let's bring in ever-present so far, Mr. Miles. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. On a fine Thursday. What a pleasure it is to have you, Duke, on this show. It's been a while. It's been a while.
It's been too long, mate. It has been too long. I'm keeping everything crossed that that door there doesn't open, and my missus sticks her head through it, going, "We got a problem." Fingers crossed it don't happen. I might even try and barricade the door one day so she can't get it open. Just so it's
all it was the ice cream machine packed up. That's all it was.
No, it's because I got it all in this bucket next to me, Gatesy. It's all in this bucket next to me. And let's bring on our two esteemed guests. As I say, two esteemed guests. We've got one esteemed guest and a regular on the show now. Mr. Jazz, how are you?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Very well. Just trying to stay cool during this hot, humid weather. So...
Yes, I won't tell you what I'm wearing under the desk. We'll leave that for another occasion. No one needs to see or know about that. And my first time in actually talking to the guy on one of our channels. Tom, good evening.
Thank you so much for letting me recover from Bungle and Zippy there. I needed as much time as necessary.
Listen, it doesn't go away.
Oh my God!
It doesn't go away. They just keep coming back, and it's nothing to do with me.
Have Bungle and Zippy done a commentary yet?
No, it's George and Zippy.
Why?
George and Zippy.
Why would you even give him the option? Why would you even listen? Right.
They haven't yet. But
Sorry,
never.
I've got it. I've got it. Gatesy's got to commentate on the World Cup final. You think it's all over?
Oh no! Oh, I just can't. I can't. I can't. Anyway, just as more of a refresher for myself than any of you out there watching the show. This is where we pick a few games each and go through the season in question. So this season, 96-97. And Tom, I understand you had a special interest in this one, and this is why you wanted to jump on this. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, it's my first season where I attended a game. So basically, it's the year that changed my life. I had Euro 96 and then the first ever visit to Upton Park. So this is a massive season for me.
That's a special one, isn't it? That first visit, as I did in one of the previous videos that we did. My one was versus Southampton. No, it was against Swindon, and I just remember absolutely everything about it. From the train up there, the smells walking down the road, the burger van, everything else. It was certainly a magical time for me. I think I was would have been 11, I think. So it was, doing that brought back a lot of memories. I'm guessing that game makes your list, does it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the first game, well, we'll come to the first game, but yeah, everything that you've just said there, I completely resonate with. And I don't know about any of you boys, but I mean, I went to the first game when I was 7, and it's weird because my seats were usually in what was the North Bank, but then Centenary lower, and I don't think I saw a goal for the first 3 games because I was so small. It just really did.
Yeah.
There's only 1 or 2 goals that I remember. Yeah, but it doesn't matter, though, does it? It's all about the atmosphere and being.
I remember getting passed down from the back of the lower part of the stand all the way to the front, standing on the milk crates that they used to have, sat right behind the goal there. Yeah, as I say, Swindon was my first 1-1. I remember that game. So this season, boys, as you guys like to, as you know, I like to come in with a few little bits of trivia, a few little bits of a couple of questions for all of you. So to start with, this year, Man U won the championship this season. They won the Premier League, known then as the Carling Premiership due to its sponsorship. But Man U won it on a total points of 75. Which was and still is the lowest points total for a Premier League champion, and the lowest points total for a championship winning side since they changed the points system over to a 3-1-0 for a win, draw, and a loss. So 75 wouldn't have. I think that would have got them third, I think, this year, if I remember rightly, second or third. So it's quite scary when you consider that Liverpool hold, quite the highest number for not winning the league. To win the league on 75 points is quite an achievement, really.
Yeah.
Sunderland's last season at Roker Park before they moved to the Stadium of Light, at which they were actually started that season in the Championship, or Division 1 as it was known back then, after being relegated. Top scorer in the Premier League was, any idea, boys?
Alan Shearer.
Was it Shearer?
It was Alan Shearer. 25 league goals to his name. This gentleman, let me just quickly come out of my full screen so I can share a picture with you and see if any of you know who this gentleman is. So this gentleman scored 31 goals in all competitions and still ended up on a relegated side. Who is it?
Ravanelli.
Ravanelli, yeah.
Oh my god!
He looks a bit different without the hair, doesn't he? He looks more like macaroni now than he does.
He looks
Ravanelli
fitter now than he did when he was playing.
I didn't recognise him without his shirt over his head.
Yeah.
I think he scored a hat-trick on his debut. Yeah, Liverpool.
He did.
Not sure. Yeah.
Wow.
He did.
That's when that guy
Gibson. Yeah,
Gibson must have taken over Middlesbrough with his Telecom Millions. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it was. I'll tell you what, boys. Just thinking about what the season we've just had. What would we have given to have got a striker that got 31 goals in all competitions in a season? What we give any year, really, to have a striker that gets 31 goals in all competitions, Yeah. And bearing in mind, he was in a Middlesbrough side that lost both cup finals, the FA Cup and the League Cup this season, and were relegated. That's some bloody heartbreak there. I mean, listen, we've suffered some over the years, but to suffer both cup final defeats and get relegated due to a 3-point deduction, that's got to be a kick in the teeth, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who the fuck did that in that team?
To Middlesbrough, he came to Middlesbrough as a European champion because he came from Juventus and they won the European Cup. And if I remember rightly, he was the guy that scored the goal. They won it on a penalty shootout. It was a 1-1 draw against Ajax, but it was Ravanelli, I'm pretty sure, that scored the goal for Juventus that night. So what a come down that must have been, He wins the European Cup, goes to Middlesbrough,
bloody hell.
loses in the League Cup, loses in the FA Cup, and gets relegated. And
that's such a good start to the season as well.
Is this not the season as well where they forego the fixture against Blackburn Rovers?
That's why they got the points deduction. That's exactly why they got the points deduction. And it meant that Coventry stayed up because of that 3-point deduction, because they claimed that they had 23 players that were ill and they couldn't fill the side. So they were deducted 3 points, which the points deduction reared its ugly head again when we were not points deducted. But that's for a later video and a later season. Manager of the year was Sir Alex Ferguson. Premier League player of the year was a young Brazilian. He wasn't. He was a little Brazilian. Played alongside Ravanelli at Middlesbrough, which was Juninho. And he was outstanding. I absolutely loved watching him play. He was fantastic. PFA player of the year was Alan Shearer. But can any of you boys tell me who the PFA young player of the year was that year?
David Beckham.
Was it Rio?
Boom, the man's in now. Tom has got it within seconds. It was David Beckham.
I'll leave it there, boys. Thanks very much.
And before I hand over to Jazz for his research into this season, I've got one more question for you, boys. So, one player scored a hat-trick during that season, but still ended up on the losing side. Can you tell me who it was and who they were playing against?
Ravanelli scored a hat-trick against Liverpool, I think, on the first game of the season, but that was a draw.
Yep.
Goodness me.
Zola.
Nope. Jazz, any ideas?
Teddy Sheringham?
No, I'm not sure.
No, it was actually Aston Villa versus Newcastle. Dwight York scored a hat-trick, but Newcastle still won 4-3.
I was thinking of Villa.
Wow.
Oh,
and again, what an absolute kick in the teeth that you still score a hat-trick for your side and still end up on the losing team. Absolutely pig sick for that one. Jazz, what have you got for me with regards to this season with the players that were available and were bought and sold, etc.?
Yeah, I mean, this was a season, famous David Beckham goal, wasn't it, against Wimbledon from nearly the halfway line? So he kind of came from nowhere to make his name, and life was never the same for him, as we know. So this is the season that happened. And then talking about money being spent by Middlesbrough, well, when you look at Blackburn, who we've been talking about in the previous seasons as being the money boys, this is a season where I think it's all finished for them. I think they're kind of at the lower end of the table. So that's a surprise, even though they've got a couple of good players, but it's not quite happening for them, really. They're kind of struggling. And another thing with West Ham, with Harry, which is going to be a theme that's going to get more important, certainly next season, is that he spent a hell of a lot when I come to it than the previous season, but we will finish lower than the previous season. And that's a theme that people don't understand. Like West Ham fans, we understand with Harry, he overspends. There's players he doesn't give a chance. 3-4 games are out the door. Another guy comes in and it's just unbelievable revolving door. And that leaves clubs in a really dire financial position. The likes of QPR, Portsmouth, Birmingham, even us, the Rio money wasted that we'll come to in the future. Yeah. Other people just see the funny Harry, chirpy Cockney, so funny, so popular, the media love him. I just think he talks a load of, rubbish. And I know he's been on other channels. I refuse to watch the interview. I'm not going to fall for what he thinks about us. And it's easy to say now, I've got a soft spot for West Ham. I wouldn't believe him for anything, mate. But yeah, so that's just a quick introduction to 96-97. So I'm just going to jump into the major transfer of the season. Again, people kind of wake their memory up. So not going in any particular order in terms of money spent. It's just as it comes on the website. So you got Aston Villa signing Sasa Sercic from Bolton, 5.4 million. Defensive midfielder. That kind of name might, some people might remember him. Mm-hmm. Sheffield Wednesday, they sold this guy. I don't remember. It's Darko Kovacevic, is it? centre forward. He joins Real Sociedad for 7.2 million.
Darko Kovacevic.
Yeah. Age 22, centre forward. Doesn't mean anything to me. Let's see. So when you go likes of Leicester, Coventry, Wimbledon, there's not much happening there. Lee Sharp leaves Manchester United to join Leeds for 6 million. Again, going back to the bit where when you notice Fergie doesn't spend that much money during the early years, a lot of it's youth team and that kind of thing. I think so. His record signing that season is Karol Poborski, the Czech from Slavia Prague, who are good friends, for 3.6 million. So I didn't realise that. So that's a good. Solskjaer joins from Molde for 2.2 million. What a great signing that was for many years.
What a bargain that's turned out to be for United. Unbelievable.
That's what I mean. And the similar words I think Gatesy was saying when I mentioned that Peter Schmeichel from, was it Brøndby, joined for next to nothing as well, you know?
Yeah.
So he certainly does bring in some good players. And again, this is the reason perhaps why Blackburn are going downhill. Alan Shearer joins Newcastle for a whopping 18.9 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so he kind of joins in.
So what do you reckon? That's 180 million in now money transfer.
Well, 7 million I thought was a lot when a few minutes ago. That's totally smashed out the thing. So
you can only
100. You're talking 100, yeah. I think
you can only say that it would be similar to what Kane would go for now, can't you? I mean, it's going to be upwards of 100 million, isn't it? Surely.
I think you've got to be careful with Kane. I've got to worry. I mean, not worry in terms of give a crap, but I think his knee under Spurs has taken a battering. They've overplayed him every season without any cover. Yep. And by the time he gets to the Euros or the World Cup, he's got nothing left in him to offer England. So that's why I think Kane isn't too clever between the ears. I think he hasn't thought about it the way he should have. Should have left 2 years ago. We've got to bear in mind Shearer's 25, by the way. So Kane's next birthday, I believe, is 28, if I'm not sort of wrong. So those things you've got to think about. Asperilla joins from Parma, 6.84 million. I know we mentioned him last week. Perhaps he's joined permanently now and he's on loan towards the end of last season then. Other big ones, Pierre van Hooijdonk joins Nottingham Forest from Celtic, 5.4 million. He was close to joining West Ham. He was linked with Harry there, but it didn't materialise in the end. This is before Hartson would have come in, obviously, as we mentioned. So I think he was a decent player. Yeah, he was okay.
Yeah.
Miles' favourite, Dean Saunders, joins Forest for 1.5 million at the age of 30. He's 32 now.
I love his stories. Are amazing, aren't they? His stories are fantastic.
I know.
Coming up to Ravanelli. So Ravanelli, when you look at Shearer's fee, Ravanelli is 8.8 million at the age of 27 when he joins Middlesbrough. Paul Merson joins for 5.9 million, Middlesbrough as well, at the age of 28.
The Magic Man.
That's a lot of money on 27, 28-year-olds, isn't it? 8.8 million, perhaps the chairman wanted instant success, which he nearly got, isn't it? Perhaps that's what he's thinking. So forget the youth team. But they recouped 7 million from Nicky Barmby at the age of 22. He joins Everton. So you get rid of your kind of youngster. So surprised. Chelsea's big signing was Roberto Di Matteo, 5 million from Lazio at the age of 26. So Lazio...
I know for the time it's a lot of money, but we're sitting here shaking our heads, aren't we, really, of the kind of costs that these players went for. Like you said there, Andy, 18 million on Shearer. We're sitting there going, that's a bargain. That's a bargain for 18 million. But we're looking at it in today's money and, you know, we're seeing Mbappe go for what Mbappe is going for. And to be fair, in a French farmers market league, if you will, I'm looking at it going, you know what, 18 million on Shearer seems like a bargain, doesn't it? You know, it's just
it was a world record. He was the most expensive player in the world at that point.
But it's nothing, isn't it? That just shows you.
I mean, what is? Yeah, I mean, Neymar's what 100? He went for 196 mil from Barcelona to PSG.
Oh, largely a waste. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree there.
Mbappe was 180. Won it from Monaco to PSG.
Dembele was, what was that? Ousmane Dembele went from Dortmund to
100
Barcelona. That was
110, I think.
I think
What
Coutinho.
about
Coutinho?
Coutinho? I was just going to say Coutinho, yeah.
Hazard,
120.
What a waste he's been, Hazard.
Coutinho, 120 million.
Mm.
I mean, he's not really done anything, has he?
I think he did it. Was it last season he spent? Was he in Munich last year?
Yeah, Bayern
I
Munich.
think he had a relatively decent season out there, but certainly not the sort of £120 million price tag on his head.
How much did Fat Ronaldo go for to Barcelona? That was a lot. That was a lot back. That's a couple more years down the line, isn't it? But
that was before Fat Ronaldo. He went to Barcelona in about 95.
Oh,
did he go from Barcelona to Inter?
Yeah. He went from PSV to Barcelona to Inter,
yes,
and then Inter to Real Madrid.
He was definitely at Inter around
with Barcelona in 97, and then left.
He was definitely at Inter around this time because I always remember seeing him on. There was a show on Channel 4 in the mornings called Gazzetta Football Italia.
I
always used to watch. Which is
actually
absolutely wonderful.
Fat Ronaldo went from Barcelona to Inter Milan at the end of this season.
23 million
during this season. He's still at Barcelona. In fact, he was only at Barcelona for the one season, wasn't he?
Yep.
And then in 2002 free season he went to Inter Milan to Real Madrid for 40.
Again,
flipping out.
40 million, just bargain. I know it's still a lot of money, but Christ, that sort of player, what's he going to cost you in today's market? It's painful to even try and work out the figures, isn't it? Really, grand scheme of things, it's ridiculous.
I was watching a program on Cafu that he joined AC Milan at the age of 32, 33, and he gave them 3-4 years of unbelievable service. And so some players you don't know, do you? They just can carry on and produce really good. Yeah.
Sorry. I know we're talking about him. I just had to look at it. So this season, what we're doing for Barcelona was his highest ever goal scoring as a player. 7 appearances, 34 goals, 9 assists.
Flipping out.
But what you're finding with the transfer is in previous seasons, clubs are more or less the net outflow is kind of zero, close to zero. Whatever's coming in, they're spending. But then once Sky come in, then they're reaching out a bit more.
Yeah.
So a lot of clubs are now minus 4 million, 3 million, 5 now. Some a bit more. So just quickly, Patrick Vieira joined 4.8 million. Joined Arsenal from Milan at the age of 20. Oh my God, what a signing!
Fucking hell,
he was outstanding.
And when you look at, they got rid of Paul Merson for near to 6 million at the age of 28, and you bring in Vieira. What a really good business there. Yeah, brilliant. Lee Sharp we already mentioned, and then so the mighty West Ham. So Richard Hall joins from Southampton, 1.5 million. Then you've got Skippy, Stan Lazaridis again. Starting from last season. All the Aussie boys are coming in, aren't they? 500,000.
Love Stan.
Newcastle. Go against Newcastle.
Please tell me someone's done it. Oh no, that's next season, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ignore me.
Was that Newcastle, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good one. So you've got people. Yeah, let me have a look. I think some transfers are bloody missing from this website, but I'll look in a minute. So Scott Mean joins from Bournemouth for 135. So again, once Harry comes in, there's a lot of ins and outs that I'm concerned with. Aussies and Bournemouth. Paolo Futre joins in the free transfer from Milan at the age of 30. I think 30. I mean, if you buy someone at 30, you think, they're pretty young. But back then, 30-year-olds were thought of like past it and finished. So Mike Bowen joins. Harry going nuts again. Mike Bowen, 32, joins from Norwich. Raducanu joins from Espanyol. Apparently, he says a loan transfer, but I need to look into that. What we paid for him.
It was 3-year contract, so I think it was 1.5 million.
Yeah, let me have a look at the other. I'll have a look. Cotty's out the door. He goes to Malaysia for $1 million. Whitbread's out the door. Ili Dumitrescu comes in from Spurs. Alvin Martin's gone to Leyton Orient, which I forgot about on a free transfer. Simon Webster's gone, so lost all our money on him. He's gone. ends up at Auburn City. Robbie Slater, he's gone to Southampton. Darney's gone. So all these players who kind of come and gone, really, that you just think. I think when you look at the stats of Raducci, I think he played 5-6 games, and I just think it's harsh where Harry is known. If you just get on the wrong side of him, like Bishop mentions, like he just gets pissed off with you for no reason, and he doesn't let go, and then players just go. And you're thinking as a chairman, you're bringing in someone, and after 5-6 games, you've got rid of him. I mean, anyone can have a bad week and do something like perhaps they went out clubbing and they're a bit late, but he just gets rid of him after that, and then brings. I don't know if he's addicted to buying and selling, but yeah, that's the kind of thing Harry's up to, really. So let me just finish off and see which other big signings we've got here. Liverpool, yeah, their record signing is just Patrick Berger, 3 million from Dortmund, another Czech lad. So they're not spent much money. Everton, Nick Barmby, yeah, 7 million, like I mentioned. He's there. Big signing for them.
Was any of you a Nick Barmby fan? I've never been a.
He's born and bred in Hull. That's all I know. He's a Hull boy, I think.
I used to like Nick Barmby, Milesy, because believe it or not, I'm pretty sure this is right. He was in the Euro 96 England squad. Pretty sure.
Right.
He was.
Right.
Yeah.
So
the only game I remember from him, in my head, was when he played in the 5-1 win against Germany. That's the only time I remember seeing him having it. That's
so random
for me. But do you know what I mean? That's the only real time. I remember he had a couple of games for Hull and got them promoted. But that's all I remember for me from Nick Barmby.
I know you boys you've mentioned it. Sorry, Gatesy, go.
So if you want a little factoid about Nick Barmby, useless piece of information, he scored the first goal for 2 separate England managers. He scored the first goal of Glenn Hoddle's reign as England manager and the first goal of Sven-Göran Eriksson as well.
Wow.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan, but you boys you brought it up twice to say, well, Euro 96. It cropped up on my social media earlier. Was it the national anthem? I think it was against Spain.
Oh,
yeah.
When Paul Young. Paul Young starts to sit it, and he kind of goes. It's just, and the crowd and I tell you what gets me is you watch the players singing it, and I think there's only one. I think there's only one player that doesn't belt it. I think
it's Nick Barmby.
Well, I don't know, but he was there just going.
I think it was Neville.
Got the likes of. It might have been, and you got the likes of Stuart Pearce, like literally screaming it in your face.
Southgate, wasn't it? Southgate and Pearce, they were flipping.
And you see him now, and you just think, "Come on, guys, show just a little bit of passion, like just a tad. Come on."
Well, to be fair, Duke, I know English is a bit different, but a lot of the national anthems, half of them play for their actual national birth club is nowhere near it, so that's why they don't flipping sing nowadays.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
I like the rugby ones. I think. Yeah, they're the ones. So anyway, just finishing off.
Go on.
So John Hartson joins from Arsenal in the midway through the season, 4.5 million. Gibson's 3 million. Oh, what a signing by Harry. Steve Lomas, 2 million. So suddenly, up to that point, we're pretty certain to go down. And the chairman, Mr. Brown, I think it was that time, pulls out 9 million to get Lomas, Kitson, and Hartson through the door. Richard Hall, 1.5 million comes in again. You're going to find that he's got injured on his in training. He hardly plays for a couple of years. But again, going back to Florin, again, a different website says a loan transfer again. So, but I'm sure, like you, there was a fee involved. I thought we did buy him, but I don't know why they keep saying. Rio went out on loan on Bournemouth, Rio Ferdinand, but then comes back in. Cotty, we mentioned. Shilton's gone. Dimitrescu comes in and goes out again. So, yeah, it's just wheeling and dealing, mate. Mike Newell, forgetful loan deal for us. So, yeah, so you get an idea of sort of Harry's up to his ins and outs and what other clubs are up to, really. So, yeah, that's it from me, gentlemen.
For me, the Dumitrescu one, I think was quite pivotal for me because we've discussed it before, Gatesy, you and I think when we were talking, he's predominantly a right-footed player that played on the left-hand side for us and for Spurs, and he was worked out far too quickly at Spurs, where he was keeping him on his left foot, make him go down the wing, and he can't do anything with it. And he wasn't good enough to try and go down the left and try and play the ball in with his left. So when we got him, everyone had already figured out that if you keep him on his left foot, he does absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, that's exactly how his West Ham career went.
Well, he didn't quite know where he played. Is he a winger? Is he a striker? Is he in the hole? And I remember, top of my head, sort of Gatesy is quite good. There was a delay to the transfer of him joining West Ham, and I can't remember what the delay was or why. Or once he joined, he didn't make his debut.
Probably paperwork to do, work permits and that sort of thing. I'm guessing. I don't know, but that's the only thing I can think that possibly could have held it up maybe at that time.
But you will find during that season that goals are harder to get, and it's because of Dowie. God bless him. Dowie's giving 100%, but the guy, I think he doesn't even score for the first 11, 12 games, and you can't do that. You need to get. So Harry's getting all the creators in, but we haven't got anything up front. Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm hoping, boys. I am hoping that in your review here, right? I'm just having a quick scout through because, to be honest with you, I hadn't done it so far. I'm hoping there's one game that I will see. In fact, there's two games because
I think you will.
There's two games in this one. One of which I'm not ashamed to say I ended up in hospital for one of these games, and my mum smuggled me in a little portable radio, so I could sit in my bed listening to the game after having a camera down the throat. So I wasn't in the best of ways this weekend. That hopefully one of you do the game, but I like I say, I've not.
You said doo-doo.
Sorry,
you said doo-doo.
Surrounded. I'm surrounded.
I'm glad someone else found it funny. Cheers, Tom.
Unfortunately, Duke, I absolutely love stuff like that.
So, listen, after the show, I will tell you a story of what happened to me while I was holding a team meeting at work. I can't do it live because it is. It's even uncomfortable to me to talk about to other people that don't work with me, given the context of the story. So we'll do this afterwards. Once we call this a day, I'll tell you the story. But so let's get this underway then. I am going to save. I'm going to save something that I've not seen yet on this show until the end of the first round of matches. So I'm going to start with you, Jazz, please. I want you to give me your game one.
My game one.
Your run.
Yeah, you know me. Bloody hell. You'll see me in action. I'll keep you busy. Anyway, right. So my first game, I've got the program here as well.
Oh, look at him.
You got Mr. Looks like the Portuguese ace, Hugo Porfirio. As you know, I've got a soft spot for Portuguese people.
Is that this one?
No.
No, that's not the one. No.
This is the one. Yeah, that's the one. I've got a soft spot for Portuguese players. One of my best friends, tax director, he's a Sporting Lisbon season ticket holder, gives me all the ins and outs. And I was saying like last week, the amount of players that go through Sporting Lisbon as a system and youth, it's unreal. And Porfirio's got links in there, and obviously Palafutre's joined. And for you, Miles E, shockingly, the club kept the program price at £1.50 for 2 seasons, but due to Harry's spending the money, it's gone up to £2, mate. That's a big
it has. I was just going to say that.
You're kidding.
I was just going to say that.
Yeah, and Tom mentioning that you bought 2 programs, you probably bankrupted your old man, mate. Bloody hell.
He hasn't turned up yet. So, yeah. I was saying to Jazz before we started that Dad said because this was obviously the first game, he said, right, we'll get 2. I'll get 1. You get 1. We'll keep 1 nice, and then the other one you can take into school for show and tell. And obviously that got ripped to shreds. So luckily I've still got the other one.
You probably bought to save the money. You probably bought some cheese Marmite sandwiches like to eat. You can't have the cheeseburger now. The budget's gone.
That's true. Yeah,
budget's gone, mate. Budget's gone. Yeah,
so my jump though.
It is. That's why I'm like, that is big. That is big. So my first game is 26th of October, 1996. Mike Reed is the referee. Attendance is just
What,
under
the comedian?
24,000.
Did
he have a spinning bow tie?
Turn it in.
I'll tell you what, if we came out in just that time, we would have had a worry.
Oh, no.
Harry gave a yellow card.
Oh, bloody hell.
Yellow or
Crazy.
red.
Oh. He used to look like he's going to have a stroke every time he opened his mouth, didn't he? Mike Reed.
Yeah.
Originally a stand-up comedian because he's using one of the famous, was it Steptoe Son films in the 70s on stage? So that's where he started from, and then ended
He's
up.
also in Snatch, isn't he? Which is one of my
yeah.
favourite films.
Yep, he's in there. Is he a diamond dealer in there? I forgot now.
I can't remember what his name is now in it, but
yeah. So that's the game, and it's West Ham against Blackburn.
Yeah.
And I think it's getting quite a common theme. I'm getting there's a lot of the teams that I'm covering every week, like Blackburn, getting quite. They're kind of every week with me now, so looks like we're getting good games against them. So yeah, it's a 2-1 win for the Hammers. So good news. And up to this point, when you have a quick look at the, always like to look at the league table. So unfortunately, I've got a lot of programs missing from this season. So when I come on the show, I like to look at the first program and the last program of the season. It gives you a really good snapshot of who's been in the team, where we finished, that kind of thing. So up to this point, we're kind of lower mid with 11 points from 10. And Blackburn, unbelievably, played 10, won none, at bottom of the table after selling Alan Shearer. You know, and it's not going too well for them. You know, and in our team, if I have a look at a quick lineup and see what Harry's done compared to last season. So Ludo's in goal, and it's not done by purpose, but a couple of the things that's going to go on in my games are Ludo's fault, or he could have at least did a bit better. So Ludo's in goal, but Bilic and Reaper are forming a centre-back partnership this season. So they're together with Dix and Bowen, the full-back pairing. Midfielders. And then again, Harry puts 5 in midfield with 1 up front. And if Dowie's up front on his own, and then I know, and you look at the midfield, Moncur's not going to score, Bishop's not going to score, Porfirio's trying, Hughes will create, Skippy, first season. So you can tell straight away where's the goals coming from, you know? I'm not sure. And if without even looking at it, I can tell Dix is going to be one of the top scorers in the season. So I know it's good, but you shouldn't kind of rely on things like that. On the bench, we have Paolo Futre, Lampard, Breaker, Blackburn team, Tim Flowers, back four, Henningberg, Lasso, Kenner, Nicky Marker, Sherwood, his name not rings a bell, but shines through in midfield, Gary Fleckcroft, Wilcox, Billy McKinley, and someone from Greece, Georgios Donis. Rings a bell a little bit. But they got someone up front, Graham Fenton, from Shearer and probably Sutton. They've gone to Graham Fenton up front. Wow. Okay. So anyway, it looks like they're probably should be favourites for this game. So Blackburn are bottom. And this is a good week, the commentator mentions that this is on the back of a 4-1 League Cup win over Nottingham Forest. So we're in good spirits, really, following this.
Yeah.
Your hair looks fine, Jazz.
All right.
You look all right. Good.
So 9 minutes. So 9 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's been sitting down after 9 minutes. Everyone's got their programs, burgers, had their pint, and they didn't miss the goal, like I keep saying.
Was you late, Jazz? Was you late?
9 minutes? No, I think I'm not too bad. But I keep saying I am one of the early ones. So I get the kids up early. I'm there early because I come all the way from west to east. But it's when I get there, I start my shenanigans. I'm going to meet too many people and start chatting for too long and that kind of thing. And my daughter always go at me, Dad, where you been and that. So anyway, first bit of action after 9 minutes. It's a corner to Blackburn Rovers. And the corner lands on Tim Sherwood. So Tim Sherwood on the edge of the area comes in, heads it, beats Julian Dix, and goes straight to Henningberg, who slips it in. And then Stan Lazaridis tries to clear it and to help Ludo, but he can't stop it from going in. So against a set piece, not sure what we could have done. I mean, we know Dix is good from heading it, and so he kind of couldn't stop Sherwood. And then just falls to Henningberg, really, defender, and it's 1-0, really. And it stays that way at half-time, and even nothing really happens in terms of a goal action until the 77th minute, where I keep mentioning, which happens a lot. I don't agree with it. People probably left the game. 77 minutes. I mean, a lot of people begin to go after 75, 70.
Yeah.
I know people who arrive 15, 20 minutes late, then they leave 5, 10 minutes before half-time to get the pint. And if you calculate how long they've been sitting on their seat, probably 25 minutes, I think. But anyway, 77 minutes. And again, a regular theme when I'm explaining and describing my goals, it's kind of Ian Bishop finds Julian Dix. And ladies and gentlemen, again, sort of pointing fingers at non-West Ham fans, this is why I like Dix. I mean, if you don't know West Ham, Dix is just known as a rough player, gets booked a lot, there's nothing to him. But I know his passing ability, scoring ability, captaincy, he's a really good guy. And this is a 40-yard ball. He's close to the halfway line, but certainly he's still in his own half. And a lot of the goals I've mentioned, a lot of the people watching will know it's a common theme. 40 yards, sprays it, pinpoint pass to Dowie, who unselfishly and very composed, I must say, on the edge of the penalty area, passes across to the incoming Porfirio, who smashes it past Tim Flowers. So again, Porfirio is looking very lively in a lot of the games, a bit like Darnie, and confidence is there. I mean, he's not nervous about it. He smashes it quite top half, really. So a lot of power, nothing Tim Flowers could have done about it. And again, being quite focused. He knows there's 10 minutes to go, and he's focused on picking the ball up from the net and heading back to the halfway line instead of over celebrating, And you notice Paulo Futre, his kind of companion from Portugal, giving him a pat on the back and having a few words, probably their own lingo, saying "well done." Really, so it's 1-1. And then there's a break with Blackburn are attacking, and we seem to cut it out. And then to start off for the second goal, Ian Bishop, again, similar theme. He cuts a lot of the attacks and starts our attack. So Bishop finds, again, Miles, he's got a very, very soft spot for Michael Hughes, who, again, features in a lot of the action this season. So Bishop finds... I mean, they're not going to lose the ball, these people. So skillful, so technical, So Bishop finds Michael Hughes. Paulo Futre wins the free kick in the middle of the area on the halfway line. He tries to jink his way past two players and gets brought down. And what I notice is, obviously, as we go through the seasons, we're going to find the foreign influence in terms of a bit of cheating, a bit of diving, but it hasn't quite happened yet. So what you find is that Jeff Kenner is one of the two players that Paulo Futre is trying to get in between, and they bring him down. And I'm 80% sure, Kenner is literally trying to punch Futre while he's on the floor, or certainly grip him up, and the referee's standing behind him, and nothing said much. So Futre doesn't make a meal of it. All Michael Hughes is interested in is picking up the ball and carrying on the attack. So it just gives you a glimpse of, if it happened now, there would have been a 10-minute delay, VAR, half the team would have got bloody sent off. So here is like, just get on with it, which I love. It's a bit like, rugby. I wish we went back to those days, Obviously, long as you don't want anyone smashed in the face, but literally it's just a bit of, few handcuffs, punches here and there. But anyway, so Michael Hughes quickly finds
handcuffs. That's a whole different story.
Yeah, I know. I know. Fisticuffs and handcuffs and all that. I was going to say Dukesy sees a lot of action, but no, Dukesy's in charge of a very nice family pub. None of that goes on there.
None of that goes on.
Yeah. Dukes is probably the worst one. But anyway, so Michael Hughes obviously takes a free kick very quickly. He finds Porfirio on the right-hand side. Again, what I noticed, which is common with Michael Hughes and a lot of good players, he's predominantly left-footed, but he's kind of on the right side, and he's comfortable about it. He's keeping in control. He cuts in, and with a long pass, he finds Bishop. Bishop finds Lazaridis on the left-hand side, and his cross is going sort of hopefully towards one of our strikers, but Henningberg cuts in, and it's an own goal. So Henningberg kind of crosses Lazaridis' sort of cross back into his own goal, really. So again, it was good control by Lazaridis, crosses it, and Henningberg heads it into his own net, really. And if he didn't get to Henningberg, Paulo Futre, who unfortunately, as far as I know, he didn't score any goals in his time at West Ham, I'm pretty sure he was there. He would have headed it home, even though he's quite small in stature, really. And again, wins were kind of a bit hard to get that season, and this is a really good 2-1 win over a team, Blackburn, who certainly, a couple of years before had a really big name and doing well. So it's 2-1, really good team effort, and despite finding it hard to score, we managed to grind out a 2-1 win, really, somehow. So, but then, you still got to review Harry Redknapp, what's going on. Why is the squad looking so kind of frail? I know TC's probably injured at this stage, and Dowie, I think, if I look at the programme in the first 10, 11 games, he's not missing anything, but he still hasn't scored up to this point. So after about 12, 13 games, if you haven't missed a game as a striker, you should really score. So, that was it.
But we've had a few of them, Jazz.
Yeah, I know, mate. Yeah. I know. But there you go. So professional performance, hard-working, and you can tell that they're working for Harry. They're trying, but I think Harry needs to, and hopefully he will bring some real quality into this team, really, because he's certainly splashing the cash and getting rid of a lot of people.
Well, I mean, it's a good game to start us off with. I love the fact that Henningberg scored for both teams. I'll tell you what, when I saw his name come up, I was like, surely that's got to be wrong. Surely that's got to be wrong. Sanders only just starting playing now. I forgot all about Henningberg. I really did. I was like, Christ almighty. And there was some of them players in that Blackburn squad that I'm sitting there going, oh, wow. Kenner, Henningberg, Lasso was in. I was like, gee, it was mad. Yeah.
It's like a burning train people are jumping off, isn't it? So obviously Lasso is left over from the time when they won the league. Shearer, so they're all gone apart from 2-3 that are accidentally just left there, isn't it? Really, before they go on as well. So really,
no one had picked him up just yet.
I don't know. I think Mr. Walker, Jack Walker, I think he wasn't well. He passed away. I don't know if he passed away really quickly after they won the league. I'm not sure, mate, but certainly things have changed quickly.
He was still around at this point.
Yeah, it was the money though, wasn't he? And I think once that stopped, it's been difficult for Blackburn to pick themselves up. So let's move on. Tom, I'm looking forward to your picks because I know what I've seen one of them. I think so. I'm kind of excited to see.
That's the 4-1 defeat at Middlesbrough, is it?
I'll tell you what, I like the fact that Tom and Gatesy have got the right kits. That's a nice,
we have been in contact all week.
That's good, cool.
And I did say I was going to wear a different one, but I've stitched him up.
You know me, I love Adidas. I'm stuck with Adidas, mate, all the time.
That's a great shirt, Jazz. Is that 83, that one?
83, 84, 85, and it's one which, fortunately, it's kind of... We'll speak afterwards anyway, the history behind it,
All right,
but the only tops I've got is from like the Great Escape with Tevez on the back, and I've put on quite a bit of weight since then. But I'm more than welcome to put it on if you want me to.
That shirt, Milesy, I'll tell you what, I've not got a name on the back of it, but how quickly does the job serve peel off that shirt?
Oh, yeah.
Shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Shocking.
What
do you know
it's
what?
a great shirt.
You say that, Tom. The SBO bet one that we had when we went down under Avram Grant, that was far worse.
Well, they don't make them like this anymore. I know it says pony on it, but they were good kits, weren't they?
This one that I'm wearing is the same one that I bought 25 years ago during our Centennial.
Oh, wow.
It still fits.
Well, I did show Gatesy this before, but this is not the shirt that I wore for my first game because I'm much bigger than when I was 7. But I do have the exact clothes that I wore that day, which is much smaller.
No way.
Shirt. But also, I was. You can swear on here, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was you full kit
I
wanker?
was a full kit wanker.
Did you have the socks as well?
I did have the socks because literally these have gone in a bag, and it's gonna.
No way.
My lad is gonna wear this for his first game. I haven't told him yet, but he's gonna wear this for his first game.
That's class.
You have
at
washed
London
it.
Stadium.
You have
Passing
washed
of
it,
the
haven't you?
No, it still smells of the burger van.
Tangy.
Love
First thing I
that.
was going to say was, does anybody want to have a guess at who's on the back of my shirt?
The one you're wearing now, or the one that you were wearing?
This one.
Dicks.
No.
Slav.
Billy.
No.
Harry.
Bish.
Uh-uh.
Not even
Ian
Bish.
Dowie.
No.
It's going to be
Paolo
Village.
Kitson.
It's going to be one of the
Hartson.
two saviours. It's going to be Kitson or Hartson. No.
No.
Breaker.
Oh, shit.
Porfirio.
Rio.
No.
Your
Hang
name.
on. What do you say, Milesy?
Rio.
No.
Oh.
What sounds like Rio?
No.
Hughes.
No.
Skippy. Oh, I'll
No.
give up. Go on, turn around, Tom. Turn
It's
around. Tom.
It's Mike
Moncur.
Newell. No, it's not Mike Newell.
Moncur.
Moncur.
Oh.
I'll sit
Hugo!
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
I said Porfirio.
Did you? Sorry, I was distracted by Andy's Rio. I thought Andy said Porfirio. Sorry, Gatesy. Well done.
Well done, Gatesy.
Right. So, my first game is actually the third game of the season, which is when we beat Southampton 2-1. I'm a Southampton boy. I'm not a local West Ham fan, so the Southampton fixture is always a big game for us. And actually, we were on holiday in a place called Kingsbridge down in Devon for this one.
Oh, okay.
And I do remember that there was a test match going on. I think England were playing Pakistan in a test match, and we had that on the telly. And the only means of finding out the score were the radio and CFAX. So that's literally all we had. So I do, and there was no
to use that now.
Well, I know, but I do remember that the test match was on the television that was down there, and we did have CFAX, but I seem to remember me and Dad walking out onto the car on the drive and just sitting in the front seat and passenger seat and just listening to the radio to wait for the update on the score.
Wow.
But obviously it's a good result for us. And, you know, Dad was so pleased that we'd beaten Southampton this day that we marched straight into Kingsbridge, bought a number of postcards and sent postcards from Kingsbridge to all of our Southampton supporting friends and popped them in the post box and sent them off.
Oh, brilliant.
But yeah, no, it was but that, yeah, the Saints game, obviously, you know, not living in Southampton anymore, it's not as big a game for me anymore, but it was almost like the derby for me, with everybody at school. Well, there were some Southampton fans, though it was mostly United, Arsenal, Chelsea fans.
Surprise.
Did you go to the Dell?
I never went to the Dell. The reason I never went to the Dell was because my dad said that there's only one ground that you can go to first, and that's Upton Park.
Right.
So it wasn't until '97 that I went, and I believe Saints moved into St Mary's in 2001, I believe. And we weren't sort of season ticket holders or anything, so we very rarely got away tickets. So I never did get to go to the Dell, which is a regret now because, you know, it's one of those old school grounds with that weird slanty stand behind the goal.
Yeah. I bought my first car. I bought my first car from Southampton. I remember driving past the Dell, and obviously my wife's not interested. I'm like waffling on about, like, you know, every time we go past the ground as fans, you always say something. And yeah, I wish I'd gone, mate.
Well, do you know what? I do that when my wife's uncle lives in the Lake District, and when you're driving up the M6, you go past the Bescott, Walsall, and I go, "Oh, look, there's Walsall's ground," and she's like, "I don't give a shit."
Yeah, that sounds like my wife.
No need for that.
Yeah, wow. But yeah, I mean, West Ham go behind sort of 20 minutes into the first half. A guy called Neil Heaney scores the goal, and it's actually a bit of a mistake from Dix. It's a harmless ball towards him, and he miscontrols the ball, and Heaney just sort of dinks it over McCloskey, who's well off his line. and that puts Southampton 1-0 up. And again, it's similar to the Blackburn game. It takes quite a long time despite having lots of possession, for West Ham to get back into the game. Futre, Dimitrescu, and Raducioiu all feature in this game. And Futre unbelievably gets an assist in this game. And the only reason he gets an assist is because he's trying to chest a ball down for himself to volley, but miscontrols it, and it sort of goes straight onto the side foot of Michael Hughes, who, whether he meant to cross it or meant to score, I don't know. But he hits it first time, taps it over Dave Besant in the Southampton goal, lobs over him, and I don't know if he's trying to lob it to the far post for somebody to nod it in. But that's the first goal of the game, and we're well on top at this stage, with the new boys pulling the strings in attacking midfield. And it's Dimitrescu that actually wins the penalty for Dix to put us 2-1 up. And it's just a classic Dix penalty, thumps it in the bottom corner. Besant dives the right way, but with so many of Dix's penalties, there's only a couple that were saved. Even if you dive the right way, you're not going to save them. And that put us 2-1 up. So a very happy holiday, and my memories of our holidays as a kid, basically it's a good holiday or a bad holiday, completely dependent on how West Ham have got on that weekend. And that's for my mum as well. she her holiday was better if West Ham won. So even though she hates football, she was always wanting West Ham to win, because otherwise Dad would be in a mood all weekend.
Come on, Dad, don't be like that.
But yeah, so Raducioiu came on, and going back and watching the season review again, Dimitrescu, Raducioiu, and Futre in that game all look really good. So it's interesting to hear what Jazz was saying there at the start about Raducioiu. I mean, the guy only started 7 games for us, scored 3 goals.
That's not bad, is it? That's all right.
And
yeah.
I was speaking to somebody at work about this today, actually, that 7 starts, he made 13 appearances in all and scored 3 goals. And although you'd want a better strike rate from a striker than that, there's certainly strikers that don't get anywhere near the stick that he gets, with a lot worse records than that. I mean, there's people that haven't scored at all in God knows how many games.
How many starts was it? 7?
7 starts, and two.
Yeah, I would only look at the starts. 7.
Two of his goals were off the bench as well.
Okay, cool. Okay.
So yeah, and I was actually, because obviously there's the famous story of
for a League Cup tie, though, Tom, probably goes some way to.
Funny you say that, Gatesy.
Not thought of in glowing terms.
Yeah, I mean there's a I don't know if any of you subscribe to The Athletic, which is sort of a football blog. Yeah, and Raducioiu strongly denies that happened. He said that his wife was pregnant and he'd already agreed a transfer back to Espanyol already when that game was going ahead. And he went to go and see his wife, who was heavily pregnant, and did go and watch the rest of the game in question. And he has some choice words to say about Redknapp, actually, in this article. I mean, obviously, you look at his scoring record and it's not actually that good. And there's 2 sides to the argument. I mean, there's that he said that Redknapp's the worst manager he's ever played under. And I don't know if that's a bit of bitterness from him. But the other thing you've got to look at as well is that he never spent more than 2 seasons at one club. And that's in his entire career. So was he a troublemaking striker that didn't try his hardest to fit in, or was he not given enough support? Don't know.
I think Harry's quite good at looking after.
Probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of the same. But the game I'm going to cover, obviously, when I get to it, will be after the Stockport game, and he scores a world-class goal, mate. So I don't know, it's 50, 50-50 with both of them, I think.
I've got something for you, Tom.
Go on. There it is.
That
Mr. Reaper. I think I got that one.
That's the programme.
That is the programme.
And that
I've got something in return.
Is
Actually,
the previous game, which was the Coventry game, which I was actually at the game against Coventry, the first home game of the season. It was Paulo Futre came on as a sub, made his debut.
That was
Should
an
have made his
evening
debut
game,
the
wasn't
game
it?
before against Arsenal, but it was, yes.
Because I remember at this age that I was, I'd have been asleep when these games were going on, and I just literally had to wait until the morning to see how we'd got on. And I remember going to bed being 1-0 down because it was a late equaliser, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I think so.
Mum telling me in the morning, "We're okay. We got a point."
Yeah, I remember Paulo Futre coming off of the bench and coming on the pitch, and there being this great big buzz around the ground. Sort of like a player of that stature turning out in West Ham colours at Upton Park. It was just a shame that obviously he turned up with a knee that was just bashed to pieces, and he couldn't stay the course. Real shame.
The fact is that we signed he was a world class player that was just old. He finished second in the Ballon d'Or in 1987, second behind Ruud Gullit.
Yeah,
it's mad.
I think he was called the European Maradona.
Yeah,
that tells you a little bit about how what we're talking about here.
He came from Sporting Lisbon.
Just wasn't up to the rigors.
Yeah.
I
mean, you boys that were going to the games. I mean, it's easy to look back at his stats now and see how many games he played. Can you remember sort of seeing him come on and have good impacts in games, your memories?
That first game, I remember he came on and he helped change the momentum. I do remember that. Like I say, I remember him coming off of the bench, there being this buzz, Paulo's coming on, here he is, sort of thing. And my recollection of that night 25 years ago, though it may have been, but my recollection is that he had a positive impact when he came on, but unfortunately, because of the condition of his knee, he couldn't do that game on game, week on week. So,
yeah, there was a game, wasn't there, Gatesy? I can't pinpoint who, but I do remember we were obviously losing. He comes on, oh my God, and we're just attacking like mad, and he sets one up and does other
I think it
things.
was the Coventry game, Jazz. I think it was his debut.
That's got to be the one, isn't it? Where you can't get the ball off the guy, And like I said, he finds it very easy to go past people. Great control, anticipation, and world class player. Yeah, you can tell, that there's something about him really.
And obviously, he got off to a bad start because he wanted to wear the number 10, which was worn by John Moncur the season previous. John Moncur changed to 16 so that he could get. I can't remember the deal they struck, but he could go and live go and stay in his apartment in Portugal or something like that.
Yeah.
But he refused to play the first game of the season, didn't he? Because he didn't have the number 10.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, he cleared off.
Yeah.
Highbury.
There we go. Southampton 2-1.
Good selection, Tom.
Good choice. It was, certainly. I remember a few of the games this season, and as we're getting closer to, the turn of the millennium and stuff, I'm realising a lot more of the games that I'm picking up on. It's good. That's why I'm enjoying this. Like you, Andy, you were saying, weren't you, that doing this, although you weren't born for a significant number of the seasons, you're picking up and hearing the likes of me, Jazz, and Gatesy talking about the seasons that you weren't here for, and just like how much you're enjoying it. And I'm just enjoying everyone else wax lyrical about their favourite games from seasons, and it's just it's really enjoyable.
Like what you're saying, it's like when you think West Ham playing Southampton, you just see it as a sub. But what it means for Tom, and it's like Swindon with you, and like stuff like that, and that's what just makes it so unique. This show, and literally, like I said, every week and the different people we have on. Yeah, it's just like literally. Look, we're an hour and 5 minutes in. We've only talked about 2 games and memories, and that's. But
I told you we'd get the record this week, didn't I?
but that's the one thing what we can say. We don't get bored on this channel. Literally, this is just and people involved, not just us, people in the chat, like what Mark's just put. Like I remember the helicopter crash. What come up earlier about the Chelsea direct. I didn't know that happened. I didn't know that happened until that come up. So it's amazing, really. I can't.
Yeah, it's got a stand
named
after
away
me,
game at
Matthew
Bolton, if I
Harding,
remember rightly.
Harding,
Yeah, it was a game at Burndon Park, if I remember correctly, at Bolton. I think it was a League Cup game, and yeah, his helicopter came down. Really tragic. 42, no age.
Wow, bloody hell.
Who wants a London derby? Who wants a London derby?
We love a London derby.
Yeah.
Is it Barnet in the cup?
No, it's Watford.
No, it's the reserve team game against Dagenham Redbridge on the 5th of September.
Canby Island.
You listen. You can't say that because you've never been to see them. So that can't be your game. That can't be your game because you've never seen West Ham play at Dagenham Redbridge. So
no,
I have actually.
You can't.
Actually, have.
Your opinion is invalid.
So my game, my first game, because I'll go in date order, just proves how bad the season is. My first game is the 12th of March.
Hey?
Okay. Yeah. And it's the 3-2 victory against the Chelsea.
We like that. We like that.
Here it is.
We love a win against Chelsea, don't we?
Nice.
And
it's the last minute.
Yeah. And as you can see there, this is a very, very, very good side. Well, front force for what Chelsea had, and
big names,
when I saw the very good side. But I'll start off with what West Ham. We had Ludo in goal, Potts, Bilic, Breaker, Dix, Rio, Ian Bishop, my best mate Michael Hughes, John Monter, Ian Dowie.
My best mate.
and Paul Gibson.
No, Duke, don't be like that. No.
And Chelsea were lined up with Colgan in goal, our ex-assistant manager Steve Clark, Johnson, the liable own goal genius himself, Frank Sinclair, Dan Petrescu, Scott Minto, Craig Burley, Paul Hughes, Dennis Wise, and what front two this is, Vialli and Zola.
Oh bloody hell! Oh my god,
that's something else, isn't it? Even in today's money, even with today's money and everything else, that's a dream partnership. Even with today's sort of money, that's a dream partnership. But that would cost you, in today's money, multi hundreds of millions. For me, that's at least £100 million each player in their prime, comfortably. I just think they were something else, both of them.
Actually, just one more thing, Gatesy and Duke. Was this the season, or actually, no? I think we missed it. I think when we had that pre-season tournament where we played Sampdoria. If you remember, we got whacked 4-0, 5-0. Where
that was about Lombelli, 91-92. Where that was the tournament at Highbury.
Wow,
wasn't
what
it?
the hell?
The Makita International.
The Makita.
I think it was 6.
My God,
I think it was got done 6-1 by Sampdoria, but that was about 91-92, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because I had that Palace guy.
Oh, yeah, we got absolutely smashed.
That guy, he smashed.
Attilio Lombardo.
Attilio Lombardo.
Yeah. I've forgotten all about
that went to Palace.
He was another one that went to Palace, wasn't he? Alongside, who was the Swedish fellow? Thomas Brolin.
Yeah.
Did he go to Palace first and then Leeds, or was he at Leeds first?
You makes me look like
no, I think it was Leeds, then Palace, if I remember rightly.
No, great. See, this is what I love. Like, when we get a bit further on, I'll remember. But this is just mad. This is just really, really enjoyable.
And Miles, Miles, you remind us, is this the year you can walk now a little bit? Because I know you were in your nappies last season, weren't you? Are you getting a bit better now? Or?
No, I was sick, so I was still wet in the bed, but I'm surviving.
My phone nearly went.
Still shitting on the carpet.
Yeah.
Because I've been babysitting you and bringing you up the right way. You know that.
My granddad taught me well, though. The way he used to send me asleep, because I used to take him to me I used to stay in my nan's a lot at the weekends, and he used to take me down the pub and put Guinness on my dummy, and I used to be knocked out.
Yes, that's the way. That's the way.
That's the way it was back then, mate. That's the way it was. No, it's like wash your hands, put your gloves on. You can't see the kid.
It was the two that I mentioned, the deadly strike force for Chelsea, and they were involved in the first goal. It was actually come from a West Ham corner. Chelsea defended it well, and we got punished for it. Bishop tried to play a no-look pass back to Breaker, gave him too short. Zola, very quick then. He looked so tiny in this, and his shirt was just so big. But anyway, he just started running. Right. He got the touch past Breaker, and all of a sudden it was Potts versus Vialli and Zola, and there was only going to be one outcome. Potts left him as long as he could, and then eventually when he was open. But the one thing, Jazz, we said it last week, and I think we said it before. Ludo was shocking in this goal kick. It was straight at him pretty much, and it went through him, and it was a bit disappointing, really, and that was the only highlight, really, of the first half.
Yeah,
didn't really create any chances, really. Into the second half, Williamson picked up the ball from a Petrescu clearance, controlled it on his chest, played a good ball down the channel, a couple of skills past own goal specialist Frank Sinclair, and then we're rewarded a penalty. And do I really need to say what else happened? Dick stepped up, power straight down the middle, and 1-1. And then he got his last goal of the season in this game, his 8th from the penalty spot. The second goal, I've wrote it here on my notes, and I say what a goal. And this was literally, I'm guessing you boys probably remember it as well. You know what's happening. Breaker had the ball just inside the West Ham half. Long diagonal ball, Dowie with the flick on, Kitson with a great touch to make it dead on the outside of his right foot, and then a left foot low drive shot right in the bottom left hand corner to score his second goal for West Ham. Do any of you boys remember this goal?
I remember it on the highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, I vaguely remember it. Yeah.
No, it was a brilliant goal, really brilliant goal, and the crowd were going wild, so to speak. Then probably everyone was thinking, "What's happening here?" But to be fair play to Chelsea, they were battling it. But on the 87th minute, Scott Minto got away from a couple of challenges, including a scissor challenge from John Moncur. He managed to get to the byline, and this cross was outstanding. Literally straight to the back post. And it's the man himself, Mr. Hughes, at the back post against Dix. There's only going to be one winner in the air. Made it 2-2 in front of the Chelsea fans. Picked the ball up and went straight. They're probably thinking they're going to win the game. But there's a twist. 90th minute, the magic man, Michael Hughes again, Jazz. Putting all the defenders out. Then he played the ball to Breaker after Minto come out and got him. Produced a delicious cross, and Steve Clark had nothing else he could do but to clear it out for a corner. And then there was a goal. Hughes with the corner, whipped in, about penalty spot wise. Dowie, your best mate, Jazz, with the header towards goal, and then Mr. Kitson with the slightest touch. Send it in the net in the 90th minute, and the Hammers went on to win 3-2. Come on, you Irons!
Come on, you Irons! But I think Dowie's very unselfish again, isn't he? In that example, again, he's kind of instead of going for it, he's set it up. And I forgot you might have mentioned it. Is Hartson injured, or is he on the bench, or?
There was no mention of it. He wasn't on the bench.
I believe
so
he was suspended for this game because he got. I believe he got booked at Derby.
Yeah,
and that meant he had a 3-match ban, so he didn't play this game.
Oh, typical West Ham, isn't it? 3-match ban. Wow.
But Jazz, you noticed it on yours. Only 24,000 in attendance.
Yeah, mine. Yeah, that's about throughout. Yeah, mine was 23,999 something. Yeah, that's what's happening throughout and that's a big game. Some of them, about 23, 24, mate. But I don't know if something's being built again or what's going on with the rest of the. Yeah.
But any victory against Chelsea is always great.
And if you remember, we're not too bad, are we? I mean, we had one last week, the week before we had one, so we're doing all right against them. Yeah.
It's funny what money can do.
Nothing.
Oh, not for us, but for them. Gatesy, have you got something new to show me that I haven't? And that came across really wrong as well.
Which rainbow character is it this time?
I don't want to see. I don't want to see. I certainly don't want to see his bungle.
I want Brian Moore.
I'm not doing Rod, Jane, and Freddie. Let me tell you.
Just keep your bungle in your trousers. That's all I'm saying.
Zip it up.
What have you got for us on your first game? Tom's done.
Well,
Tom's out of it. He's gone. We've lost him.
Tom's done.
I love stuff like that.
I've gone for this one here. It's an away victory. An away victory. Yes. Didn't get too many of them.
Very nice.
In these days. But this is an away victory at the City Ground, Nottingham Forest. Now, this was only our second win of the season, and this came on the 21st of September, 1996. And we'd gone defeat, draw, win, defeat, draw, defeat before we got to this point. So I think it's fair to say we needed the points at this particular stage in proceedings.
Yeah.
So this is, like I say, it's a 0-2 defeat of Nottingham Forest, or 2-0 defeat, whatever, whichever way you want to word it. So looking at the Nottingham Forest team there, you've got Mark Crossley, the goalkeeper. You've got Des Little, Alf-Inge Haaland, yes, the dad of Erling Haaland at Borussia Dortmund. Nikola Jurkan, the Croatian defender, and obviously Stuart Pearce, who would later go on to be one of our players, and he's currently one of our assistant coaches. We've got a couple of caps for England in before the Euro 96, if I remember rightly, a couple of friendlies, and I'm not too sure whether he made the squad or not, but I don't think he did, but he might have done. You've also got David Phillips, not a name that I remember, to be honest. Chris Allen, again, not a name that I can recollect too readily, but hey-ho. Ian Wone, yep, another good player, and a player that, if you believe Harry Redknapp, I think he was going to sign him at one point, but I think that was when he was at Bournemouth, if I remember correctly. And then you got Brian Roy, the very rapid Dutch forward, and Dean Saunders for you, Milesy.
Love him.
Yeah, there you go. And then obviously one of the substitutes there you can see for Nikola Jurkan as a certain guy. He gained a little bit of infamy for a song about a pineapple on his head. It's Jason Lee. Remember him?
Yeah, I remember Jason Lee.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. And looking at the West Ham lineup, do you notice the goalkeeper?
Steve Mortain, yeah.
Yes. Now, he's just recently done an interview with Russ on My Hammers 11, hasn't he?
Ross is scraping the barrel now, isn't he?
Yeah.
Still not many.
All right, Jazz. I'm on there on Monday.
I think this is the only Premier League appearance that he's made. I think this is the only Premier League appearance that Mortain made for West Ham. And then you've got the defence of Slaven Bilic, Mark Bowen, Julian Dix, and Mark Reaper. And then your midfield of Bishop, Michael Hughes, Stan Lazaridis. I loved Stan. He was a cracking player. John Moncur, and then our forward line consisting of Mr. Tony Cottee and Ian Dowie. And then your substitutes were Tim Breaker coming on for Tony Cottee and Frank Lampard Jr. coming in for Mr. Dowie. So yeah, I'll just bring him in, ladies and gentlemen, because I know you're itching to hear his dulcet tones. So this is the Aldi Martin Tyler. His commentary. It could be. Brace yourself. Hang on a minute. Hang on. I'll tell you what. Hang on. Set yourself down, boys and girls. This is Nottingham Forest Mill and the Mighty Hammers 2, and it's the Aldi Martin Tyler commentary. Enjoy. So here come West Ham again, John Monker clips the ball down to the left-hand channel for Stan Lazaridis. Cuts inside, plays a beautiful ball in towards Dowie, and Bowen on the back post. That's 1-0 to West Ham United. Mark Bowen gets his first goal for West Ham. Beautiful ball played in by Stan Lazaridis. It was towards Ian Dowie at first. He couldn't make it, but Mark Bowen picked up the pieces and steered his header past Mark Crossley. Stuart Pearce clips the ball forwards with his left foot towards Brian Roy, but he's taken out by Mark Reaper. Now the referee has given a free kick for it, and he wants a word with Big Benny offender. You wonder what his card's going to be. It's red, and Mark Reaper has been sent off here at the City Ground, and West Ham United, a goal up, are down to 10 men for the remainder of this match. It was a beautiful ball played forward by Stuart Pearce, the England left back, and Brian Roy was sent tumbling to the ground, and the referee had no doubt. Free kick to Nottingham Forest. Jurkan, but it's blocked by Bishop, and it's cleared by Bilic, and here comes Tony Cottee on the West Ham left. He's still going. He's in the penalty box. Still going, and Mark Crossley with the save, and Hughes! 2-0! West Ham United get a second goal here at the City Ground, despite being down to 10 men. They've gone, 2-0 up, despite only a minute or two ago losing their defender. It was Tony Cottee down the West Ham left. He kept on going into the penalty box. He got his shot away. Crossley with the save, but he had another little go at it, and in came Michael Hughes, and the Northern Irishman got a powerful drive past Mark Crossley for 2-0.
Yes.
Love it.
It wasn't Zippy or George.
Ah.
Not this week.
Can I just say, absolute
I
limbs in the away end there. Absolute limbs.
Limbs
flying all over the
indeed.
place.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I
love an away game.
You know, it was their second victory of the season. Their first, obviously, away. You're going to celebrate that, aren't you? Sure.
Oh, too right. Yeah, without a doubt.
I do apologise, Milesy. I forgot this for your game.
Oh, what a program that is! Look
Don't
at
see
that
that,
picture.
man. I was going to say, you don't see him cower away from too much, do you?
So is that against Leeds? Oh.
Yeah.
No, that was the Chelsea game. That was
the
Chelsea game.
the picture on the front, I mean.
The picture. Yeah, I think it was, mate. Yeah.
It possibly
Yeah, probably
would be. Hang on a minute. It's hold on, I'm just trying to work it out. So that was the Chelsea game, wasn't it? Yeah, because the previous game was away to Leeds, and that's obviously would have been an away kit because that's the away shorts, isn't it? So yeah.
Do you want a little facts about the Leeds game?
Go on.
Go for it.
That was the West Ham debut of Manny Omoyimni.
Oh.
That
name
name
that goes down in infamy.
That name.
Memory of a goldfish.
Sorry, everyone.
That name.
Yeah. Of course, I haven't played for any other teams in the competition, boss. Oh shit.
Duke, was he on loan at Gillingham?
I think he was. I think that was where he ended up on loan. Yes, I think you're right. Yes.
Rings a bell.
I have to say,
I was there for that game against Villa.
Oh, was you really? See what you've done.
I was there for the game against Villa, the penalty shootout win, and then I went to the game that they replayed and we lost 3-1. It's just like, for Christ's sakes.
It was typical though, wasn't it? It was typical us.
Typical.
I have to say that cream kit was one of my favourites. I have to say that was certainly one of my favourite kits.
My brother's got it, I think. Yeah.
I used to have
really
it.
like that.
I used to have it with Dicks on the back. I bought it on eBay.
I had it, and I don't know where mine's
8
gone.
years ago, and I sold it. I sold it because to be fair, I was too fat for it. But but I still should have kept
it was Gatesy. It was a nice kit, despite the fact that it was a really strange, really weird kind of colour, wasn't it? But not one that you've seen like before or since. Let's not mess around. But it's a really nice kit.
Is that with the badges in the middle?
Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. My brother had that one.
Yeah, the badges in the middle. It's like blue, dark blue, with I think gold hammers, if I remember rightly.
There's an article I read. It must have been a couple of months ago about. It was something like the top 10 hipster kits of the 90s, and that one was in there. The cream away kit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I wish I'd.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not surprised. I think I might have to see if I can find one.
But the thing what I love though is like the sponsors, like what you're wearing, like Douglas Motors, and like when we had Dr. Martens, they're like so unique now. It's not like a lot of the foreign, like I know West like thingy, but do you know when you see, yeah.
Do you know what Avco? A lot of people don't know what Avco was, isn't it?
They were a loans company, weren't they?
Yeah, from Reading. Yeah.
Oh.
But they were like you look at those and they're local. They're like local companies, you know, Dr. Martens and Avco in Reading, Dagenham Motors. You know, it's just they were local companies.
But it's not the big names that Spurs and Arsenal they attract, or even Chelsea. Like Chelsea's got a lot of airlines in the past, even like golf. I remember my mate having the 84 Kerry Dixon Golf Air on it, and we're going around with a company that's not that big. I don't know why it's. You know, when we moved to the OS, I work in banking, and I thought we're bang near Canary Wharf. All the banks are going to come sponsor the ground, and none of it's ever happened. Like your big city banks, JP Morgans, they just beat. I don't know. Because you think someone finishes work, where are they going to go? They're going to go West Ham for a game, for the midweek game. But, well, hopefully with European football coming back, you might see the money go up sponsorship. But I don't know, mate.
Yeah, I think Man United are sponsored by like TeamViewer or something next year. Sharp. And that's like 80 million a year or something they're going to be on.
Oh, yeah. You look at the money Chelsea, Spurs and Liverpool bring in.
No, I'm on about next year, Gatesy.
Sharp.
What next
year?
Are
they gone back?
Sharp have come back for one season.
Treble, when they won the treble, they were sponsored by Sharp basically from about 83 right the way round to about 2001.
Oh.
I remember the first one was a Liverpool Hitachi 78. I think the first one I ever saw around that time. Then after that, JVC Arsenal was an early one.
Crown Paints,
Carlsberg.
Holston Pill, was it Holston
Pills was Spurs, wasn't it? Yeah.
Newcastle Brown.
Portsmouth was sponsored by the local paper. They were sponsored by the News, which was like their local newspaper.
Tom, you might know that Portsmouth's badge, right? It's weird.
Well, they've had two. There's a basic like one which is
in the Middle East, doesn't it? That kind
yeah.
Of,
Well, it looks like the Tunisia or Turkey, but it's a moon and a star, isn't it?
Yeah. What the hell's that about?
Well, it's quite recent. I mean, they do actually have one of those really old school badges that's got all sorts of stuff all over it that are really difficult to draw.
Yeah. Oh.
But yeah, I can't tell you. My grand's the Portsmouth fan. I do take her to Fratton Park occasionally because she was a season ticket holder in the 40s and 50s.
Oh, wow. There's a good documentary on YouTube. The rivalry between Southampton and Portsmouth's quite funny. I mean, a lot of people probably watched it. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, and until you experience one, and I guess every rival in the country will say the same thing, but until you experience one, I don't think people quite appreciate how intense that rivalry is.
What it means, yeah.
It's and like all of the derbies,
that often.
It's completely rooted in rival dockyards.
I know where I would rather live, but I like Portsmouth because of the naval history, the museum, Mary Rose, all of that. So I like that side of it. But Southampton's a really good part of the world, and my daughter nearly went to university there. Went on open day there. It's got a great university there, but she opted for Warwick. But Southampton's brilliant. I think it's a nice part of the world, Hampshire, around there. Yeah.
If it weren't for my dad, I'd have been a Portsmouth fan. I think he bucked the trend. Really, both my grandparents. Well, my grandparents on my dad's side both met at Fratton Park.
Wow.
Wow.
And they did
Why
separate.
was your dad a West Ham fan?
He's a glory hunter, believe it or not. He was born in. My dad was born in '57, and the first cup final he ever remembers watching was when we beat Preston in '64, and
same as my dad.
Was basically a glory hunter, literally a glory hunter.
well, those years 79, 80, 81, 82, 80, yeah, those were amazing for him. Amazing.
Well, I tell you, I said my first game at Upton Park was 1997. It was also my dad's first game at Upton Park. He used to go with because he had friends. You know, he used to go to the Dell every season for the away game and sit in the home end. He had a friend, Jacko, who's a Leicester fan, so he used to go up to Filbert Street and sit with him for that. And he'd basically go to all of his friends whenever they played West Ham. He'd go with them and sit in the home end. But,
right, interesting.
Yeah,
love that.
Back when you could do it.
Yeah. I've done it a couple of times, but it's just not quite the same. I did it at St James's Park once.
You've got to keep quiet, haven't you?
That's it. We Now, this would have been when Allardyce was in charge. I think we drew 0-0 at St James's Park. I think it was second game of the season. And it was bank holiday weekend. And we went on a stag do. We drove from Plymouth to Newcastle on a minibus because it was the people that I went to university with. So we left Plymouth at 3 o'clock in the morning and got to Newcastle at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wandered into town, and we were just gonna watch Soccer Saturday in a pub somewhere, and we just said, well, should we try and get into St James's Park? So yeah. So we had 12 of us in a line in the top tier, right at the back, right next to the West Ham fans, with one of us dressed as Snow White. So they were getting all sorts of abuse throughout the game, but I managed to keep it under wraps because, as you might remember, we didn't used to have too many shots on target when Sam was in charge, and we hit my eager either had a goal disallowed or hit the bar in the last minute, and I went like that, and then everybody realised I'd kept it under wraps for 90 minutes.
See, you say that, and again, I love stories like that. My granddad was born in Newcastle and was born and bred Geordie. So we took my mum, me and my brother, my other half. We took my mum to a game, West Ham Newcastle, Upton Park, and we got tickets in the Bobby Moore Lower. And she didn't want to keep it under wraps at all at any point in the game. And I remember Newcastle scoring and my mum out of her seat, cheering, jumping up and down. And you got my brother one side of her, then it was me, then it was my other half. And there she is, jumping up and down, cheering. And we're just sitting there going, sit the fuck, please. We're going to get lynched. And it was brilliant because the amount of banter that went on between her and the fans around us in the Bobby Moore Lower. I mean, it could have not been funny. It could have. I think we drew. I think we drew 1-1. But the amount of banter she was having with like hardcore, and this is Bobby Moore Lower, so they were hardcore West Ham fans. You're like, shit. We ain't getting out of here alive. I remember I think my brother's seat was about.
Gatesy was the one giving the abuse.
I think my brother's seat was about.
Actually, I've got a confession, mate. Do you remember that can of Coke that just whizzed past your head?
I thought I threw that. I think we were about 4 seats away from. As you're facing the pitch, we were about 4. My brother's seat was about 4 or 5 seats from the wall of the stand, but we were only about 12 or 13 rows back, so we were quite close and quite near the wall, which wasn't the best place to be sat, to be fair. That if it was going to go and she was going to cause too many problems, we had nowhere to go really. So to be honest,
a couple of rows behind me then.
To be fair, I would have just stuck my boot in on her. If someone had put her to the floor, I would have joined in. To be fair, she's Newcastle. It's tough shit. Give her a kick in. No,
I was going to say you've got a decision to make there, haven't you? Do you go, oh God, she's with me, sorry about that, or do you go, who are you? Get out.
I think I did the latter. I think I did the latter. I can't lie.
Yeah.
Even my brother was sitting there going, "Oh shit, she's doing it," and he's like grabbing out of her coat, going, "Sit down, sit down," like this. It was. Yeah, I think it's probably the only time I've ever gone to West Ham with my mum and actually sat with her. We've normally sat in different parts of the stadium. She came to the Man U game, the last game at Upton Park.
Wow.
We didn't have tickets for it. Sadly, we ended up watching the game in the Central, I think it was. And just a quick story on that: they had bouncers on the doors, and we rocked up with about 16 cans of Foster's in blue plastic bags from the local office. It was me, my mum, and one of my regulars from my pub. 16 bags, and the guy on the door went, "You ain't bringing them in here." We went, "All right, no worries, that's fine. We're going to leave him next to you on the step. I hope you don't mind." He was like, "No, leave him there. I'll keep an eye on him." So we go in and we buy a drink and we watch some of the game, and then we'd sneak out the door, crack open a can, standing at the window or at the door, drinking the can at the door while the bouncers just standing there laughing at us. Throw the rubbish in the bin across the road, come back in, walk back in, grab another pint, and then come back out. And we drank the 16 cans that were in the bags while standing outside the pub. The bouncer was like, "Yeah, crack on, I don't care." And then I think just at the full-time whistle, I was outside. I think it was after Reedy scored. I was outside, cracked a beer, and I was just finishing it. And they were getting ready to blow the full-time whistle. And the guy I was there with, one of my regulars, was calling me back in. "Come on, hurry up." A half-full can just went over my head into the middle of the road, and I just legged it into the pub. And the bouncer put his hand on my shoulder and went, "I'll go get that for you. Enjoy the rest of the game." And he went out to the middle of the road, picked it up and threw it in the bin for me. I was like, legend. But that was a very messy night. And my mum was terrible. She woke up with a very bad hangover. I think she regrets coming to that game with us, to be honest with you. But there's a video in, the Iron Men film that they put out, the last game.
That's so good, that film.
There's a video of me in the trailer. I've yet to find me in the video itself. I keep trying to slow it down. But in the trailer, there's actually a video of me standing there holding a couple of bags, blue bags of beer, and me, my brother, and my mum all talking by a telephone box. You can just see us in the background. I was like, "That's me. I'm famous. Have that. There it is."
I haven't seen it properly. You need to watch that.
Sorry, when you were starting me, my mum, and me nan, I thought you was going to sing Vindaloo then.
Vindaloo.
So, listen, we are an hour and 37 minutes in. We still have 8 games to cover. As Tom said at the start, we're going to break the record. I have a feeling, Tom, you may well be right. I'm not going to lie to you. I think that's going to be coming. So let's move on to game 2. I'd like to say in the first round of 4 matches that we've done so far, none of my 3 have cropped up. None of my 3 have cropped up yet. So let's see what we get on round 2. Jazz, bring me your second game to the table.
Yeah.
Jeff.
So the good news is just I need another 30 seconds. So this is the time when the internet is coming. 96, 97. I think it's about the time I got my first home PC.
It was all that noise, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So next season,
and then welcome to AOL. You have email.
Oh, CompuServe. The other one was CompuServe, wasn't it?
Or your mum would pick up the phone while you were trying to do the dial-up and it'd cut you off the internet so she could phone your nan.
And I remember the website just came out then. And, well, next season will be Championship Manager 97, 98, won't it, Duke? That's when that will come out next season. And there's a lot of... Yeah, I think there's a lot of history in this program. I mean, that's the program anyway. So I'm covering West Ham versus Sunderland. But going back to tradition and Boxing Day and Christmas games, I mean, home to Sunderland, I mean, all right, it's at home, but, oh, God, I'd rather have someone local, even though you're at home. I like to have a London derby. So Sunderland is the best the league could do. Just a quick mention, I mean, if someone's into their West Ham history like me, I mean, it mentions a book that came out in 1986. It was written by Charles Core, who was an academic. He studied the club for 10 years, became a West Ham fan. So it's kind of, it's called just West Ham United, the making of a football club. I mean, I've got it. I'm not going to run off and grab a copy. I'll do it next week. But It's a book that mentions how we came to be, our history, philosophy, the board, the managers' personalities. It's a really, really interesting book. Like I kept telling you, there was a castle on Green Street had to be knocked down after the war, and all the history's there, really. So let's crack on with the game. I'm aware of the time, and literally this game won't take too long. So, yeah, West Ham, Sunderland. So when you look at the table, I think Sunderland are kind of more or less they're kind of one place above us, where we're kind of 7th from bottom, they're 8th from bottom. There's a couple of points between us. If we look at the lineup, the crowd, 24,000, like Miles was saying, they're all around 24,000. Miklosko, Reaper, Dix, Bowen, Bilic, so similar. Again, 5 in midfield, but God, it gets worse. So instead of Dowie, you got Mike Newell up front, who, okay, I know he's half decent at Blackburn, but one of the worst signings, just didn't do anything for us. Midfield, Porfirio, Wonka, Bishop, Hughes, Williamson. So Williamson's back in. If you look at the Sunderland team, Andy Melville at the back, Welsh rings a bell. Alex Ray from Millwall fame, Everton, he's in the middle. Paul Bracewell. They're playing a 4-3-3 with David Kelly's up front for Sunderland, who I didn't really like him for us. He wasn't good enough, but he did forge a half-decent career with Leicester, Newcastle, and Sunderland after us, really. Subs bench, Lampard, Radachuyu. Radachuyu will have a big part to play in this game later on. Amongst the substitutes of Sunderland is Michael Bridges, who will form a good career for himself after that. And it finishes West Ham 2, Sunderland 0. It's our first win in 2 months. Bilic, Reaper getting a good thing together. Dowie, no goals really much to this point. So first action, Williamson corner. And Bilic diving header from just outside the box. Then he comes into the box unmarked, and it's 1-0 West Ham. So fairly simple goal. So mustn't forget that Danny Williamson, like Michael Hughes, is one of the main corner takers, really. And Williamson, as we know, is forging a name as a very useful player, scoring really good goals, confidence with his shooting ability, and certainly not scared of the final third in terms of taking corners and setting things up, really. So it's a Williamson corner, and Bilic enters the area. Great diving header. And all you see is Michael Newell running across the goal celebrating, but he didn't do much after that. So 37 minutes gone. It's 1-0 West Ham. And last bit of action is Porfirio running in, hits the post, really left-footed shot. And Williamson hits the bar. So this is all with the same kind of attack, really. So Porfirio running in, hits the post, comes out, Williamson hits the bar. So 1-0, but you've entered the 89th, 90th minute. And we all know as West Ham fans what we're dreading. I'm probably outside the door. I get pretty nervous, try to switch channels. And after 90 minutes, Sunderland begin an attack, and you all know what's coming, or perhaps not. Bilic cuts it out, the Sunderland attack, and it falls to Michael Hughes. And Michael Hughes is in his own half, and he flicks it towards Florian Radachuyu, who's actually come on as a sub after, does it tell me, 85 minutes. So obviously he's fallen out with Harry, stopped what was a week before. He's kept him in the team on the bench. At least he didn't have that much where he completely kicked him out of the whole squad. He comes on, and within 5 minutes. So when Radachuyu gets it, he anticipates the pass from Michael Hughes. He turns the defender, and he's straight on goal. But what you notice in here, he's running from the halfway line with the ball towards the area. It's a long distance. He comfortably outpaces the defender, keeps his composure. I mean, this is a guy who hasn't had a good start to his career, so at home, carries it all the way into the area and nicely side foots it on the right-hand side, which would be the goalkeeper's left, into the net, and jumps into the crowd, hugs the fans. And I thought and perhaps this is the last we'll see of him. I'm not too sure, but it's 2-0. So the so-called villain turns into a hero, and it's a very good win against one of your rivals at the lower end of the table, really. It's a 2-0 win, clean sheet. And I really like that goal. So if some of you can watch that, and I think he's an okay guy. And for me, it's a class finish. That you do not finish like that if you haven't got something about you. I don't know how many caps of Romania he's got, but I know he's a well thought of player. And the way he takes that goal, he's got something in him, mate. So that was it for me, really. And I just wanted a goal with Radici in it, really. I just, I thought, especially from the World Cup that he was involved in before that, great name. And shame we didn't see at least a full season out of him, really. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked him as a player. He's involved in a couple of goals in a couple of games that I enjoyed. Hopefully someone will pick up one of mine shortly. Because that's now 5 games that none of my 3 have turned up. So I wish I'd kind of done a little bit of research for my games. But I have no doubt in the next go of 7, my 3 will show up. I have no doubt. So, Tom, game number 2, please.
Well, I was just going to say on Radici there, he's one of the players that when you talk about shocking signings from West Ham, he's one of the players that always gets brought up. But nobody's had a bad word to say about him so far. No. I myself was always puzzled why he was thrown into that, and it's got to purely be down to the Harvey Nichols thing. That's all it can be. But just on Florian Radici, who plays a part in the next game coming up. I just wanted to show you because I know that you mentioned it was either last week or the week before the Merlin and Panini stickers.
Oh, Merlin! I didn't like Merlin. I didn't like Merlin.
a little project that I started. It was the last season at Upton Park, actually. I went out on a quest to get a copy of a sticker of every player that's appeared in an album since I was born. And I've put them in a frame. So there's 9 of these. This is just one of them. So I was just going to show you. There's Florian Radici there.
I love that. Absolutely love that. So and my man is next to him. My man is next to him.
What, Raz Van Rat?
Mr. Reliable. I had his name. His name on several shirts. Mr.
Tom, are those all Merlin or there's some Panini in there?
There's some Panini, yeah. So the Georgie Paris was Panini.
I reckon that's Hugh Robson. That's 87, 88, I think.
I think basically anything prior to the Premier League, I think, was Panini. And then it was Merlin. There was Merlin after that. But yeah, that was fun to do. I had some doubles left over from my old albums, from when I used to do them and go to the swap shops and things like that.
Yeah, brilliant.
And ones that I've not put in the album. This was the 97. That's what the badge looked like from the 97 album.
Castle. Love it.
Love that.
And that was and then they used to do the kits were shinies that season as well.
Yeah. Look at that.
But yeah, I've got there's loads in here. I don't know if these are worth anything. Like I've got a Ray Stewart one there.
Brilliant.
All sorts.
Well, what we do know is that an album that's completely empty is worth more than one's full. That's what we know so far about Panini. And
could have done with that information at the start of the season, Jazz. Cheers for that.
No, but you've got stickers that are not used. You've got stickers not peeled and they're not in anything. So yeah, I mean, keep them, mate. Yeah,
it's the first year I've restarted it because it's the first. My lad's getting involved with it this year and he's really getting into it. So we're restarting. But yeah, on Florian Radici has a massive part to play in the next game, which is it's not a win, but it's a 2-2 draw against Manchester United. There, Jake, I've done it.
I was at that game. I was behind the goal. I was right behind the goal. Yes.
Do you know where I was, Jake?
Go on.
I was at Dave Adams' house in Hedge End in Southampton, watching this one, and we didn't have Sky at home. This was a Sky game. I don't think my dad's logged into this stream yet, so I can, with a lot of confidence, say he was a bit tight, my dad, and didn't get the Sky. So we regularly toured Hampshire of friends and family that had Sky. And this one was at Dave Adams' house. We went to aunties, friends, all sorts, watching West Ham on Sky. They'd have been fed up with us this season because every single game was on there. But yeah, all the action, as you can see, is in the second half. And I do remember coming home from school being really excited that I was going to go to somebody's house to go and watch West Ham on Sky, because we didn't have Sky at home. So it was completely still new for me. But also being absolutely petrified that we were going to get absolutely leathered by Man United. But I do remember, even though there were no goals or anything of note in the first half, we were by far the better side up until Solskjaer put United 1-0 up. And this, from looking back at the season review, this looks to be possibly Dimitrescu's best game for us. He had his attacking play was absolutely fantastic. Had 3 or 4 shots on goal, which were either well saved or just past the post. But all the good work didn't sort of come to anything in the first half for us. And as they say, if you don't put your chances away, you do get punished. And Solskjaer put United 1-0 up in this game. A little slide rule pass. And Solskjaer sort of runs across the back of the defence, stays on side. The ball gets slid through. And he's through 1-on-1 with Ludo and just pops it through his legs to put them 1-0 up. And then Beckham's goal is absolutely class.
This is the one, isn't it? This is out from his
feet. It's just a tiny little pass inside from. I don't know if it's a result of a corner that's been headed away or something like that. But Phil Neville plays a little pass inside, and Beckham's first touch is not actually particularly good. He can't get it out of his feet, and he just does like a little dink, which goes right into the top court. Literally, they say postage stamp. It is literally in the top. You could not get it more in the corner than he got. McCloskey's absolutely no way near it. And completely against the run of play, we're 2-0 down.
Going back to Ludo, nowhere near it. You think he should have been near it, or?
No, I don't think.
No.
Honestly, Jazz, with looking at, I've gone back and looked at it again today. With Beckham's first touch, there's no way that the goalkeeper can anticipate, right, he's going to shoot immediately from here. His first touch is so poor, it's basically almost as if the ball was stuck to his foot.
Yeah.
I classified that first touch, Tom, as absolute dog shit when you consider what Beckham's first touch is generally like.
Yeah.
And it was like the ball was... I've seen the goal so many times because it appears on everything. And it's like the ball is actually kind of behind or behind him. It's parallel with his left foot, but it's kind of behind him. So he has to kind of dig back to get under the ball. And it's, as you said, it's just absolute class. It's such a good goal.
Absolutely incredible goal. Absolutely incredible goal. And then 2-0 down, in a bit of bother in the league, 15 minutes to go. You're fully expecting this to be a defeat. But then that man, Florin, there's a nice little ball from Dix, and it's a good bit of play from Roger Troy, actually, because he doesn't sort of touch the ball at all. He dummies it and gives a little charge of the shoulder to whoever the right back was, which would have been Neville, I'm presuming.
Yeah.
Gets to quite an acute angle and just opens his body up and side fits it into the far side netting past Schmeichel. It's a really, really, really good finish.
Fantastic.
Probably one of the best goals of this season, I think, thinking back.
Yeah. Like the last game, I told you, the finish with my goal is the same as your goal. It's class.
Yeah.
And these players come alive in these, like, Doomy. We didn't get the best out of Ely either, but these big games, I mean, like if it's Stockport away in a rainy midweek, they're not going to show up. Yeah. But games like what you're saying, the big games, the World Cups, the Uniteds, the summer games at home, like they'll turn up, mate.
Yeah, and it's
a great goal.
It's just such a finish.
Yeah.
And you're almost thinking he should probably be squaring it from where he is rather than shooting, but he manages to hit it in the only place that he could probably score, and it's literally in the side netting of the far post. That clearly galvanises us. Michael Hughes is then fouled for a penalty by Schmeichel. So he's played through. He just gets his foot on the ball just before Schmeichel comes to try and claim the ball, sliding out with his hands. And then penalty only a couple of minutes later, I think.
Yeah, it was.
And there's, I'm guessing there's one game that is going to come up in this one where you could argue that the penalty is much better than this one. But the reason why this penalty is my favourite penalty of all time is because Julian Dix beats Peter Schmeichel for pace, even though Schmeichel is stood completely in the middle of his goal. He hits it so hard that Schmeichel just sort of jumps off the floor and whacks his hand out like that. And the ball is past him and it's nearly straight down the middle. So he completely beats him for pace and it's very close to the centre of the goal.
I actually think he's past him before he moves. I really do. The amount of times I've watched it, I do believe Schmeichel doesn't even move until that ball is actually over the line. And then Schmeichel kind of flops around like some sort of, fish as it hits the net. And he hits it so hard that it actually comes back out of the net to him to take another swipe. And I still think Schmeichel hasn't hit the floor before Dix actually puts the ball into the back of the net the second time.
But doesn't he miss the rebound off the net?
I think the ball whizzed past my face. Actually, if I'm honest. Memories.
That was class. Bit of a pitch invasion as well. I remember from the Sky game, like there's some fella goes right up in Schmeichel's face and like gives him the finger. But
some bloke grabs hold of Dix and kisses him on the head, kisses him on his forehead. And I'm saying the worst part for me here is Gatesy. Can you go full screen on you a minute? Go full screen on you a minute, Gatesy. Right, with the shirt open like Gatesy's got. The shirt open like Gatesy's got. Gatesy, give me a at the screen. Give me go on. Yeah, it's at that point someone kisses the forehead of Julian Dix, and you're like, sitting there in that shirt. It's just bringing back a lot of memories.
The other thing about Dix as well that I've noticed in this particular kit is that he's actually got like his collar tucked in like that.
He doesn't have his collar. He tore his collar off.
So it's like it's
the collar off.
So he's never got his collar out like that or anything like that.
No, he used to rip him off. He used to or on the old shirt here, he used to rip the buttons off of the shirt because he hated the buttons, and then he'd have them. He'd give the kit back to the kit man, and the kit man would then sew them back on. And the next game, he'd be ripping them back off again because he hated the collar. He always liked an open neck.
Yeah, but I remember me and my dad going absolutely mental when that penalty went in. And even Dave Adams, the Saints fan, went mental as well. Because if you just have a look at the minutes there, 75 minutes, Man United have won the game. And then 5 minutes later, we've got 10 minutes to win it. So it's, for the neutral, that is such an exciting game. But I remember Dave jumping up and down, which I was a bit confused about because being a Saints fan, they were probably needing us to lose that game.
Tom, would you agree that Man United, along with Tottenham, especially for me, are the two games that draw the biggest crowds, the atmosphere, the memories, and they're the two biggest games for me that provide the electric atmosphere that's above Chelsea, Arsenal as well. I don't know why, but for me, that's a fact, I think.
I have to agree with that. And the reason I'd say that is when my dad was strategically picking the games when I was first going of games that we will probably win to try and keep me interested. It was a long time until I saw us play United. And it was actually the year we went down under Roda was the first time I saw Man United at Upton Park. And that, you can feel it, man. You can really feel it. But I don't know about you boys. You probably completely disagree with this, but that obviously massive West Ham fan. I do have such respect for that United side, with all of those youthies that came through.
You can't not.
It's such a big part of my childhood. Not necessarily the treble, but that Champions League run, and then winning the Champions League at the Nou Camp. I remember my dad's the first Champions League final I was allowed to stay up and watch was when Dortmund beat Juventus, which might have been '97.
Okay.
And I always had a soft spot for Dortmund because I remember it absolutely baffling me that this amazing German side were captained by a person called Paul Lambert, who was a Scot. So that always baffled me. So I always had a bit of, and I had like a luminous kit as well at that stage. God, I remember being allowed to stay up and watch this and talking about it at school. What would I have been, 9 or 10? Being so excited about it at school because it's the first, European Cup final that I'd seen with an English side in it. And just how dramatic it was. And that team was absolutely chock-a-block with their youth. And I remember my dad going absolutely bonkers when United won that. Absolutely bonkers. And I didn't understand it at the time because I was like, Dad, you're a West Ham fan. Sit down. What are you doing? But you can sort of appreciate it now. And I do think that has sort of died a bit of a death. It seemed to be maybe something of my dad's era where you're well behind the English teams in Europe. And it doesn't sort of seem to be the case these days.
No.
But I would say that I am, apart from I can't stand Liverpool, obviously can't stand Tottenham, can't stand Chelsea. United, if they'd got to a European Cup final, United, I would be supporting them, definitely.
Tom, I'll give you that World Cup under Roy Hodgson, under the Payet season when they didn't pick Noble. And if you look at that England team that performed so badly, it was 50% Liverpool, 50% Spurs. They're the two clubs I hate the most. And I found it really difficult to get excited about. I know it's bad, but I just couldn't do it. And I'm like, and the England selection, the only Hoddle and Venables, I think I enjoyed my England games the most. Southgate, me and Milesy agree. We got no time for this manager. He's negative. I don't think he's up to tournament football. Anyone can qualify with this England team. Me, you, anyone. But for me, it's those kind of things. Our players don't get a fair shout. They don't get picked. But hopefully we'll do okay, Rice. And we look at the attacking players on selection. But for me, it's a bit difficult sometimes in the past. When you were European, I can't follow any of our clubs. I can't. Man United winning, I can't back them to win anything. It's just the way I am. I can't. I don't know if it's just our country or is it other German fans, as Bayern fans want Dortmund to win. I don't know.
I literally think if it's an English side and it's anybody other than Liverpool, Chelsea, or Tottenham, maybe Arsenal, I would be desperately wanting them to win. I don't know.
You must have scooped for the Champions League final a couple of years ago then when it was Liverpool Spurs.
I didn't watch it.
I mean,
I went Liverpool. I'm not going to lie. I went Liverpool. That was just lesser of the two evils, really, wasn't it? Let's be perfectly honest.
What I wanted was for some sort of natural disaster where nobody was killed to cancel the game, and it was just declared both teams lost.
But you go back to the show, all you guys did yesterday on the Super League. It reminded me how much I hate these teams. I mean, the hate was there. Yeah, I wasn't there, but you guys did a great job in kind of everyone was really peed off in that show yesterday, and it's for a reason that they're stuck up. They think they're
punishment's a joke, mate. Absolute joke.
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't make it onto the stream, but fuck mine. Where are we? 10:05. I can swear. Fuck mine. That's a joke, and honestly, it's a fucking joke. When you consider, like Gatesy said before, it would have rewritten what is essentially English football if they'd walked away. And they've been fined less for trying to walk away from English football. 6 clubs trying to walk away from English football and pretty much put English football on its arse. They got fined less for that than what we got fined for a third-party registration ownership of a footballer. That for me is it's a fucking joke, personally.
Well, that's a really relevant comment from Mark there about Middlesbrough being deducted 3 points for not being able to field a side. Well, none of these teams would have been allowed to field a side in the Premier League. They've not faced any points deduction. the amount of money that they've been fined is not even close to the total wages of one player in their squad.
Yeah,
I think Milesy's point yesterday when we talked about the points deduction, Milesy goes, they're going to be out of the fucking league anyway. I thought that was great. Who cares? They're leaving anyway, aren't they? And then, like you said, the 20 million, they're getting 300 million. So if this Super League had gone ahead with JP Morgan, they were going to get 200-300 million, mate. So really
it's an insult
poor,
and a slap in the face to the fans of every other club, to be fair. In fact, I'd probably go as far as say it's an insult and a slap in the face to the fans of the teams that are involved, because even they, speaking to a few of them in different places, online and social media, they were looking for points deductions and big fines for their own clubs, because they were disgusted about how they went about it. So £3.5 million each. I don't really want to cover it too much on this because it's just an insult to fans. It really is an insult to fans. But Tom, your game there is one of my 3 picks, and probably would rank second on my favourite game of this season, and would definitely rank in my top 10 favourite, probably even definitely my top 10 all-time favourite West Ham games. This one, just because of the memories of as you say, Radatouille, and not being funny, mate, sitting there with your haircut like that, and the shirt, I'm getting Radatouille vibes right now.
I've come as a 90s footballer.
I've got you sat there. I've got Gatesy sat the other side of you, looking like dicks. This is great.
I've got Paolo Futre here. Got Paolo Futre here.
What, Paolo Futre as he is now, Jazz?
Andy, I'd like to just bring up the fact that you've moved to the bottom of the garden, sir. And you've taken us on a tour of your bar.
Oh wow!
Yeah, because I went to get a drink, and I thought I'll take the laptop with me, and I might as well just stay down here.
Nice.
Miles is on the pitch again. Look at that. Well, that's very, very nice.
Oh,
I think I might have to come over.
And then we got Warhammer's 11s there.
Oh, look at that!
Are you going to do a promo shout these, Milesy?
Yeah, maybe. The 1980s. Then I got Ginger Pele.
And then the TV next to it.
Yeah, look, and there's yous on the telly. Hang on. I'll have to wait for it to load because I can't see it.
Well, so there's me being excited that we got 4 viewers. One of them's you and one of them's me.
And before I start my game, this is the bar.
Very nice.
Almost as nice as mine.
Very nice.
And that,
is that a white Disaronno there on the bar?
Juice, please?
Yeah, white Disaronno as well.
Like a tomato juice.
White Disaronno.
Yeah, that tastes like what's the fucking medicine? Oh, I can't remember.
Disaronno. Oh, it's full of sugar. Yeah, don't go near that. It's dangerous.
Diazepam. It tastes like diazepam.
Dr. Pepper.
Does it?
Yeah.
Except you get higher on diazepam.
Someone used to come round. I used to keep a bottle for her. The next day, I realised when I unscrewed the cap, all the sugar had crystallised around the lid. That's how much sugar is in it. It's crazy. Yeah.
Tell you what you want to try, gentlemen. If you're gonna do it, is a drink called Rum Charter. If you're gonna go for it, get a bottle of Rum Charter. They sell it in most shops. I get mine off of Amazon for about 15 quid a bottle. It's dangerous. It's a rum. It's a rum liqueur with vanilla. So it's like a creamy rum liqueur. And I tell you, dangerous. With ice, a big glass with ice, and just a nice old sip. Oh my word, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, well, much like I like Bailey's around Christmas. That's popular in the family. Bailey's, lots of ice around December.
You drink the bottle as soon as you open that.
My daughter like that.
Just dangerous, man. They just slip down so easily.
It's a Thursday, but I'm going to get a Desperado after I've had one of these. I've put mine in the fridge.
Yeah, they're lethal, them ones, son. They're lethal. I've got a story about Desperados.
Yeah.
Andy's got me looking up at the spirit shelf now. Tempted me into it.
Come on, let's have a look at the show.
Go on, Tom.
It's mostly gin, but
oh, my wife loves gin.
Wow.
I've got a nice gin for yesterday. Where's it gone? Oh shit! The camera's gone. Oh shit! Chaz has done a drop.
Oh no!
I've got the strongest one I've got up there is it's a Sipsmith gin.
Yes.
And Sipsmith's normally nice, but this is like a signature Sipsmith. And as you can see, I've only got one shot of it left, but it's 57.7%.
Fucking hell.
It's falling over water, that is.
Boom.
We've got
somewhere. Floor.
That's the gin. The
the Ragpoor lime is amazing.
She likes
Tanqueray.
that.
Have you tried the Tanqueray Royale, boys? Have you had any of the Tanqueray Royale yet?
No, I've
got the number 10. Number
Blackcurrant infused gin, and it is like drinking fizzy. You have it with lemonade. It's like drinking fizzy Ribena. It is ridiculous.
Oh, Tom, the rhubarb one's nice with ginger ale. Rhubarb gin.
Yeah, it's Whitley Neal, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, we've got a bottle of that.
That's the one. Yeah.
Andy's going all in with a black Sambuca.
Black Sambuca. Is the Jägermeister the mixer, is it, Andy?
Yeah.
I've got it unopened. I've got a huge bottle there.
He's going to have a Sambuca bomb.
Oh, my God.
Oh, I've got the Red Bull. Anyway, do you want me to do my game?
Go on, then. Go on, then. We've done the drink show.
That's a big fucking novelty, let me tell you.
I can't do this anymore. Oh, God.
Tom, you can imagine this. You can imagine this, yeah? So in the group chat, Gatesy obviously doing it while he's driving. All of a sudden, he'll do a voice note like that, a whole minute. And that's what Duke said. Imagine people driving next to him thinking, what the fuck is this bloke doing?
Got his windows open. Got his windows open in the car. Sitting in the car like that going, what the fuck is wrong with...
Honestly, the zippy voice gets me every time. Absolutely every time.
But you know, if you watched it, that was the day when you were off sick from school, weren't you? Because it was weekend.
That's it, yeah. That's a sick day.
Exactly.
You done a bunk, hadn't you? You bunked school.
Yeah, definitely.
So, anyway, my game is later on in the season. And it's an away win, like what you said. It's not really that popular, but it was done on the 22nd of March, so a couple of weeks after the win against Chelsea. And this was the 3-1 win against Coventry away.
Remember this one, yeah.
And as you can see, gents, this team as well, what Coventry had, Mr. McAllister springs to mind, and Dion Dublin.
Yeah, good team, yeah.
Dion Dublin as a centre-back. Yeah, look.
I like Dublin.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, Richard Shaw, did he pass away?
No, I don't think so.
No,
I don't think so.
Oh, it must be someone else then. I thought it was some...
No.
There is a player.
I thought it was...
Possibly.
Maybe someone else. It may be someone else.
No.
There is a player in that Coventry side, though, that was once hyped up as one of the greatest English players to join an American side. Did anyone see that video that did the rounds?
Darren Huckabee.
Darren Huckabee. That was brilliant. They made him sound like he was an English Pele, didn't they? It was absolutely fucking brilliant.
It's just typical American, that.
No, Richard's still alive.
And okay. And West Ham legend Gary Breen playing as well.
Oh
yes. Oh, Breeny.
Oh, Jesus.
So as you can see,
West Ham legend actually come off the bench in that game, Milesy. West Ham legend David Burrows.
Good
lad.
Burrows.
Yeah, good lad.
The man from the indirect free kick.
Yeah.
Was it him and Mike Marsh, wasn't it? Was it him and Mike Marsh?
Yeah, it was against Man City, wasn't it?
Yeah. think Bishop's in there as well in the setup. Can't remember.
Yeah. So as you can see, gents, we didn't get off to the best of starts. It actually says Reaper own goal, but it looked like it come off Dion Dublin, and Gary McAllister whipped the ball in. John Hartson very cleared the ball away. It was perfect, and we thought we got the job done. And then McAllister then played it to, I can't remember his name now. I've got it on the other screen. Who whipped the ball in, and Dion Dublin just done a flick from like the penalty spot, and it went off the crossbar and in. But it says Mark Reaper own goal on there, so it must have come off him. But John Monson was commentating, and he didn't mention it. But obviously, it must have went to the panel or whatever the bloody thing's called. You know, when they take the goals away.
Goals.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. But then from there on, gents, we controlled the game and got off to the perfect start with John Hartson getting on the score sheet, which was a great touch. So Tim Breaker had the ball throwing on the right back. He done a 1-2 with John Moncur and then played it back to Moncur to get the space. Whipped the ball in with his left foot. Kitson flicked it on, and gents, I'm not exaggerating. This touch from Hartson was ridiculous. He literally just controlled the ball dead. It was coming at such pace. He controlled it with the output of his left foot, and then on his right, under West Ham legend Gary Breen's legs, right into the bottom corner. And at the Coventry ground, the fans were actually on the long stand, so they were facing that way, so they weren't behind the goal when John Hartson went running over towards the fans. And Rio was very hyped up for this game. Very hyped up. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It was like he was flipping been out the night before and been on like some happy pills or something. He was running around everywhere, and he was the one who got the second goal for us. And this was a great finish as well. Dix had the ball, free kick on the right hand side. Crossed the ball in all the way to the back post. Reaper with the header back towards the penalty spot, 6-yard box. And then Kitson got a deft little touch. Rio was free, took it on his chest, and then volleyed the ball home. And he was doing, these little that sort of.
I always remember that, yeah.
Yeah, so he done that sort of. Yeah, neither do I. But the best bit was, how Gatesy was doing the celebrations earlier, like Dix and all that, and then you just see John Moncur just go like that, right to West Ham, like that, right, like really like firing up, and then they show the fans going mental. Looked like it was ridiculous. And
Miles, is Bilic playing in this game? Bilic, is he playing in this game?
Yeah.
So we got Bilic and Reaper and Rio, all three, have we?
Yeah, so I think we're playing a back three. It looks like we're playing a back three. So I had a look. We're seeing who played a lot of games. He was tied with Ludo. Bilic played 41 games this season. Yeah,
it's pretty. Yeah, he plays nearly.
Bilic and Reaper made a fantastic partnership. They really did. They were solid, the pair of them.
Yeah, that's a bit of a no nonsense, isn't it? That back four, really, or five. So, but then I'll get on to you thought the second goal was good. The third goal was even better. It was absolutely class. Build up on the right hand side. Then they chipped the ball up to Kitson, who was on the edge of the box. He chested it down and hit this unreal shot, and it hit Gary Breen straight in the chest, and then the ball fell to Hartson, and then Dublin went to close him down. And Hartson just chipped it over him, just chipped it over his foot. One touch, left foot, right in the bottom right-hand corner. And he sort of, I know I keep saying it, but a few players would do it. But he sort of done a Shearer celebration in the following season when he scored, obviously, a lot more goals. He does that, doesn't he, as well, Hartson? He puts his arm up in the air as well. And he went running off. And you see Harry and Frank Lampard Sr. and all that celebrating as well. It was in like the 50th minute, I think we got the third goal, so they're probably thinking job done. But at that time in the season, that this was probably one of the crucial results what we had. So that was the reason why I picked it, and obviously 3 good goals, and good to see Rio in the team.
Yes, I know when Rio scored a lot of goals, or if he came over and he celebrated, it was always the old all that kind of bullshit.
Like a gun. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah.
All that shit, yeah.
Like the Macarena.
It's all arms and legs everywhere. Like,
but if you notice, when Anton celebrated goals as well, Anton did very much the same sort of celebration for us.
You're right.
He did very much the same sort of thing.
When he done that volley, wasn't it? He was like that, wasn't he? He was like
against Fulham.
Yeah.
Against Fulham, wasn't it? That was such a great goal. Yeah. Such a great goal. There were 2 good goals, yeah.
Yossi's chip on it as well.
Oh, it was Thomas Repka's final game, wasn't it, for us? And he went off the pitch crying, if I remember rightly, Thomas Repka. So another great game, another game that I have without even watching the videos recently. I can see the goals. I can see the celebrations. I know exactly what you're talking about because I remember them. You know, like I said earlier in the videos, I'm getting early and I'm getting more into a point where I remember a lot more stuff. I remember seeing these, be it YouTube videos or that's true. So yeah, I'm beginning to remember.
Bloody hell. I'm at uni. Duke's memory's coming back. Milesey's beginning to get out of his nappies. Bloody hell.
I didn't get out my nappies till 2004 after we got relegated.
Saying that what Kieran's just put, he didn't have to do it often, referring to Rio's goal celebration. Little factoid for you, he played 158 games in all competitions for West Ham, and he only scored 2 goals. Both of them were in this season, and that was his second and last goal for West Ham, the goal against Coventry. His other goal came in the away fixture at Blackburn Rovers.
Florin had to run off and go chop his glass up.
The other thing that happened in this match that may have you might not have picked up on, this is the game that Julian Dix picked up his second knee injury, which would effectively end his career.
End his career, it was.
Oh, really?
And it was hard to watch. Yeah, it was very hard to watch because I think even he knew.
Come back a year or so, 18 months later, but the damage was because he.
But you could even see it in his face, Gatesy, couldn't you? That he kind of knew that it was at that level. It was done and dusted. I know he went on and played.
I remember it. How did it happen?
He did his cruciate.
No, what kind of challenge was it? Like, who was involved? Do you remember?
I don't remember the challenge. I just remember the pictures of him coming off, and Miles is trying to get ice in the background. I can hear it.
It was the second time he'd done it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, he'd done it sort of like 6-7 years earlier. Was it at Bristol or Swindon?
I think what you got to remember though, Gatesy, is he was the sort of player that was strong enough to come back from that first one, which could have finished a lot of players. You know, not necessarily finished them at any kind of level, but it took two serious knee injuries for Dixie to end up playing in the lower leagues, if you will, or non-league. Whereas for some players, it would be just ice everywhere. It's just ice everywhere. We're just a bunch of pissheads on stream, aren't we? That's all we are at the minute. It's great. I've got 2
just
points.
Getting more and more tempted, I've got to say.
Jazz, I've got a Bacardi and Coke. Oh, he's not got his headphones in.
Yeah, got his headphones
We
in.
really need to do this on a Friday night because at least then I can have a drink. Now
have a drink. Yeah, you can.
I've had one. I've had a beer. I'm driving first thing in the morning.
I've got
This is the major benefit of walking to work, Gatesy. You can walk it all off in the morning.
I literally have to walk down the stairs, Tom. But literally, I get out of bed.
Well, that's actually more dangerous.
South East London. I've been doing a lot of walking.
Jazz, Bacardi.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Oh,
wonderful.
The hard stuff.
I've got everyone on there now. Brilliant.
Right, Mr. Gates, we're over to you. Game number 2.
George.
Before you do,
ice cream cider.
Oh,
it's my son. He doesn't drink his out of date. You have to stick in the bin. Bloody hell.
That's the Coventry programme for you, Mark.
That's West Ham. That's West Ham legend Rob Lee, is it?
I'm not.
I think that's Rob Lee going in for a tackle. I really do think it is.
Is that Kevin Richardson?
Can't tell from here, mate.
Possibly Kevin Richardson.
Can't tell.
One quick thing about the Coventry game. I do remember that my parents, when I was, well, I'd have been about 6 or 7, but my gran used to come over and babysit me and my sister, and my parents used to go out sort of most Saturdays, really.
Piss heads.
Well, yeah, fair play to them. But they never let me stay up and watch Match of the Day. I had to get up early on Sunday morning and watch Match of the Day. But my gran not only used to let me stay up and watch the 10 o'clock Match of the Day after Big Break and Casualty and Generation Game.
Oh, what a sad! What a sad!
This is what I always say to my parents. I'd rather been in on a Saturday with all that going on.
Damn right.
But, same me. Yeah.
But yeah, she used to let me watch Match of the Day. And then my parents used to get the little Portuguese stubby bottles of lager for her in the fridge, and she used to let me have a sip of the lager whilst we were watching Match of the Day. And this is one of the, you know what it's like when you're 6 or 7, you can remember bits and pieces, but this really is the first game I remember staying up on Saturday night and watching Match of the Day. Yeah.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
That reminds me of a lot of things you can buy from the supermarket. You can buy everything, but when you get the naughty ice cream van, man, you can't get a Shandy lolly, can you? Apart from him, so I love things like that. The bubblegum flavour lolly, the Shandy, and all.
Our ice cream man, Jazz, was a legendary fella. Now I don't know. I just saw Luke come in the chat. I don't know if Luke knows of a man called Mr. Marucci, who was our ice cream man. He was an ice cream man in Eastleigh from about 1970 up until the mid 2000s, until he retired. And he used to park up out the back of my school, and people used to be able to, he'd sell ice creams and cider lollies and things like that, but he'd also sell rollies to the kids. And I used to go out and get an ice cream at 3:30 and have an ice cream and a bag of sweets and stuff on the way home. And then one of his ice cream stops in the evening was right outside my house. So I'd have an ice cream straight after school. I'd have an ice cream just after dinner. And my mum used to say, "Did you have an ice cream after school?" I was like, "No." But I always did. So I had 2 ice creams a night.
I used to like the screwballs with the chewing gum at the bottom. Do you remember?
Caviar vans, yeah.
Screwballs. I used to like
those. With the bubble gum in the bottom.
Yeah. I used to love that. Yeah. Oh my God.
I used to like a Popeye. But you have to used to eat it quick.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Yes, very much so. So, Mr. Martin Tyler, Aldi Martin Tyler, what have you got for me this time round? What's your second game, sir?
Let's show you. Okay, so my game, it's Nottingham Forest again. Only this time it's the League Cup fixture that took place on the 23rd of October. Of 1996. So I'll just go full screen with that. Okay, so just to get it a little bit better, we've got there the starting lineup for West Ham was Ludo in goal, standard. Your defence was Bilic, Bowen, Dix and Reaper. Your midfield was Bishop, Hughes, Lazaridis, Moncur and Porfirio, with Ian Dowie ploughing a lone furrow up top. And for Nottingham Forest, you had Crossley in goal, Haaland, Blatherwick, Cooper, Phillips as the defence, Bart Williams, Gemmell, Wone, and then you had up front a trio of Jason Lee, Brian Roy, and Milesy's favourite, Mr. Dino Saunders.
Dino!
Yeah, no, I thought you'd approve of that one. So,
where's Van Hooijdonk? He's not in there, is he, Van Hooijdonk?
No, he's not in there at this stage, mate. He's nowhere to be seen.
Scott Gemmell, is that the one with the weird hair?
That's him.
Archie's
he's
son,
the son of Archie Gemmell. Yeah.
So we had 5.
We had 5 goals in this particular one, and 4 of them came to the boys in claret and blue. And Luke says there, Porfirio and Dowie, Beauty and the Beast. And if you look there, guys, you can see that Dowie and Porfirio between them contributed 3 of the 4 goals that we got that particular night. So it was one of our cup successes. Not that there was too many of them, in all honesty, in this particular season, as you'll find out at the end when I go through the cup exits. But this was one of them, and obviously getting 4 goals at home, it's always a welcome thing. So here he is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Audi Martin Tyler doing commentary of West Ham United 4, Nottingham Forest 1 from the League Cup on the 23rd of October. Enjoy. So West Ham building up the play nicely down their left-hand channel. They've been fairly dominant in the early stages here at Upton Park. They just need to make the breakthrough, you feel. Moncur with the ball, but he's lost out there. But Bishop wins it back. And here's Michael Hughes. Beautiful ball down to Hugo Porfirio on the West Ham right-hand side. Plays the ball in. And Ian Dowie with the finish makes it 1-0 to West Ham United. The beautiful ball in by Hugo Porfirio, who was on the right-hand side, played a simple ball across that went between the 2 defenders, and Ian Dowie, it was on a plate for him, and he couldn't miss, and he didn't. So it's a free kick here to Nottingham Forest, down their left-hand side. Ian won't to take, no, it's played in, and ball's played across. Colin Cooper on the back post with the header. Equalises for Nottingham Forest. That's 1-1. Gemmell intercepted by Bishop. Porfirio. Dowie. 2-1. Same build-up as the first goal. Same outcome. Porfirio with the assist. Dowie with the goal. West Ham go 2-1 up. So free kick here to West Ham United. Moncur plays it out to the West Ham right. It's Porfirio. He's having a great game here. Into Dowie. Feeds Porfirio. 3-1. So this time the roles are reversed. It was Ian Dowie feeding Hugo Porfirio. And it's another goal for West Ham United. And this combination tonight have really opened up the Nottingham Forest back line. And it's 3-1 to West Ham United. So John Moncur plays the ball in. Here's Julian Dix playing the ball forward to Lazaridis. Into Bishop. Plays a long pass to Lazaridis. Brought down by Haaland. Penalty. David O'Leary points to the spot. And he has no doubt. The beautiful ball played forward by Ian Bishop. In the corridor of uncertainty for Haaland, who took Lazaridis out. And David Ellery had no doubt it's a penalty. Pointed to the spot immediately. And here it is. Julian Dix against Mark Crossley. Never in doubt. 4-1 West Ham United. The trusty left boot of the West Ham captain does it again. Drove it powerfully. Sent Crossley the wrong way. West Ham United 4. Nottingham Forest 1.
One thing that stood out for me in that, Gatesy, was, I don't know if you saw it in the in the video there, was the absolute disdain on Julian Dix's face when Moncur took the quick free kick for, was it the third goal? Was it the one that went to Dowie? Porfirio on the back heel, wasn't it? It was Moncur putting it out wide, and you just saw Dix go as he walks away, and it was so funny because you know what he wanted to do with that. That was perfect for him.
Didn't he?
25, 30 yards out.
Look at Luke's comment, Gatesy. Classic.
Yeah. No, he's right. He's right.
That free kick was poor. You know, the geezer's shot flies across goal and pretty much just hits Cooper in the face. Let's not mess around. It wasn't anything special, was it? It just kind of lumped him straight in the jaw as it goes in.
It's not like he's it's not like he's sort of gone full length diving like old Bob. Is it Bob Latchford, the Everton striker back in the late 70s, early 80s? He was sort of like diving headers was his specialty, and it was like you say, it was basically all he needed to do was sort of like just make a contact, and it was going in.
Diving headers for me is Andy Gray, isn't it? Everyone used to play.
Yeah. He's another one.
Robin van Persie. Robin van Persie in the Euros. That was a header. That one. God.
I think I've seen Andy Gray's goal 5 inches from the floor. He's headed it from there, like when he needs to kick it. So.
I think that diving header was Trevor Brooking in the FA Cup final. That was, that was him tripping over his shoelaces.
I wouldn't say it was a diving header. It was more like a sitting down header.
Yeah, he trod on his shoelaces, was falling over and fell into it, didn't he? So we are 60.
As Luke just said.
It was doing the silly salmon.
It was doing it. So we are 8 games in, and 1 so far of mine has been covered.
Ooh.
And it was a good game. Don't get me wrong, I do have a feeling they're both going to be covered. In the next round of 4. So, Mr. Jazz, bring me your final game, sir. What is your number 3 pick?
I'm very honoured to have the chance to speak about this game. It's got to be up there in one of my all-time Upton Park, even away. Even if you include the away games, and since I followed West Ham, this will be up there in, if not the top 5, top 10. And there's a lot of history here. It's a Monday evening game. I even remember what I was doing then, what I did, and I had a sneaky bet that I won on the back of this game as well. So it's 24th of February. It's 1997. We're home to the Spurs, whatever you want to call them.
I'll tell you what. I thought it was going to be Wrexham 0, West Ham 0, Wrexham 1.
That is my second favourite game.
It was all leading to that.
But
this is special.
If you follow me, I do tend to pick a lot of London derbies, a lot of goals, a lot of evening games. So this kind of ticks all the boxes. A lot of goals, Monday evening. As you know, traditionally Mondays are pretty drab days, but when you've got a game of this magnitude, because let's look at the league table before the game starts. So you got United, Liverpool, the top, 1 point apart. West Ham are 4th from bottom, ladies and gentlemen, 1 point above Nottingham Forest in the drop zone, and we are home to Spurs, who are 11th. So you can see the magnitude of the game where we really need to start winning. And if we have a look at the attendance, again, 24,000, 22,398. So Gatesy is usually quite good on things like maybe the ground was being built. I don't know, but it's 24 throughout the season. If we have a look at the lineups, Ludo's in goal. Back 5, Julian Dix, Bowen, Breaker, Potts, Ferdinand. Wow. So there's no Reaper. There's no Bilic. Wow. 3 in midfield. So Bishop, Michael Hughes, Moncur. But being not... Okay, I was at uni, but still being a kid. I mean, I remember waiting for my bus to go to, was it college or uni back then, reading the back of the Sun, and we were going to sign Hartson and Kitson. And as a fan, before, those are the things that used to excite me. Wow, we're in the dumps. We're going to sign these two together. And Loma, these are the things I live for, So Kitson, Hartson up front is probably the only thing is going to excite me as a fan for that Monday evening game. Because more or less, I know these two have got something about them, Both from Newcastle, one from Arsenal, not being able to get into the first 11 for one reason or another. But again, going back to, I love two up front. Big man, small man, one's nippy, great finisher, Kitson, great diving like Morley, getting penalties, and then you got Hartson, who, like a Welsh rugby player, isn't he? He could have played rugby if he wanted. Big heart. I'd love to meet him one day if I could. I missed him on one of the events. So that's them. Spuds, Walker. Actually, 5 at the back again. Stephen Carr. Sol Campbell, Clive Wilson, Dean Austin, Colin Calderwood, midfield. Actually, it's like for like. Anderton, Sinton, David Howes in midfield. Stefan Everson from Norway and Sheringham up front, ladies and gentlemen. Dowie on the bench for us. Ronnie Rosenthal and Alan Nielsen on the bench. Ronnie Rosenthal from Southampton, I believe, an Israeli background, famous for one of the misses.
He was indeed.
One at Villa
yes,
Park.
ever.
Yeah, a legendary
Ever.
miss. God bless you, Ronnie. But it's Monday evening, and I mustn't. I know I take the piss out of Marzi, my brother, but I have to talk about the weather. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Oh my God, I didn't go to the game, as you can probably tell, but if I had a turban on, I would have pinned it a bit extra that day. Jesus Christ, it was windy that day, mate. You know,
it's like an away game at Stoke, innit? That kind of weather.
What I love about it is
it benefited us though.
But then sort of talking to everyone on here, it's again one of those games. I got a feeling, because it's such a soft football at the moment, they would have probably called it off due to in danger of the pylons flying in the air and hitting some. So it could be one of those. It was really bad. I mean, you saw the football flying around. It's played its part in half the goals, I think, in this game. So again, going back to the softy approach now. Back then is like, get on with it, lads. Orange football, snowing, 6 foot, let's clear it and get on with it, you know, which I just love. So this is a hot derby, raw weather, and it's going to bring out the men, you know, the real people, right? And we got to win, and we're at home. We're showing off our 2 fairly new strikers together. And what more do you want to know? So there we go. So the game starts. So yeah, plenty of rain. So 7 minutes gone. Again, I'm hoping you're in your seats. You're not running after your umbrellas or hats that's flown off, and me running after my turban and things like that. So anyway, so 7 minutes have gone, and Teddy Sheringham, who apparently says he's a West Ham fan, I don't know. Apparently he does, and I think there is a photo going around of being
Trevor
at West Ham.
Devonshire and Alan Brooking, wasn't it? That's who we used to go watch.
I remember you saying that.
Dead right.
And he didn't want to leave Millwall. He loves Millwall. Then he goes, a bit like Harry, like the show last week. Soft spot West Ham, Harry, get out of here, mate. Don't even want to listen to anything you got to say. So Mr. Stephen Carr, who later on represented Birmingham, I think he's from the youth team, if I'm not wrong. So he's a right back. He's running down the right side, a right foot cross, and it goes into the area. And again, you can say what you want against Teddy, going back to his Millwall days. Forest, prolific player in his mind, on the floor, in the air. Great striker. And even we got him at the age of 69, done brilliantly. And he gets in between another defender, and Julian Dix is trying to mark him, but he's too good, steady. Eddie gets a couple of centimetres on the right side of Dix, guides it towards the goal, and our good friend McCloskey just stands still. I'm not going to blame him, just saying he doesn't move. And it goes in.
Just the header reminds me of, actually, do you remember Teddy scored that sort of header when the great escape against Blackburn? Do you remember when Ben Ayoum done that sort of? It was that sort of header. Do you know what I mean? Right, power.
Quickly get on the right side.
Yeah. It was pretty much a carbon copy of that.
Going back to last week, what we said about McAvenny, what he said in his podcast: anticipate all the time. Don't just wait like Haller. Oh, can I have it here? And I might do something about it. Make a run, mate. Get in the box. You're a striker, and it'll come to you. You know, frustrates the crap out of me. And this is what these class strikers do. Like Cotty, they get in there, and that's why it's not fluke. When you see them tap it in, it's all the work they've done to get there, which we forget. You see what I mean? So,
Jazz for PM. Come on, Jazz.
Go on, Jazz boy.
I'll tell you what,
you tell him.
1-0 down, 7 minutes. I bet I wasn't doing that then. I would have probably stood up, given it a couple of words, and you know what I mean. So 20 minutes later, everyone, there's hope. Miles Hughes had a quick word with Michael Hughes in his ear, and Michael Hughes is about to take the corner. The corner, this is probably the goal that the weather has affected the most. You wouldn't believe it. You think footballs are fairly heavy. Who cares about it? But I cannot underestimate.
It literally just stays in the air.
It's a East End hurricane, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, what are we talking about? What's the date? February? Yeah. So late Feb, hurricane weather, rain, miserable. Hughes takes the corner. It doesn't go where it's meant to. It hangs in the air. The ball's thinking, what shall I do now? I'm not going to go.
It's got snow on it. It's got snow on it.
Yeah, but it hangs in the air nicely and obviously the wind is talking to Dix, the king, the son. It lands nicely to Julian Dixon, the header, and unchallenged. He smashes it in the net, but we must also bear in mind that the two Tottenham defenders that were meant to mark him, nothing to do with Dix. They collide into each other, which is funny to watch. A VAR would have said, we need to double check that. Did Dix do something to bring one of them down? No, they literally just collide. And Dix, again, going back to how many games have I covered where he scored with his head? We mustn't forget that. The guy has got amazing leap, power, the same power in his neck that he's got in his foot, his left foot. And it's 1-1. 20 minutes, and you can imagine the crowd, really, really up for it. 1-1 and brilliant, really. And before the next goal happens, there's a nice interchange between Kitson and Michael Hughes, and Hughes goes close with a volley, really. And it's a corner kick. So the next incident is only 2 minutes. So 20 minutes is 1-1, and we go close. It's a corner. The corner's on 22 minutes. Michael Hughes again, Milesy runs on the pitch, has a quick word with Michael Hughes' ear again, giving him good coaching advice. And Michael Hughes about to take the corner. And again, it's kind of lofted in the air, as a lot of good corners should do. And
it's on the money.
It's doing similar. It's doing similar to what it's doing for the Dix goal, but then Kitson anticipates it, and it's kind of, when you look back on it, it's kind of a goal that anyone could have scored. He's unchallenged. The goalkeeper's not doing much about it. He guides it in the goal. He bundles it in, and he's ahead of the goalkeeper, Mr. Walker. So Walker, it's 2-1 to West Ham after 22 minutes after being 1-0 down. So 22 minutes, 3 goals. Oh my God, it's one of those Royal Rovers games, and there's no rest. So don't get up after 22 minutes and go for your topping your pint like Jazz, because the next goal is only 7 minutes later. 29 minutes, and we're looking at a 4th goal, ladies and gentlemen. So there must have been someone who got in the ground after 30 minutes, missed this train. I mean, God, there's always one, isn't there? And the bloody Gits are back in it, really. So not going to laugh about this. 2-2. So Everson, I think the Norwegian guy, he lobs it towards the edge of the area to sick note Darren Anderton. So I don't know if Gatesy is good at the Scooby-Doo impression. So Anderton used to have a nickname.
I was just going to do it.
All right. It's a ghost. Roll.
Hi, Scooby.
So Anderton has a quick Scooby snack. And so Everson lobs it into the area. Anderlecht controls it really well. Anderton. And I'm not sure how many goalkeepers used to come out that time like the way now goalkeepers bloody come out like 100 miles an hour and they take you off your toes like near the halfway line. Ludo just stands there and he lobs it after Ludo. But even with that, when it goes over Ludo's head, when it bounces, it nearly goes over the bar. I don't know what the ball's fucking doing on that day. It just creeps under the bar. And it's 2-2, 29 minutes gone, everyone. And don't go for your pint again, because the next goal is only 8 minutes. It's even quicker than the last one. So 5th goal, 37 minutes. I don't know how many games, especially between West Ham, Tottenham, been like this. So it's a Julian Dix free kick. Julian Dix wins a free kick. And the funny thing about this, before he wins a free kick, you wouldn't believe that someone like Darren Anderton trying to kick Dix's ankle. So they're both tussling for the ball. And I'm thinking, Dixie just going to headbutt him out of the way. But he keeps calm. And Anderton's are you really going to win the ball off Julian? Leave it at Anderton. And we get the free kick. Dix himself takes it. He crosses it in. And it's the clash of the Titans. You got Sol Campbell marking John Hartson. Wow, I don't know what they weigh each, what their heights are. I wouldn't want to get in between any of them. Do you know what I mean? If they want to skip me for the next on the queue, go for a drink, I go, yeah, go ahead, sir, no problem. But what I like about this goal is when the cross goes in, I think Hartson is on the wrong side of Campbell in a way. Like Campbell's closer to the goal than him, but then Campbell, I think Hartson must push him a little bit to the right. Then he gets around him with his head and plants it in the right-hand side. I think it's a really good striker, anticipating.
I think VAR would disallow it now, though, Jazz. That's the problem.
Oh,
seriously.
I think the way it's going now, any slight contact, I think they would. I think VAR would disallow it. I remember because I was watching.
Oh, because Campbell, he goes flying to the floor, doesn't he? Oh,
yeah.
Interesting point. I didn't think about that because I thought it was just a little nudge. You reckon? Oh, bloody hell.
But that's what VAR is. I've got time to talk about VAR, but I'll talk about it after your game, what's just been announced today.
Yeah. So Hartson scores, and Hartson on the podcast mentioned these were early days in his West Ham, and someone said to John, if you want to make your name, score against Tottenham, and make sure you really celebrate and mean it. And obviously, he celebrates. He kisses the badge.
He runs off kissing the badge. I was about to say, yeah, he really does. He really gets gets into the fans, doesn't he?
Yeah, runs in, and that's it. You made your name, innit? You're ready for your statue outside when you do things like that against Spurs, mate. So it's 3-2, and good news, it's half time, and then I'm not sure. The fans are all gasping for like pints. They're like, "Oh my god, this is like what's going?" But as West Ham fans, we all know we're not going to just keep it the same. Keep it tight, especially Harry. Yeah, let's keep it tight in the back and like Mourinho, and it's going to be nah. We're West Ham. We know there's going to be another EastEnders in the second half. So 53 minutes gone. So. Actually, I should have mentioned this before I said about this goal is Howells, who used to play in midfield for Spurs. His father passed away, I believe, on that day or day before. Or
I think
very
it was,
close.
mate. Yeah. And, I was going to bring that up.
Unbelievable how he wanted to play the game. He played the game, and after 53 minutes, this is definitely Ludo. This is definitely Ludo's fault. Iverson, he finds Teddy on the edge of the area, and Teddy being so smart, he kind of lays it back off to Howells. And I must mention at this point, I think it's more or less outside the area, it's 25 yards away. And Howells, I don't think he's known to score a lot of goals. He kind of guides it into the right corner. Yeah. And I think any shot, it's not hit that hard. It's well placed.
No, I can't have you blame my Czech God for that goal. No way. So? No, it is such a well-placed shot. And he's at full stretch and it finds the bottom bins. There's no way in the world you can blame Ludo for that. It was well-placed. It's a great goal.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Sorry, Jazz. That is such a goal, that is. Having looked back at it again today.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'll give you the Anderson one. Yeah, I'll give you the Anderson one, and I agree with what Luke says about.
I forgot that he was a full. I forgot he was a full stretch. I thought he was standing there like normal.
Yeah, no, I go with the one with the with the Anderson goal. I mean, as Luke said, having the view of Ludo that we do, and I hold Ludo in such high regard. I think he was a fantastic keeper. He gave me so many good memories as a kid. The first real goalkeeper that made me go, wow, that's a save right there, but as Luke says, he made some howlers this season. But that for me wasn't one of them. I will defend him on that one.
Ludo's memories are from the second division. When I started watching, we were in the second division, so that's one of the biggest goal kick in the world, the big hands. But if you remember, the Czech, he was a number one. The QPR guy was number one for Czech Republic. So I remember only once. I got really pissed off. England wanted to play Czech Republic, and I think one game he got in, one game he didn't get his place against England, and otherwise I would have probably gone.
See, I think with Ludo, he had everything right to be a goalkeeper. Obviously his size and everything. It's just his decision making, like shot stopping. I know it's very stereotypical. A goalkeeper should be able to stop shots, but like his shot stopping was ridiculous because he never used to parry. It was just coming out for crosses and stuff like that. What used to get let him down.
He was a good goalkeeper. Yeah, he was agile goalkeeper, but his decision making was poor. Yeah. A bit like Schmeichel. Schmeichel was a fantastic shot stopper, but in his early career at United, his decision making, whether to come off the line, whether to stay, he was Or to start with, don't get me wrong, he grew into being the goalkeeper that we knew him to be. But if he hadn't have been given time, it could have been quite easily. He would have been done and dusted quite quickly. But he grew into the role, and his decision making was.
Is that that's Gabor Kiraye, isn't it? He's talking about there.
Yes, I think it might be.
Everyone around Ocelot, who would you choose out as David Seaman or Schmeichel in their pomp? Like, would you like out them two?
Oh, that's such a good question,
Jess. I know, it's hard, isn't it?
If you had to go, make a decision now, I'd pick Schmeichel all day long.
Schmeichel, I guess, yeah.
Without
don't forget Seaman as well as I just think back to World Cup 2002, Ronaldinho,
Brazil.
Naeem in the Europa.
Was that 94 or 95? That one. Okay, it might have been earlier than that. Even
scoring direct from a corner, Macedonia. Do you remember? That was another.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. That was at St Mary's. That game.
Mark, I think
you're
draw
right,
I'm fairly sure that was his last England game.
Mark Brown, he did play in the Wembley. Yeah, you're right, mate. Yeah.
I don't know if you boys listen to. There's a podcast called "Quickly Kevin Willie Score," which I listen to, which is about 90s football. It's Josh Widdicombe.
Okay.
Josh Widdicombe, Chris Skull, who's you'll know because he does the announcing at West Ham. And it's literally about 90s football. And there's a big. They take the mick out of a guy called Michael Marden, who's a United fan, about how many times Peter Schmeichel gets chipped and lobbed in his career, and people keep coming up with examples. So going back to what Duke said a second ago about his decision making coming off the line, it does happen quite a lot. But that's a smashing podcast if you're up for some 90s football.
I love podcasts, mate. I've been into them for 2-3 years, especially with the lockdown. I love podcasts. Yeah,
that is a really good one. I would definitely recommend that one.
Share it on Twitter, Tom. Share it on Twitter, Tom.
I will. I'll do that in a second. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Brilliant. Maybe Gatesy and Duke with a channel. Maybe we might get a podcast in the future. Never know. You never know. We'd like to
possible.
We've discussed it.
Brilliant.
We'll have to call it quickly Florin Willie Score.
but anyway, gentlemen, going back to the game. So it's 3-3. So again, we're on the floor. We're a little disheartened. Not going to be our day. They keep coming back with deserved goals. I don't want to say it, but 72 minutes and there's a huge scramble in the box. It's getting desperate for us. It's one of those. It's still, what are we talking? Late Feb, but we're like I said, we're fourth from the bottom. We really need to win this one at home and make it count. Otherwise, the games are running out. A huge scramble, and what the commentator says. Before I get to this goal, is that there's been 3 goals in the game and 3 headers. So a lot of headers, a lot of goals. Trevor Francis always used to sound like he's got a cold. He's commentating on the game, so God bless him. He's like,
interesting impression, Tom. Tom, it's another impression. I can't do it.
Interesting. I was the first £1 million player, you get. But anyway, here's another.
Martin Allen doesn't like him.
Oh, what happened between them two then? QPR.
Yeah, it was something to do with the birth of his child, wasn't it?
Then before he went to West Ham. Yeah, bang on. 89. Yep. His house in Sheffield was bought by Prince Nassim. A useless fact for you guys. Prince Nassim bought his house in Sheffield from him. Yeah. I thought he was great. Even at that age, you could see him and Ray Wilkins when they're like playing for QPR, like 50 years old. I thought they looked great. Both of them. But anyway, 72 minutes gone. And the commentator says before this incident that there's been a close penalty appeal, which hasn't been given involving David Howes and Hartson, I think.
It weren't a penalty.
This one, Dukesy, what do you think? Was it a penalty before, you reckon?
The first tackle.
This one.
The first tackle that leads up to this, because Howes makes a really good tackle, and it bounces to a Spurs player who just the control is like me trying to throw a ball at a cat and expecting it to pass it back to me. It was it was turd. It was total turd, and it bounces back into the box. So for me, the tackle, it was a really good tackle by David Howes. He wins the ball cleanly. It rolls out. I don't know who it just basically hits him, bounces back into the box, and Hartson goes for it. And am I right, Jazz, that Howes kicks him in the back of the knee and just absolutely wipes him out? And VAR, it's a penalty all day long.
Again, it's like when an attacker is not even looking at the goal, he's on the edge of the area, he's facing the stand, whatever, like the chicken run, and you bring him down. Obviously, fans are like, "Why did you have to do that?" Obviously, if he's through on goal, he's facing goal, then bring him down, fine. But so many times, especially now, a guy's on the edge of the area, he's not going to forget scoring. He's not even going to get to the ball, and they come down. It's one of those. Howes, he does. It's funny because when he scores, he's not animated, obviously due to what's happened. But when he loses the penalty, then he flaps his hands in the air and he's not sure about it. And again, I like to see that hopefully Hartson had a bit of guile and cleverness and made it look like more of a foul than it was. And the referee, obviously, under the lights, the West Ham fans, the pressure, hopefully that kind of helped. And it was his second foul and free kick, mate. And Julian Dix again, how many times are we going to say it? Imagine the pressure. 3-3. We need to win. We're in the bottom four. Nothing phases the guy. Incredible. Just looks down, runs up. Oh, my God. I wish we could measure how fast this is. Is it 80 miles an hour, 70, 60, 90? I ain't got a clue, but Walker hasn't got a chance, mate. So 72 minutes, 4-3, and we kind of held on, really. And another interesting point, I'm not sure if this website's going to tell me, but looks like there's no bookings. Is that right? Hang on a minute. Is there no bookings in this game? Not sure.
There's a yellow card for John Monker, and there's a yellow card for Darren Anderson and David Howes.
That's what I thought. So it should have been. The website's not covering it. But 7 goals. We're 4th from bottom. And I think, I haven't got the program, but I think this is the kickstart where we pull away comfortably in the end with hopefully, if I look at the lineup, I think Lomas is going to join them imminently and Rio's coming into the team now. Bilic and Reaper should be back.
Yeah.
So Harry's getting his squad back together. But we mustn't forget that at the end of the season, yes, we stay up, but the amount of money that he spent, Harry, and we finish lower than last season, I don't think the board will be mixed feelings in there at the end of the season that will lead to obviously what they think in the following season. So hope everyone enjoyed that, and I'm really privileged to have spoke about this game. It's one of my favorites. I wasn't there, but oh my God, I've
got a little something for you, Jazz.
You got the program? Oh, wow!
Of course I have.
There you go. There's a Welsh lad.
Oh, the day he got suspended.
Oh, there's lovely.
looks like he's like Dick's. Half his shirt's ripped off. Looks like he doesn't want to wear the kit either.
Gatesy, can you just bring up the subs for that Spurs game for me? Because I think I've just worked out who the player was that had the touch of a cat.
Adam Nielsen.
No, that's not the game, Gatesy. Wrong one. We want the.
No, hang on. Whoa.
West Ham Tottenham. Which one?
Spurs game, yeah.
Ian Dowie came on 79.
I'll tell you what. If you bring up some sort of porn website, I'm out. Right. So 25 that season, allegedly looking at another website, was Stephen Carr, but he doesn't play in that game.
Or West Ham game.
He
does. He sets up the first goal.
Oh, is he right back? Right.
For sure.
So he is the gentleman that has a touch of a cat, shall we say, when you throw a football at it, because he was the one that was responsible for the ball bouncing back and David Howe was giving away the penalty. And I watched. In fact, I didn't watch this game. I listened to this game on the radio. at my ex-girlfriend's house. I was.
It was on Sky. It was live on Sky.
Was this game the reason she's your ex-girlfriend, Duke? Did you put her through the ringer with this one?
I got put through the ringer with this one, mate. To be honest with you, because her younger brother was a Spurs fan, and
God,
we listened to it on the radio at her house because she didn't have Sky, and it was madness because it was such a the feeling, especially like Jazz, as you said, it really was a no-brainer when Dick stepped up to take that penalty, and it was a no-brainer. You knew exactly what was going to happen. But there was always that part in your mind that goes, "What if?"
Especially the weather. Yeah, you don't know.
You know, and I've watching that game back, and it is one that crops up quite often on, my Facebook memories, and whenever I go downstairs in the pub and I put Sky on, and it has the Premier League years. These ones, These ones always show up, and I sit there watching them.
She runs the pub across the road. She looks at Dixie Price and brings them down. And
I've actually only seen her. I've actually only seen her twice in 28 years. So it's probably for the best. It's probably for the best. But no, you were saying about the Kitson header. He gets in front of Walker for the goal because of the wind. Just literally, the cross comes in and the ball just goes.
Yeah. It's just a simple shot, isn't it? Towards the goal. Yeah.
It just stops, and then obviously, I mean, I must admit, I do remember the commentator saying about David Howes and obviously his dad, and he gets the goal, and you can see the way that the players go up to him and they celebrate with him, but they're also mindful of the fact that he's just lost his dad. And then you, as a West Ham fan, I'm kind of thinking, yes, we've got a penalty, but part of me again was very much, I feel really bad for the guy. He's just lost his dad, but fuck it, Julian, up you go, son. Let's get a goal. But I did feel a bit bad. So, that again, that's another game alongside the Man U one that definitely makes my top 10 all-time favourite West Ham games. It's definitely in there. Some good memories.
Dukes, you should have had two girlfriends. One's got Sky, one hasn't, so it doesn't matter.
I'll tell you what, if your girlfriend had Sky, me and my dad would have been round to watch.
Yes. So, Tom, right, I've got three of you left. All right. I've got one game left in this season. One game left that you haven't covered, and I'm hoping. I'm guessing one of you will, because it's a big game. It's a big score. So I'm guessing someone picks this up. So, Tom, over to you. Game number 3 from you, my friend.
Yeah, so I've gone for Stockport 2, West Ham 1.
Oh,
Ian,
not that one.
No, that was...
No.
I lost some money on that one. One of my earlier bets in June.
You slap the dope? Can you answer Kieran's question first?
No, I didn't. But I did celebrate. I did. He was sitting on the sofa, and I was kind of crouched down in front of the radio, like, come on. And Dick scored, and I ran up into his face. I was like, yeah! It is literally about so close to his face. I thought he was going to slap me, to be fair. But he was a younger brother. I think he was only 14 at the time.
Two.
I think he was 14 and I was 19.
He was sitting there on the bottom step of the place. He was sitting there on the bottom step eating a Farley's rusk. And he had
I love that.
20-year-old Duke wandering up to him and screaming.
I was 18, 19 at the time, Gatesy.
Of course you was. Go
on then, Tom. What you got for me? Not the Stockport game, for God's sake.
No, I was just going to say, there's in that Tottenham game. Just going back to that, there's the going back and looking at the season review again today. It's just been lovely going back and watching all the old season reviews again. But the commentary ahead of that penalty is just absolutely fantastic. I don't know. I can't remember the guy's name. But he says something like, as Dix is stepping up, he says something like, he won't hit it softly. Of that, I can assure you. And then he smashes it in the roof of the net. And he goes, thunderous penalty from Julian Dix. Jeff Hurst used to smash him in at that end. He'd have been proud of that one. It's absolutely great.
Literally goes about a half an inch below the crossbar, doesn't it? On its way in. It literally shaves the paint off. It's crazy how close it gets. Yeah.
No, it's magic. Absolutely magic. So my third game is the first game I ever attended, which is West Ham United 5, Sheffield Wednesday 1. How about that for a first game? Goodness me.
Wow.
Every game covered. I love it.
And then what I'd say is just going back to what Andy was saying about VAR earlier. I've lots of memories from this game. But the memory that sticks out is when Hartson put us 3-0 up. And my dad literally lifted me off the floor and was shaking me in the air like that, looking up at me, shaking me in the air like that. And flipping heck, I mean, does VAR just takes away moments like that? I don't care if it gives the right decision. I don't care if you get a howler. I don't care if it's a bad decision that goes against you. That's what it takes away. That immediate passion and that immediate atmosphere when you've scored a goal. And that's why I hate it. But anyway. First game at Upton Park. So still living at home in Eastleigh at this point. So we used to go to, I'd say after this one, we used to go to sort of 6, 7, 8 games a season. And we'd have the train journey from Southampton Parkway up to Waterloo. And before I started drinking, we used to go straight to the ground, Embankment to Upton Park. And I've written down this is not football related, but this is a lovely little fact that I don't know if you know or not. But there is a reason that Embankment Tube Station is unique against any of the other tube stations on the Underground. Has anybody heard this before?
No, I'm not sure.
No.
Not sure.
So Embankment Tube Station is the only tube station that still has the original Mind the Gap recording. So there was a guy that recorded all the Mind the Gaps and all of the announcements. I don't know the guy's name. But Embankment is the only station on the London Underground. Dave. It's Zippy.
Everybody knows the Dave.
Bangle.
But it's the only one that's got the original recording.
Ladies and gentlemen.
The reason it's the only...
choked on my rum.
The reason it's the same one is because the guy that recorded the Mind the Gap thing, and this is years and years and years ago, but they've kept it the same because the wife of the person that did the announcement at Embankment Station, when he died, used to go to Embankment every day to just listen to his voice. And that's the reason they've kept it as the only station on the tube that has the original Mind the Gap person. Obviously, they all say Mind the Gap, but it's new recordings now, and so that's the only one that's the original.
That's near Big Ben, isn't it? Westminster, that one or not?
Yeah.
Embankment, is it?
Yeah, not far. Yeah, not far.
Yeah.
Oh, look, Sheepy, here comes your train.
You don't get this on the more professional channels. That's what I'm saying.
No, I've got to say, despite all of the lovely ties attached to that, I would prefer a Zippy one and a George one. But yeah, so long journey up, very exciting day for me. I knew I had the tickets from way before we went, and just so excited to go. And I've bought this little picture with me to show you. And it is, I don't know if I get this in. There is the ticket from the day.
Oh wow!
Wow.
So that is the that's my ticket from my first ever game at Upton Park, and then that is the ticket
I
from.
wish I'd have kept my one.
the last game at Upton Park.
I can't find that one,
United.
Tom. I had 5, 4, 5. I can't find those tickets. I don't know what I've done. I don't lose them. They're somewhere like in a.
What, the United one, Jazz? Or
United one. I don't know what I've done with them. Yeah.
So the interesting thing that I thought about this is that my camera work is
no, it's fine.
Yeah.
I can see it.
But having looked at some of my old tickets from when I went in the 97-98 season.
What's the picture in that frame? I didn't see that one above.
That's the new
what's that?
The new West Stand. That's just from Green Street. It's
The
a
Rio
picture
stand.
the Rio stand.
The Rio stand.
It's a print by a guy called James Muddyman who does paintings of football grounds around the country. So I just got
class.
I just got that, and then it's got the picture of my first game and my last game at Upton Park, which was the United 3-2. But the interesting thing I thought about the ticket was, I reckon, looking at some of my tickets from 97-98, I reckon that's the last time that a ticket that was in the Centenary stand said North Lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I looked at some of my tickets from 97-98 and they all say Centenary stand.
Oh, okay.
So that must be the last year they had, even though it wasn't called the North Lower, it was called the Centenary stand then when I went, and it was the season previous. But they must have just kept North Lower on the print. But
They got round to it eventually.
Yeah, that's just typical West Ham, isn't it? But yeah,
It could be worse. I got a mate of mine. I was on a conference call, a work meeting today, and one of my colleagues turned around and said he's got an American fridge freezer, and it's one of these ones that's got all sort of like, it does ice and water and all the rest of it. Yeah. But he'd never plumbed it in until it was 10 years old.
Oh dear.
So, I mean, that's bad enough. You sort of like, you're still calling it the North sort of like upper or whatever, when it's actually been the Centenary stand for like the last 3 years. But yeah, that was 10 years. So bloody hell.
Gatesy, I had a similar story where obviously I didn't want to plumb it in because there's a bit of a riffraff, and it's going back 10 years. So I had one of them, but what I used to do, you freeze them in the small and you chuck them in that where it's going to go.
In the bucket.
Yeah, so I did that, but obviously I knew I had to plumb it in, but I just didn't want to do it because it was going to be a bit of a flaff. And then obviously in Canada, they're well ahead of the game. They're plumbed into a bloody long thing, goes into the fucking basement, and it's unlimited like all the time. So yeah, I mean, unlimited ice at will. Yeah, it's a great idea, mate. But
can't be bad.
Yeah. I just still.
Sorry, Tom.
No, fine. I love it. I just still, as we all did for our first games, just when you're 6 or 7, I think the first time, and if you're into football, the first time that you will ever see so many thousands of people in one place is when you first go to a football game. Yeah. And you'll see West Ham play on the telly, and you'll see lots of people in the stand, and you'll see lots of people, I don't know, if you go shopping in an high street or whatever. But the first time you get off at Upton Park Station, yeah, that's it. And you walk down Green Street and you just see, oh my God, this many people support West Ham, do they? And you're walking down Green Street, and then you are going in the bottom of the stand, and then you walk up those steps, and then you see the stand appear like that, don't you, as you're walking up?
Yeah.
And you're thinking, oh my God, there's so many people. And then until you see that amount, and I'm talking about a ground that was 25,000. Can you imagine what it was like if, like, United's your first game or whatever?
Yeah.
But it's just, it completely gets you. And the one thing I would say is that I have gone and watched games at other grounds and what have you where West Ham haven't been playing, but there's just something about West Ham that absolutely ties you immediately to the club. And we could have got beaten 3-0 that day, and that wouldn't have made any difference whatsoever.
Yeah.
The fact that we won 5-1 helped, don't get me wrong.
But I think Tommy's like you and me are not from Essex. So like you said, we're not used to West Ham fans in my school. I support West Ham because of my dad. So it's all in the family. My kids are West Ham now, small special. So I like that. Like you said, for the first time, you've seen all these claret and blue shirts, and it's like, wow, what's happening now? And then going back to what you think of, like some really different atmosphere. So it's like Bubbles, the guy that put the corner flag in the middle of the pitch when he was demonstrating. With his he done a little show with Bill Gardner, and he mentioned, he goes, Bill, I'm a North London lad. I'm not, but he goes, what happened to me when I used to go to West Ham? Like Bill Gardner's dad's a Tottenham fan, but he goes, when I went to West Ham, there's something about it I can't explain it. So those guys had a choice. I think I didn't want one. I was a West Ham always, but they said that not from the area. My dad's Tottenham, but Bill's like fucking West Ham all day long. He goes, it's that cutting edge atmosphere. And Bubbles like, I can't explain it, but he goes, I'm not talking about the trouble or anything like that. It just, there's an edge about it, you know? So, yeah.
I literally can't put my finger on what it is.
I think it's the passion. I think we're more passionate than a little bit other clubs, especially because we don't win as much. And people might think, what the fuck you lot? Like, you don't win anything. But we're not. It'd be nice to win. It'd be nice to win. Yeah. We're not in. It'd be nice, but we're not going to walk. We're not plastic.
Yeah,
we're there for the family. It is hard to pinpoint a finger, but it's just that. Yeah, I just like give it like that. I think it's just something like that. I think we're more passionate than a lot of other fans.
I've got to totally agree with that. And one thing I'd say as well is that I'm absolutely gutted for my boy that he's not going to be able to go to Upton Park. I'm gutted about that. But I'm really pleased that I actually went. I know I didn't go to Upton Park when it was the North Bank and the South Bank. I'm gutted I missed that. But I'm so pleased I went when it was the old West Stand, because that was so close to the pitch, and the East Stand was so close to the pitch, and the atmosphere was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And it was so much better than when they built that new stand. That new stand was, I mean, it's nowhere near as bad as it is now, but it was far away from the pitch. And because of that, then the East Stand got further away from the pitch. The Chicken Run got further away from the pitch than what it was. And it did change the atmosphere. The atmosphere was still good. I mean, we had some great nights with that new stand and stuff like that.
You mustn't forget that the East Stand, listen, as an eyesore, I used to hate it because it just didn't mix in with anything. That ground was built in 69, I think, 67. It was so that's how old it was. But the atmosphere, I mean, you shouldn't have regrets. I'll give you I went the season John Lyle got sacked, so I never saw a game under John Lyle, so that's my regret. And then someone will say, I started going after 1981. I didn't see the F. So, yeah, you shouldn't think like that. I mean, as soon as you go. And then luckily, the whole family were there in the last game of the season, Man United, and all my kids were there. They saw it. And so there's always regret. So, yeah, don't worry. I mean, like playoff final, I couldn't get a ticket for a lot of the finals. Even now, I'm in season ticket holder now, but with such a big club, you realise when we get to semi, we cannot get a ticket. You can't buy it from anyone. You know, we're big. And people outside must think, buddy, they don't win anything. But we're not in it because of that. And I have a friend, like a Liverpool fan, I'll give you an example. Most of these London plastic fans, they got to 2 European Cup finals recently. And I found out one of them has been to one of them. He never goes anyway. One of them goes only when they're home to AC Milan or Barcelona in the Champions League and sells all the rest of the tickets. And one of them goes when... And I'm like, you guys are taking that chance away from a proper fan, but only going
don't appreciate it. They
totally
don't appreciate it, Jazz.
Dude, can you imagine one guy never goes, hasn't gone in 10 years, they reach a final, I'm going now, I know someone. I'm like, you're a disgrace, mate. You know, give a chance to someone. We're there, crew, midweek, in the rain, you know.
That's
but
it.
I don't want to. That's why Super League up yours, mate. Absolutely. I used to hate. I hate them. I didn't know it's possible. I hate them even more, mate. Can't stand them. They're on my WhatsApp groups. I shut them up, mate. They can't even. I put them in their place. Fucking budget gits. Anyway, sorry. Carry on.
Go on, Jazz. No, you carry on, mate.
I can't stand. I can't stand because I live in London. Liverpool Man U fans. They're the same people like my dad's generation, like my uncle. Who do you support for? Leeds. So all those people from London, they're all Leeds because, they were top of the table. And now we're Liverpool, now we're Man United because the whole class. I know classes in London, West London, 85% were Liverpool, man. What the hell? And Arsenal, just London, just do your local team at least. I can't stand them, mate. Bloody hell, mate.
No, I agree with you, mate. I agree with you. Tom, going back to your first game, I remember my first game at West Ham, and I've covered this before. And you just said there about going up the steps as you walk into the stadium, and you go, you're going up the steps up to the pitch side for the first time, and it just hits you. Now, I remember you saying that. I remember my first game at Wembley, and although that sticks, and I know it's just going to sound really stupid, I suppose, in a way, but I remember my first game at Wembley, and I remember getting off the train at Wembley Station and walking down and seeing the towers and thinking, wow, I'd only ever seen it on TV. But I have to say, my first game at West Ham and walking up the steps and seeing the pitch laid out in front of me and the fans and everything else, I think that blew my mind more as an 11-year-old than going to Wembley for the first time and walking up the steps and seeing Wembley, the pitch and the stands laid out in front of me. For me, West Ham felt more special than going to Wembley for the first time. Does anyone else feel that? Or
I've got to agree with that, mate. I've got to agree with that. I mean, I've been lucky enough to see. I didn't go to the FA Cup final against Liverpool, but I was lucky enough to go to Preston and Palace in the playoffs, and then Blackpool at Wembley. But that does not beat the first time that you see that many people. And I might be wrong. I think it's got to be coming from somebody that grew up in Southampton. I mean, there was not a West Ham fan in my school. And when you're 6 or 7 years old, you think you're the only person in the world that supports West Ham. So when you travel up there and you see that many people are like you, that's just part of it. I don't know. I'll never be able to but going back to what Jazz said earlier, he said that his biggest regret is not seeing West Ham under Lyle. And we're talking about how it injects you immediately. So your first season, Jazz, would have been under Lou Macari, who is regarded as one of our worst managers ever.
Oh, no. I got a lot of time for him if you've been following me. Absolutely brilliant guy. Brought Ludo in, Martin Allen, Ian Bishop, Trevor Morley, Jimmy Quinn, Stuart Slater captain, Julian Dixon's captain, Stuart Slater. In 6 months, you do all of that on the back of Ince telling you to fuck off. I don't want to play for your club. Your club selling your best players, not listening to you. And listen, Ince could have joined Tottenham if it wasn't for Macari, and it got really mixed up and that. You imagine that on your doorstep, all of that, and you go down, and then McAvenny down tools, Mark Ward down tools, doesn't want to play for you. Irrespective of that, and his little gambling thing on the side, I think he left a legacy behind, I think. And he only came in, don't forget, Lyle, in the last 3 years, we couldn't defend, we had no stamina, aging team. All Lou just said, even to McAvenny, and McAvenny, you won't admit it, but his career could have gone a bit longer. He just kept more fit, and he just saying things Wenger was doing. They have a go at Macari. All right, the only thing is obviously, it's a bit of long ball, but don't forget, he brought Swindon up, but he knew that division very well. It was a very physical division. He just saying, just get a little bit taller people, and then Martin Allen will go up. So I think he made Billy's life a lot easier the following season. The same players brought him up. But going back to Duke the Theatre, I was 15, weekday game, Bradford, first game. When we were always West End upper, so even more gladiators looking from the top. So a little kid coming in, and all he can see is the pitch because it's dark, the floodlights are on. Oh, I'll never forget that in my whole life, mate. I mean, wow. Amazing,
it's amazing, mate. And, to be honest with you, I mean, we used to pick, as I said, sort of 6, 7, 8 games a season. But I didn't actually see a night game at Upton Park. I mean, obviously I did when we were playing games in the winter, and it was going in under floodlights. But the first game that started at night that I ever went to go and see was when we lost to Palermo in the UEFA Cup.
Oh, yeah.
And that was we lost 1-0, but flipping heck. I mean, I mentioned Gazzetta Football Italia earlier, but if you're talking about flipping European atmosphere, we were sat in the what became the Trevor Brooking lower that night as well. And just looking over to your left and seeing those Italian fans and flares and stuff going on. Just the atmosphere was absolutely unbelievable.
Something
that
else.
night. And we got beat, and it was incredible. It's so exciting going to that. And, you know,
and
mate,
Tom, now, do you go a lot now, or sometimes, or season ticket, or how does it work out for you?
Well, I've never got a season ticket, but when my son's old enough, and if he's into it, we will both be getting one. So that'll be the first time I've ever got one. But I plan to get one.
Where do you live? Still on the outskirts of London, or
Swindon?
Swindon.
So
no problem.
I actually get the bus to games. Believe it or not, I get the bus from Swindon to London Victoria.
Okay.
And I walk from Victoria through London to Waterloo to meet my dad. And a friend of ours who we've met through West Ham called Matt Davis. He lives in Richmond.
I live in Windsor, so Waterloo is where it takes me 50 to get to Waterloo, and then I move on to Jubilee line to Stratford. So yeah, keep in touch. Yeah, we'll link up at Waterloo, mate. And then
I'm all over that. Definitely,
cool,
we go to a pub at Waterloo called the King's Arms, and we stay there. So there's a pub out the back called the Duke of Wellington, which we used to go to. Yeah. And Tractor Fest,
The one in Waterloo's closed down. I don't know what happened. We used to go to the one inside the station a lot, have a laugh. Like,
was that the one that's down? The one that's downstairs?
Down the stairs.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
We beating Arsenal. Usually Arsenal fans in the corner, but we were the predominantly majority was West Ham fans that all live out west. So people going into similar where I live, and we used to have such a laugh. We used to go to the Duke of Wellington, but there was one game we went to, and they'd completely run out of draft beer. And my dad is a massive ale drinker, as am I. And he was like, "No, fuck that. We're going somewhere else." And we went to the King's Arms, which is tucked away behind the Duke of Wellington. It's a little pub up the road. I used to work 6 years for Discovery in Chiswick, so we did the full tour, the Fuller's Brewery, Chiswick. Brilliant, mate. Unlimited drinks at the end, 2 hours, all the bitters and ales, whatever you want. London Pride, all them lot. Brilliant. Fuller's is one of the oldest breweries in London, so go do a tour. It's well worth it, mate. It's only a couple of hours long, and you get to eat in their pub, and it's lovely. Yeah.
Me and my friend Brian, who's an Everton fan, we made this was literally weeks before the first lockdown. We said neither of us had ever been to Griffin Park, so we both said we want to tick this off before they move to their new ground. We did a tour of Fuller's because it's right next door.
You've done it, brilliant. Well, it's good. It's good. The grub is good in the pub next door. After
very good.
Did you get anything from the shop? I didn't get anything. Actually, I did. I got some of the limited edition beers. I did. I remember now. Yeah.
Anyway, West Ham 1-5-1.
I was in hospital for this game.
No, I'll talk you through it. So first goal, corner from Stan Lazaridis.
Skippy,
yeah. hits Bilic flush on the forehead on about the penalty spot. He has a header at goal, and I don't know if it was Kevin Pressman, I think, who would have been in goal for Wednesday. Parried it out straight to Kitson, who had a tap in on the line. And as I said earlier, it was a good save, having looked back at it. But what I said earlier, the only goal that I remember seeing and still remember from the day I was there was the fourth goal, which we'll come to in a minute, because literally everybody stands up in front of you. There's a chance coming, and I literally didn't see anything. And that happened because I used to be really small when I was a kid. And I put on a bit of a growth spat, but I used to stand on the seat. I used to sort of stand for the whole go. I'd have my feet on the seat, but I'd be crouched down, and then I'd stand up on the seat when people running into the box or there was a corner or whatever. The second goal, massive lump downfield from McCloskey, and Hartson, looking back at it again, I don't know how he got so high in the air to win the flick on. Quite right, Luke. Flicks it on to Kitson. And this was a bit of a strange one because it goes over Kitson's shoulder, and he seems to have so much time, but Pressman stays on his line. I felt Pressman probably could have come out, but because he didn't, Kitson's got a free volley at goal, basically. Absolutely smashes it in.
We're losing a viewer.
Sorry, Mark, I've been boring you with the stories.
It's our man with the memories. No.
Oh, it's his round. It says, Mark, it's your round. It's Mark's round.
Take care, Mark.
The third goal's a free kick from John Moncur, straight on Hartson's head. Great header. Just a classic free kick on the edge of the box, and Hartson wins the header. This is the goal that I still remember. Bilic plays a ball over the top to Porfirio, who runs onto it, cuts the ball across the box, goes straight in front of Pressman, and then Hartson sort of at the far post, the ball is sort of bouncing across the box, and he sort of touches it on the half volley into the roof of the net, but it's not. The ball's like bouncing across the ground, and he just hits it into the roof of the net. Carboni pulls one back, potentially another howler from McCloskey, but it doesn't matter because we're 4-0 up. Parries it out straight to Carboni, and everybody's on the floor. Lomas is on the line, but it's basically an open goal. And then the fifth goal is a lovely little slide rule pass from Porfirio, just cuts the defence in half. And it's a great finish from Kitson for his hat-trick.
Brilliant.
And there you go. That's a lot.
Well, with Porfirio, like a lot of these players like Darney are coming on loan, and then obviously we probably haven't got the money to keep him. So it's not really a stable team under Harry, isn't it?
I don't know about that, Jake. So watching the season review back again last night, and I've put this under rednapisms on my notes, and he literally says when Cotti is sold to that Malaysian side, he's sold for $1 million or 800,000. He says on the review, but he says that's exactly the money I need to buy Porfirio with. So the deal had to be done, but then obviously he didn't sign Porfirio, and there is no argument to say, well, he was too expensive, because he actually left on a free transfer. He was released by Sporting Lisbon, and he went to Racing Santander on a free. So we didn't need to buy him.
We need to go back to that Portsmouth contract he had, where he used to get commission from buying and selling, which is crazy. Crazy. That's got to be illegal. But I don't know if
still him and Milan Mandaric were thick as thieves, both of them.
Well, don't forget, Radnap Gatesy, he was a Peter Story at this time, so I don't know if Peter's like, but I think he's a little bit, I don't know, I don't want to say anything, but him and Peter were getting quite close, weren't they, during this time, Peter Story?
Well, he went up, he went down to Portsmouth, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Ridsdale, isn't it? Leeds guy, was it Ridsdale? Yeah, something like that.
Mm.
It's a good point, Luke. I mean, up until when he bought Sandbanks, he'd managed Bournemouth and West Ham, and Sandbanks is one of the most expensive places to live in the country.
Yeah.
He managed third tier Bournemouth, and then West Ham United. The money he'd have been making would, in terms of a salary, would not have bought him a place at Sandbanks, would it?
He went to Florida in the 70s with, oh God, what's his name? A couple of the players, but Harry, listen.
That was where he met Mandaric for the first time, as I recollect.
Oh,
is that right?
Wow. That and NFL league, whatever it was, and Radnam. Listen, I don't even know what he done for West Ham. He didn't have any of a West Ham career much, and not much of a legend. And then Bournemouth, 1984. I remember the FA Cup third round giant killing win against Man United. That brought him to the fore a bit. Then we knew who he was. But then that's 84. So, like you rightly said, from 84 at Bournemouth to 96, are we saying 95? Is it what? So done nothing, and then people like sort of God bless Bobby Moore and struggling under the rain, trying to do commentary for Capital Gold. Jonathan Pearce crying, saying, "Looked at Bobby's face," and me and him are stuck in his fucking shit evening game. I'm like, Bobby, what the fuck? What are you doing with me? You see what I mean? And he's like, oh. Yeah, some people get a bit more than others, undeserved, deserved. Yeah, we need another.
I think Kieran's just nailed it there, boys. Kieran's just nailed it. Redknapp, Allardyce, and Venables, they're all bent bastards.
Yeah.
And so, who was the old George Graham? George Graham was exactly the same because when he was at Spurs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He'd find all the players, and when he left, either they sacked him or he quit. Did they not go into his office and they opened up a drawer in his office and they found like envelopes full of the fines that he'd find the players that were going to charity? But it was all in his desk in brown envelopes. Like, fuck off, Dude, just as bad as the rest of them.
Dude, don't forget Brian Clough. When the riots happened in the semi-finals, they relayed the tickets back to him. So what you said, Brian Clough used to put the fear up everywhere. Even the board of directors, he ran the whole club.
He did, yeah.
And then what he used to tell the secretaries, can you bring 2,500 tickets up to my office for the semi-final coming up with Liverpool? And they're not. She's shaking with fear in there, and he would sell them on the black market, and then the trouble would happen. Then the coppers would say, how the hell are fans mixed in that area? And then they find out, and still they didn't say anything to him. And
no.
Yeah.
But that's the way it was. I mean, going back to Tom, going back to your game there, this was the one that I said earlier that I was in hospital. This was the X from earlier. We'd split up.
What should you do? Punch your teeth out?
Marzi, cheers.
No. She
next round yours, Marzi.
She might have left me for a Rex, so I went out on a piss up spree, Andy, and I got on it for about 6 days. And on the 6th night of me of getting on it, I was ill. I was violently ill, Andy, and as I was being ill, there was blood. So I was rushed into hospital, but the problem was it was a bank holiday weekend. And being a bank holiday weekend, they wouldn't do nothing on the Saturday or the Friday night, the Saturday, the Sunday, or the Monday. So I was, cheers, Luke, just an A cup now. Just an A cup, cheeky bastard. So I was in hospital for the weekend, and I don't need those. I have a model's bum. Thank you very much. So yeah, I was in hospital all weekend. My mum smuggled me in a
Ford.
Yes, no, Mustang.
Mustang.
Got a wide load at the back of it. Yeah. So I was in hospital that weekend, and again, it's one of those ones that stick because of the hospital being stuck in there and listening to it on the headset. A couple of nurses had come round and asked what the score was because I was like sitting in the bed going shush with my headset on, and they'd come round. And again, it's just one of the reasons that I remember that game. But yeah, it's so all three of mine have been covered, and I've still got 2 people left to listen to where they want to. Well, I say 2 people. I've got 3 people left to listen to. I've got Andy, Gatesy, you're picking your game, and then Martin Tyler doing the commentary on it. So, yeah. Andy, what you got for me?
So, I've got the West Ham Everton game, and
I think sorry, Milesy. I think I'm just going to have a look here. Is it this one? This is for Tom.
Oh wow!
One? No, that's the Man United program.
I don't
know if I put that one up earlier.
That's the Sheffield Wednesday one. That's it. Yeah.
Nice.
But I just noticed on the inside this program, I think is some pictures from the game Andy's about to do. I won't show the score in case people don't want to see. If you don't want to see the score, look away now.
Oh, you sound like the news reporter, doesn't it? Before match of the
day. Look away now. You look away, and then you hear him go, it was 3-0, and you're like, fuck.
That's the good thing with West Ham were at home, though, weren't we? Because we were low on the alphabetical order. If it was reading out Arsenal and then Villa, and then you had time to get out of the room.
Leg it.
Dude, these are Man United ones. Man United game.
Oh, mate, that was...
that.
Oh, Gatesy, trust you tried that so badly. Gatesy has tried that the worst. Look at him.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, they would. Oh, look at it! I tell you what, that was a great game. That really was. The Ratatouille turn, and like you say, just a little nudge sent him flying was. It was amazing. And Dixie, there he is. Look, all that the aggression in his face,
growling.
I tell you what. Even after scoring and possibly his happiest, he still looked like he was going to come in your house on Christmas Day and murder your family, didn't he? Like, seriously. Honestly.
He had a really good skill. I mean, I wouldn't say anything to be proud of and no one should follow. If he had snot in his nostrils, he could just go like, and they would go shooting down like rockets. Some people might go like that, but he got... And it was straight.
I'll tell you what, if we ever end up in a zombie apocalypse, he's the man I want. I want Julian Dix at my side because he'd take no shit. Honest to God, it's a zombie apocalypse. Julian Dix at my side. I'd be set. I'd survive. I promise you now. I'd survive.
Is he Bristol lad originally? Is he?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You don't want Joey Beecham in an apocalypse, do you? You go missing.
I'd pick Joe Pasquale.
Someone's done
high frequency.
I tell you what, I wouldn't. I'd pick the Big Show at his old school out of wrestling because I trip the fat fucker up and run. So there's plenty of feed on there, and I'd be gone before they realise. So we'll be all good.
He's lost a lot of weight lately.
He has. He looks the Big Show. He looks fucking amazing. He looks amazing. Duncan Ferguson. Yes, Duncan Ferguson. I'd use him because obviously you need to damage the brain. So you just ask him a wet button. He just head button, bang, down they go.
Dunk's a top boy. Dunky, top boy, top lad.
Yeah, talking about Dunk, he appears in my game for the wrong reasons.
Here we go then. Go on, Milesy. What you got for me?
Right. So, as you know, however many weeks we've been doing it, I've picked a game where we've won, and we've played well. But I've picked this because we should have won this game.
Yes.
And
do you notice who this referee is?
Sorry.
Oh, that is the guy that DeCanio pushed over.
Paul Alcock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But as you can see with this team, gents,
he's not. Is he?
Is he?
He is.
Flipping heck.
Yeah, he's dead. He's no longer with us. He is shuffled off this mortal coil. He has gone on his mega. He is expired. He is an ex-referee.
Yeah.
He's pushing up the daisies.
He wouldn't vote if you put 50,000 votes for him.
My God, man.
Oh, fucking hell.
I'll tell you what, I'm glad it's on this big screen because the look on my face, Gatesy, that I'm giving you. Shocking.
You're just pissed because you didn't do it first.
Yeah, I am,
fucking hell. Oh, fucking hell, Luke. That comment. Oh, dear.
His parents never stopped and thought about it, clearly.
Anyway, back on track, children.
Because of the time, gents, I'm not even going to go through each of the teams, but the ones what spring to mind, players who I like, and I'm going to do it for the Everton team because the West Ham team pretty much picks itself, is David Unsworth, who obviously comes along to play for us. Richard Dunn, is that the Irish legend? Richard Dunn played for Man City.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, he's old, isn't he?
The most sent-off player in Premier League history.
And leading own goal scorer as well. I think he's got like 12 own goals or something. Obviously as well, Gary Speed. God bless his. Yeah, and obviously Big Dunk. But I'll start off. I'll talk about this. You may be able to help me this because the commentator never said it. So we started off the first goal come with a long throw. In that starting 11, can you see anyone who's got a long throw to you guys? Because I couldn't figure out when.
the only person I can think of that used to have a long throw was Steve Lomas. I don't know if Steve Lomas was starting games at that point, but he used to have a long throw.
Yeah, he was.
Steve Lomas.
Dix used to have a decent throw on him, but he always used to
Dixie
be on the
wasn't playing,
receiving
yeah.
end. Oh, was he not playing? But I remember him having a decent throw on him. But
I don't know who it was, but literally, because as you can imagine, it was the stand where the players come out. So he only probably had like 2 or 3 step run up, but literally he launched it to like the 6-yard box.
My guess would be Lomas, mate, because he had a decent throw on him.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, the throw come in and Big Nev in goal fucked up, tried to claim a foul, completely tried to punch the ball and missed it. And Mr. Kitson controlled the ball on his chest, smashed it into the volley, and he went just went mad. Really, I think we started off so well in this, very, very, very good start. But literally, we should have been 2-0 up. Literally a few minutes after, Big Ludo with the clearance. I think it was actually Richard Dunn who headed the ball back. And then Moncur just done a one-touch ball over the top, and Kitson hit the ball on the volley. Just the ball come over, and he just hit it on the volley, and it literally skinned the post by, and we would have been 2-0 up. But after that, we did go 2-0 up, and it was my best mate, Jazz, Mr. Hughes, involved heavily.
As always, yeah.
But he reminded me of Matty Everton in this game. Do you know how Matty used to just run to the byline and cross the ball in? That's exactly what he done for the second goal. Charged down, pulled it back, and Kitson again on his left foot smashed it into the other corner. Keeper had absolutely no chance.
These are all left-footed players, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah, and when you think 2-0 up, you think the game's done. In the second half, we get a penalty, and Hartson picked the ball up. Then he gave it to Kitson. Then Kitson gave it to Hartson. Then Hartson gave it to Kitson. Go on, Kits. Go and get your hat trick. Wrong. It was the most poorest penalty I've ever seen in my fucking life. Literally, it was straight at Neville's. I think he could have dived even if it was at the other side of the goal. That's how shit the penalty was. And then we paid the price. 2 mistakes, ball come in, scramble in the box, and the goal. We're probably thinking 2-1, bit of squeaky bum time. But then in the 90th minute, Everton were awarded a free kick, and it was, I can't remember who it was now, who crossed the ball in. Crossed the ball in, Jazz, as we were saying about Ludo's decision making, he come to like the penalty spot to try and get the ball and punch it and completely missed it. Yeah. When I mean missed it. And then I think it was Potts who tried to stop the ball going out for a corner. And then the ball fell to Duncan Ferguson on the volley, a cute angle, straight in the top corner in like late on in the game in front of the Everton fans. I know we were pretty much safe after this point, but because this game was mid-April, but that really could have cost us though. That mistake, do you know what I mean? And
we always have average Christmases and Easters on average, but one goal I remember involving West Ham Everton, not sure what season, what Duncan does, the cross comes over and the goalkeeper and the defender, all three end up in the net. So that God bless him, while he's at Rangers, he served the prison sentence, if everyone remembers.
I think that was the season before we got done, wasn't it?
Yeah, you don't mess with that guy, you know. He's obviously
It's the video with Jimmy Bullard. Is Bullard at Wigan or is he at Fulham? And
Wigan one, isn't it?
Big Dunk absolutely literally murders someone in the middle of the pitch, and Bullard's like,
are you all right?
He's like,
but was that the same game when Bullard jumped over everyone when they were having a scribble as well?
It was. Yeah, exactly the same game.
See, with Jimmy, as you guys know, I went to the same school as Jim and played football. Yeah, me and Jim
I got a
played
photo with him in the Anne Boleyn pub after the Liverpool game. Me and my cousin. Lovely guy.
Honest to God, what you see is what you get with Jim. Now, I'm not going to badmouth him. Mate, I've tried. I've sent messages. Don't you worry. Jim, I remember playing football at lunchtime at school with Jim and a guy called Ross Venables. They were called Barbie and Ken at school because they always hang around together. Jimmy had the long blonde hair. Ross had long dark hair, but we always used to call them Barbie and Ken. And I remember we were playing football at lunchtime, and we had a school game in the afternoon. After lunchtime, we had to go get in a minibus and go to one of the local schools, and we were both in the team. And I remember picking the ball up at lunchtime, beating Jimmy, beating Ross Venables, skipping around the goalkeeper, rolling into the back of the net, and just walking past Jim going, I'm starting this afternoon, fuck you. And and I didn't. I remember the goal and I didn't start, and I was like, oh, bollocks.
Yeah, 30 games for Gravesend and North.
He did. He played just down the road from me and Gatesy here. Yeah. He was a few years ago. My cousin passed away after an altercation at a house party. He had a fight and sadly lost his life. And he left a daughter and a young son. And his brothers set up a charity match to raise some money. One of his brothers being John Main, who used to play for AFC Wimbledon, held one of the records for the highest goal scorer in a single league in the conference, as it was back then. And I've turned up to play, and I was playing against John Main, Danny Kedwell, who played for Gillingham for a while. And we lost 2 games. We lost one group game to the team that won it, and we lost in the semi-final. So I was quite happy with that. And Danny Kedwell didn't score against me, so I'm pleased. And we're standing in the bar afterwards. And bearing in mind, I used to go to school with Jim. And I'm standing at the bar with one of my cousins. We're having a drink. And all I hear is someone scream across the bar, Dookie Stribling! And I look up, and there's Jim Bullard standing there signing autographs for the kids. You know, he's waving at me, and I shit you not, I just went, oh, for fuck's sake. Here we go. And he walks over, and don't get me wrong, we had a few drinks together, and honest to God, Jimmy is a really nice guy, crazy as a bag of cats, honest to God. I watched him when he got that knee injury. Was it Fulham? Scott Parker and him clashed in the middle of the pitch, didn't they? And their knees kind of locked, and Parker fell on him. And I'll be honest with you, I threw up. I did throw up watching that video because it was a horrible moment. But to watch some of the stuff back of when he actually played in that moment, as we were saying about Ferguson there, pretty much summed up Bullard as absolute perfection, because it's exactly what he was like at school. He always tried to be the clown, and to see him live on TV going, oh shit, the fucking bed, look at this geezer. Oh, don't look at me, because he didn't want to be eaten alive by Ferguson. Just absolutely summed the guy up. He's.
Oh yeah, it mentions on Wikipedia went to Erith School, Bexley Primary School.
He was
Gravel Hill.
He did all right for himself in a footballing career.
If you remember the contracts he had at whatever was it, Wigan and Fulham. If you remember
the one he got at Hull City, and he bankrupt the club, didn't it?
He was laughing. They wanted to get rid of him.
60 grand a week, 70 grand a week he was on.
23 games in 3 years. Bloody hell.
Yeah, but that was the injury after.
The one quick story about Bullard, I don't know if you saw it. He done it on Instagram about 3 weeks ago, because his pub, what he owns, is where Legend was filmed. Where Legend was filmed, wasn't it? The fighting scene in the pub. And did you see him reenact it the other week? Oh, I was crying.
Chris Evans, DJ.
He bought it for his dad, and his dad runs the pub now. And they've done a lot of work down there. Again, it's only about, I'd say it's only about, 15 minutes in the car, Gatesy, from you and me, the one bell? He's too busy.
10, 15, yeah.
Yeah, in a car. So it's not too far from us, and he's got all the signed shirts on the wall. John Terry being one of them. Rio, I think he's got a signed shirt from Rio at United. So yeah, but Jazz, seriously, son, I don't want to see your groin, mate. Come on, my God, I was almost like that. No.
We're on to the cabaret part of the evening.
Yeah, I think Chris Evans got loads of pubs.
And all that jazz.
Jazz, we have literally, there are 7 people in the live chat that have just seen Jazz's groin as his phone fell. That's why we've got 6 now. It was 7. Yeah. So
go on, Gatesy.
Bring us to a close with your last game.
Okay. Well, this one's actually. Well, I'll tell you what. Before I sort of reveal my hand, I'll get this up on screen for you guys to watch, and get rid of that, and go a little bit more so you can see what the hell's going on.
Casey Keller. Oh,
Casey Keller.
US guy. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
So Muzzy, is
for
it?
Leicester,
oh,
we had
my word.
Yeah. So
Steve
for Leicester,
Guppy.
you had Casey Keller in. Yeah. So for Leicester, you had Casey Keller in goal, Matt Elliott, Spencer Pryor, Steve Walsh, Simon Grayson were your defence. Steve Guppy, Neil Lennon, Muzzy, is it Muzzy? There you go. And Gary Parker were your midfielders. And up top, you had Steve Claridge, who was always such a tidy and immaculate gentleman, as I remember. Or am I getting him confused with someone?
No, not at all. No.
He's the one with about 50 clubs as well.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now.
He's had more clubs than Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
I'm telling you now, I'm hating this, right? Am I the only one that feels really uncomfortable? The fact that Muzzy, Is It, and Neil Lennon have only got one line for their name and their midfielder and everything. The others have got like 2 spaces. And Emil Heskey's only got 1. That's throwing me right out. Fuck off. I can't.
Weird.
John Hartson and Paul Kitson. It's like it's all too cramped. Ah!
Yeah.
I
My
don't know,
OCD's gone batshit.
Yeah. Little thing, and this is completely apropos of nothing. Do you know what Emil Heskey's middle name is?
No.
Emil.
Kevin.
Emil.
No.
Not sure.
Gareth.
Florin.
Sing.
No. You'll never get it.
Porfirio.
Dwayne.
No.
Gerard.
You're not going to get it.
Sebastian.
No.
Claude.
Oh, fucking tell us then.
Eileen.
Ivanhoe.
Winston? No, I don't know.
Ivanhoe.
Genevieve. Oh.
His middle name is Ivanhoe.
Ivanhoe. Why the fuck?
What is that all about?
Listen, it's tomorrow morning now. I don't care. What the fuck is that?
Don't ask me.
Oh, Happy New Year, everyone. Yeah.
Happy Hanukkah.
Oh, dear. Anyway, so the West Ham lineup this evening was McCloskey in goal, Potts, Reaper, Ferdinand and Hall was your defence. Hughes, Lomas, Moncur, Porfirio, the midfield, and up top you had Hartson and Kitson. For Leicester, you had subs introduced were Stuart Campbell for Muzzy Is It after 17 minutes and Ian Marshall for Steve Guppy on 76. And for West Ham, there was Ian Dowie, the goal machine, being introduced for Paul Kitson on the 77th minute and Keith Rowland for Hugo Porfirio on the 89th. And just looking there, guys, there's quite a few yellow cards there.
A
few.
So
you had yellow cards for Matt. Possible.
That's 10
Matt
there,
Elliott,
isn't it?
Simon Grayson. Yeah. Steve Guppy, Neil Lennon, Steve Walsh for Leicester. And then West Ham had Richard Hall, John Hartson, Michael Hughes, Hugo Porfirio, and Mark Reaper all getting.
I'm just surprised.
Card.
I'm just surprised Moncur didn't get a card.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Good point.
Just want to say there, I just saw on the bench there, Gatesy, as you were zooming in and out, was a Les Seeley, R.I.P.
Yeah, the late Les Seeley, yeah.
Cracking keeper. I did like it.
Local boy, local boy.
Yeah.
Ian Marshall, was he not the guy that played for Oldham as well? Long hair.
He is. Yeah, he absolutely is. The guy with the mullet. Yeah.
See, he played in the 81 League Cup semi-final against Coventry. For anyone's reference. Yeah, he was in that team.
Did he not win the FA Cup?
He did in 1990 for Man United.
Man United.
Lee Martin. Was that the Lee Martin one?
Yeah, that's the one.
Sheffield Wednesday replay.
I think Stuart Pearce was also in the Coventry team.
Oh, Palace, yes.
Yeah.
Ian Marshall. Just going back to when me and my dad used to tour Hampshire watching games on Sky. I'm sure nobody's going to pick Leicester 2, West Ham 1 next season, but Ian Marshall actually scored the winner when Leicester beat us 2-1 in 97-98. And I remember, that's right. And I remember that is the last game that me and my dad were allowed to watch at my Auntie Jill and Uncle Bry's house because Ian Marshall scored the winner and he just stormed out of the living room and went flying up the stairs in their house going, "Oh, fucking hell," like that. And we didn't watch any further games at Jill and Bry's house because of that game.
Dear.
I love that.
Oh,
right. Are we ready?
Well, this one has got to be the shortest one that I've done so far.
Is it just a goal?
20 seconds. That's it. That's all I've got.
Do you know what, Gatesy? I was thinking when I was watching the season review back, I was thinking if Gatesy's picked this one, there's going to have to be some serious commentary here.
20 seconds. That's all you're getting. That's all you're getting. And believe me, I'm telling you, I had to pay this bugger doing the commentary. I had to pay him a full whack. So he didn't give me any discount.
Casey, did you say we get 20 seconds of you here? Much like Mrs. Gatesy then. Let's go.
Oh my goodness me.
You knew he was going to go with that, Tom, and so did I.
Unbelievable.
Got 21 seconds.
So 75 minutes here at Filbert Street. It's still 0-0. Throw into West Ham United on their left-hand side. Long looping throw. And John Monco with the ball at his feet dispatches it past Casey Keller. 1-0 to West Ham United.
Mass long throw there.
Look at that kit. That kit was amazing.
I know.
Literally all cream. What the fuck were they thinking? Seriously.
Creme.
Ecru. It
was Ecru, wasn't it? Yes.
Ecru and Navy.
What a kit. Yeah. Honestly. Bring it back. I want to see it again next season. Fuck it. Let's go.
Well, apparently the away kit is
Sullivan. I don't think we're getting it next season.
The away kit next year is similar to the one behind you, I believe, Jake.
This beautiful thing.
Gatesy, something's going on. So the next season, we done really well, but the highest attendance next season is 25,909. What's going on at Upton Park then? Why can't we get more than 24, 25 then? What's going on?
Well, the capacity there was obviously more than that, but I'm guessing that it's just
we fell out of love with football.
Whatever, I don't know.
Is that not just where they've? I remember the Sheffield Wednesday game, for example. There were not many Wednesday fans there. I don't know if that's got anything to do with it.
I remember that.
Type bastards.
What, the segregation?
Well, no. Well, yeah. I certainly don't remember seats being netted off for that, and I don't remember seats being netted off for a long time after I started going. But Wednesday didn't take many fans, and I know Wimbledon definitely didn't take many fans when I've seen when they beat us 2-0.
Wimbledon didn't take many fans at their home games.
Yeah, true. True.
I've just had a look. So even the following season, it's about 25,000 as well.
Yeah.
It's quite sad, really. But I mean, to be fair, you're still looking probably about another 10 years before we really did start hitting the 35 mark, and that's just because that West Stand started to come into its own, didn't it? You know, the Dr. Martin Rio, the Rio stand, for want of a better word, started coming into his own. So, you know, I was there. In fact, I was there for the opening of that stand was the Tottenham game, wasn't it, Gatesy? The opening of Dr. Martin's.
No, it was Man United, wasn't it? I can't remember though.
No, I think it was
No,
Spurs.
the Dr. Martin stand. I think it was
Because
Spurs. You're thinking of the Bobby Moore, aren't you?
Oh, I'm thinking the other stand, and I'm behind the goal. Oh,
Les Ferdinand
Yeah,
was knocked unconscious. I don't know if that was for us or for them, but
But if
I
you remember the deal,
rightly,
Dukes, I think we were playing Leeds. The game finished, and then in that same evening, the board of directors Leeds ganged up on West Ham and said 80 million deal was done, wasn't it? And he didn't really want to go, but he went along with it, and they doubled their money on Rio. Done really well out of it, didn't they?
Listen, as I've said before, like I spoke to Glenn Johnson in the weeks prior to his transfer to Chelsea, and I spoke to him in the weeks beforehand because he turned up at the five-a-side place where I used to coach kids and do kids parties and football and stuff, and I asked him in probably 3 or 4 weeks prior to the Chelsea move, like, did you want to go? Do you want to leave? Are you staying? He said, no, West Ham's where I want to be. I want to make my name here. This is where I want to stay. This is my club. This is where I want to be. And then obviously a couple of weeks later, he signed for Chelsea. And then I saw him again with Ben May at the same place. And I said, look, you know, what's the deal here? Like, you told me you weren't leaving. In fact, I've got a Paolo Di Canio shirt signed somewhere by Glenn Johnson. I think it's on the floor in the other room.
On the floor?
I know.
Yeah, I was going to say, Daz, yeah.
Of course it's somewhere. Of course he is, yeah. He was a fucking bastard leftist. But I did say to him, like, why did you leave? You turned around and said to me like 4 or 5 weeks ago you weren't going to leave, you want to be at West Ham. And he turned around and he said, once the board decided that they wanted the money more than me, I was going. Once they value money more than the player, what's the point in me staying? So he decided that he was going to move to Chelsea. So I don't blame him for that, if I'm honest with you. At the end of the day, it's, you know, I'll make him right in what he says. If they want the money more than you.
The old saying, money talks, bullshit walks.
Yep.
Out of all the transfers, forget Joe Cole. I was really hurt by Glenn Johnson moving. We found a right back, and I thought he looked great. I was hurt by that one. That one really hit me. Yeah,
I've got to say, I think I was more pissed off at the time with the Chelsea signing of Joe Cole. If I'm honest with you, the Chelsea signing with Joe Cole. So, Gatesy, you'll know this. How much did Joe Cole actually go for?
7 million.
I think it was about
6 or 7 million.
6.5 million.
I was going to say 6.2, 6.5 million. Now, at the same time, Chelsea signed a player from Blackburn for 18 million quid.
There you go.
Damien Duff.
And I'm telling you now,
there you go.
There is no way in the world that Damien Duff was 3 times the player that Joe Cole was at the time. That was at the time, or was it ever going to be? So the fact that we let him go for what we let him go at. Same with Frank Lampard to a degree. I mean, listen, I'm not naive enough to think that Frank Lampard would ever have become the player he became at Chelsea if he'd stayed at West Ham. He would never have developed into the player that he become once he'd left us. He would never have done that at West Ham. So I get it. But we got what, 12 million for Lampard?
13 million, I think it was.
And we got 6 and we got 6 for Joe Cole. Fuck off, we are.
But then again, the thing is, Duke, that we sold Frank Lampard when we were a Premier League team. We sold Joe Cole when we were relegated to the Championship.
Mate, I couldn't give a monkey's
money.
No,
I couldn't give a monkey's. Joe Cole was the best English talent.
I'm not saying
most natural England talent. I'm just saying Paul Gascoigne. Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from.
But fire sale.
And I'll tell you what, the one thing I've not seen is Paul Gascoigne turn up. Joe Cole turn up with a fishing rod, fried chicken, and some beers. A mass murder or a serial killer's house, if you will. asking if he can go talk to him because he knows him. Gazza did that. Let's not forget that. Gazza turned up with a fishing rod, a load of beers in his dressing gown, asking to speak to Ray Olmo. That's all I'm saying. You never see Joe Cole do that.
Yeah, I mentioned Paul Ince. He went for 750k, same price as.
Fuck mine!
We have
Oh,
absolutely. We can't sell our players. We ain't got a clue how to do it.
The thing I was more gutted about was the release of Gary Breen that season.
There's something wrong with you. I'll tell you. There's something wrong with you, Miles.
But
That hurts. That hurts what Kieran's just said about Stuart Slater. I loved Stuart Slater when I was younger.
It's not Stuart Slater, it's Robbie Slater.
Oh, Robbie Slater. All right, fuck it. But I love Stuart Slater anyway.
Robbie Slater, see you later.
Scored the first ever goal I saw live, isn't it? Duke that game at home, 2-0, both goals.
Most importantly, sorry, who was your hammer of the year for this year?
Kufau.
No, not this year. The year you're doing, you plum.
It's still,
Kufau, yes. No, I go with Kufau for this year. Yes.
No, I'm still going Kufau.
It was that good this year that it transcends.
Was he even born then? Was he even born? I'm gonna have a look when he was.
Good question.
He'd have been about 25, 24 years ago, isn't it?
I'll tell you what,
so
lads.
He'd have been about 3 or 4.
I teach at a college.
Yeah, he was born in 92. He was born
92, same year as my sister. I teach at a college, and not one single one of my students were born when it was the World Cup in Japan and Korea.
Off. I remember my mates.
Oh, that makes you feel
3 in the morning.
I remember we didn't sleep
all night. Oh my God! I heard the birds were singing outside 3 in the morning. Bloody hell!
I'll tell you what, Tom. I'll tell you what. You say that. I did an interview. I did an interview 2 days ago for a young girl who was born in 2002, and I was just like, "Oh, fuck."
Yeah. That's what happened with me, Duke. I had to set up a few grads. Like they do, like work placements at a few places where I work. So you set the user account, and they had their date of birth, and it was like, like one of them was like 16, and it was like 2005. I'm just sitting there, I'm just like, what the fuck? I was like, what the fuck is going on?
It's horrible, isn't it? Tom, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
31.
Oh, you can go fuck yourself now.
Sorry,
Gatesy, you're 96, aren't you? There or thereabouts. No, you're
11.
Gatesy, you're 48, aren't you?
Well, I'm fucking under that.
Not now, mate. Not now. I'm busy. We're doing a live stream. I mean,
I'm not.
How old are you?
No, I'm not. I'm 45.
I thought you were a couple of years older than me.
Absolutely right, Lee.
Oh, no, wait, you are, yeah. Jazz, how old are you?
You have to think.
No, because my birthday was a couple of weeks ago, so I'm 47. I think 47.
So yeah, like apart from Andy and Tom, we're all there or thereabouts in a couple of years. So it's just weird. Like we're all linked, intrinsically linked by this badge that we wear on our chest. Do you know what I mean? That it doesn't matter how old we are or what we talk about. We're all linked by that badge, and it's just really weird how everything just clicks when we all get together, despite the ages. It's madness. It really is.
Yeah, big 30 for me in October.
Big what?
Where is it, Marcy?
In Essex.
Lad,
I'll get the bus up for that one.
Working man's club, get in there.
Yeah,
I'll make sure I book the day off, Andy. I'll be there.
Pork scratches and double pie and liquor.
We'll get some from Nigel. Oh, we'll get some, mate. We'll get some. Yeah,
we'll make sure we're there. Jazz, are you working Wednesday next week?
Yeah. I work weekdays. Yeah, and
from home or
from home.
I might stop by and say hello because I'm popping up to Legoland again on Wednesday next week. So
so let me put that in the diary, and then
Jazz lives at Legoland.
He's literally 3 days.
His house is made of Lego.
Does he do the driving lessons?
Yeah,
He's literally. I won't lie to you, Jazz. We left there in quite a rush on Monday, so I didn't get to come because the missus had booked a restaurant. So we were driving down the road. We came out of the park and we were driving down the road. I leant out of the car and went, "That's where Jazz lives." As literally we were driving down the road.
Well, at least the
road
begins with W, so West Ham. Yeah, you never forget.
So I said to her, "We're up there Wednesday. I think because it closes early." I said, "We'll stick our head in and say hello to you."
Yeah.
We'll me, the missus and the kids. I'll lean out the window and beep, and we'll say hello because.
No. You come in for a little bit. No pressure, but let me know what you like to eat, and we'll have everything prepared, mate. Don't worry about that.
Listen, I'll have a beer with you, and I'll be happy, son. Don't you worry.
You're getting a West Ham bar, and we will have a fun, mate. Even if half an hour. I know
we've got to do a live show. We've got to do a live show from Jazzy's. He used to.
Hustle on the rum. I'm game on with that one.
Get Mr. Make butter chicken for you. You can take gamers or Dukes. You love it. Yeah,
I'll be there. Gatesy, do your bits about the seasonal bullshit. Come on, bring it for me.
The season bullshit. Okay, all right. I'll get the season.
Well, it was this year. It weren't great, was it? Let's not mess around.
Working with amateurs. Okay, so here we go. The FA Carling Premiership was played 38, won 10, drew 12, lost 16. We scored 39 goals. Not great, is it? That just over a goal a game. And we conceded 48. Our goal difference was -9, 42 points, and we finished 14th out of 20. Our cup exploits, not exactly covering ourselves in glory here. We went out in it after a third round replay at Upton Park against the mighty Wrexham. 1-0. And what can you say? And then, of course, that night at Stockley Park. Stockley Park? No, it's Edgeley Park, wasn't it?
Stockport County, Stockport, yeah.
Stop bringing VAR into the screen, please.
Yeah,
pissing down with rain. Yeah. Ian Dowie getting an
what a header.
And we went, just in the wrong.
That's my goal of the season for next year. We don't nominate, but that's my goal of the season.
Yeah. That was after a replay in the fourth round of the League Cup, and we went down 2-1. Goal scoring. We had a league top goal scorer was Paul Kitson with a prolific 8 goals. Although he was only there for like the last.
I was to say it was about. I was to say less than half a season, wasn't it?
Don't forget, we could still sign. Yeah, I mean, we could sign players in the March. I think we could. I think he came in about March. He certainly wasn't sort of like now where you got a January transfer window and it shuts off 31st of Jan. It was about March. I think he came in.
Imagine the sort of goal scorer he'd be now.
He was very injury prone before he came. He did have
that issues, that was the only thing I was going to say.
Him and Hartson,
injuries. And he never.
Him and Hartson up front in today's game would be spot on. I feel.
The one that springs to mind for me was his hat trick against Charlton when he was about 50.
Yes, he had grey hair for that game. I remember that.
Yeah. At the Valley.
I listened to that one on the radio, Marty.
That was under Roda, wasn't it? When we got relegated, I'm fairly sure, wasn't it?
That was his first year.
I just want to ask everyone on here: any plans for the friendlies? I'm definitely going to make an effort to Reading. It's down the road from me. Orient, we're playing. One more, I think.
Go to Celtic.
I was wanting to do Reading Jazz, but we're on holiday when it's the Reading game, so I can't.
I ain't
do
doing
it,
no holiday this year, mate. I can't be asked putting money down. Then we're in and out, red, green, traffic. I'm not going anywhere. I can't.
We're going down to Devon. We are.
Yeah. Can't go wrong with that, mate. Yeah.
Is the Reading game the reason? Is the Reading friendly because of the fact that we signed the young lad? I'm guessing that was part of the deal, was it?
Good point. I don't know, mate.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe.
I would think so. What's his name? Neves, or whatever his name is.
Oh, Thierry Neves.
Yeah.
But tell you what, Orient away, it might be one of the last chances any of us get to see Grant. I need to make an effort for that. Orient, you always want to go.
Orient away. Oh, what's his name? The manager who died. What's his name? Edinburgh, isn't it?
Justin
Edinburgh,
Edinburgh.
I'll tell you what. One more fact about Reading's ground I found out yesterday. They have a stand named after Eamon Dolan. Can you believe that? Eamon Dolan.
Really?
Yeah. He passed away so early, I believe, because of cancer, and he was a manager there. Not for too long, but they just said that's it. One of the stands.
That's a nice touch.
Yeah, that's
Nice
amazing. Yeah, I didn't know that.
I fucking hate Reading though. I went there when we lost 7-0.
Oh, I was about to say we've had some.
Was that New Year's Day?
Yeah, I cried on the way
I remember that.
Luke, I'm in Devon from the 16th of July until the 23rd of July. Just to answer your question. In Croyd.
So, Hammer of the Year.
Right.
Shall I go first?
Top goal scorer was Paul Kitson with 8 goals in the league, but in all competition it was a joint between Kitson and Dix, both sharing 8 goals. The official
left back
for
winner, fuck's sake.
Well, that was the second time he'd done it in consecutive seasons.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's a nutter. He's a nutter.
So Hammer of the Year was Dixie, and as I say, this was the season that he picked up his second knee injury, which was the one that sadly effectively ended his career. Not immediately, but it really was the beginning of the end for him. And the runner-up was Slaven Bilic. Going on to attendances for the season, we had the highest home attendance of 25,064 against Liverpool on the 29th of September 1996.
That's all the plastic fans. That's why. Match. That's why all the plastic fans were there.
That's it. Glory Hunters. Lowest home attendance was actually a couple of days earlier, 15,264 against Barnet on the 25th of September 96 in a League Cup match. Our average home league attendance that season was 23,240.
That's low. Bloody hell.
Am I right in thinking, Gatesy, when you said there that was Julian Dix's, last the real injury? He made his return in the FA Cup maybe 18 months, 2 years later against Emley Town. Joe Cole's Joe Cole's debut.
He scored the equaliser against Swansea when Swansea knocked us out in 98-99. He scored the equaliser in the first game.
I think he set Joe Cole up, or Joe Cole set him up. I think it was a draw, or maybe it was the replay against Emley Town in the FA Cup. And I think that's coming up, not next season, but the season after.
No, Emley's next year.
Emley's next year.
Have we done Farnborough? Farnborough's another one, wasn't it? Farnborough?
Can't remember. That was 94.
No, Farnborough was about 93, I think.
We beat Emley 2-1 in 97-98. I think Lampard and Hartson scored.
Oh, was it? Oh, yeah. Right. I remember Julian Dix
was out
and
the
Joe
whole
Cole
of next season.
He didn't play any games in 97-98, Dix.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I've just had a look. So he come back Swansea when we lost 1-0 away to Swansea. That was his return, 13th of January 1999.
I had this written down actually because I'd picked him for my Hammer of the Year. And he only, after 96, 97, he only made 12 more appearances for us.
Yeah,
this must be the end of Cotty as well then. Cotty ain't going to play again, is he? That must be the end of him. Oh, he's gone, isn't he? Malaysia, sorry. Yeah, I'm right.
Yeah, he went to Malaysia, yeah.
Heartbreaking.
Martin's gone. Alvin Martin's gone, isn't he? Orient, Martin's gone.
Martin went, yeah.
He's all gone. And then that's it.
The end of the old guard, really, wasn't it? And that's when you start to see the likes of Cole, Carrick, Lampard. This is where now they start to, Ferdinand, they start to really take a hold of the first team, don't they? And really start to make their name for themselves.
I can't wait for next season, though. Next week's review.
There's a lot of good games to choose from. A lot of good games, including cups.
Including the Stoner in goal.
Ha
Oh, Bernard.
Was he the same guy that took a piss up a post, wasn't he? I remember that rightly when he was playing for France. He decided to take a piss up a post.
I know Lineker went for a shit, didn't he, or something like that? Piss England game, wasn't it?
That's Italian 90, wasn't it?
No, it was in the World Cup game, wasn't it? Yeah.
Oxlade-Chamberlain done it as well, didn't he?
On the pitch.
Oxlade-Chamberlain done it, didn't he, as well? He ran off for Southampton.
He's been linked with us, hasn't he? Ox,
yeah.
Little bit.
He's only on 110 grand a week. You'll fit right in.
I'll bring him in.
2 games out of him.
Yes,
yeah.
TT Kamara. I had him on the back of a shirt, Luke. I had him on the back of a shirt. No, I did, yeah. Yeah, I did, yeah. No, I did, yeah. Yep.
I saw TT Kamara play. We played Reading in a pre-season friendly the year we got relegated, I believe. We lost 6-5 in a friendly at the Medeski.
Oh, God.
And TT Kamara played in that game.
See, I have a history there, Tom. See, I had Kamara on the back of my shirt, and I championed for months, absolutely championed Savio. Like he was going to be the next big thing.
Oh, my God.
No, it was Diamante. My son loved Diamante.
And
Diamante
fuck me, I don't live it down anymore. I don't live it down because even when I was championing Ben Rama, I did. And when I was championing Ben Rama at the start of the season, right, when I was championing Ben Rama, my brother was like, yeah, but do you remember you with Savio? I was like, no, shit.
You never told me that.
You saw that?
No, I loved it. I thought Savio was going to be massive. I thought
no one knew he
brilliant.
He went for some. That's another bench transfer.
Do you know one player who I thought got a load of shit and I thought he was decent? Was Jarvis. I thought he was a scapegoat for us.
Just didn't do it, innit, Mars?
I like Jarvis. I'll tell you who else I like. Victor
Yeah.
Urbina. I loved Victor Urbina. He was superb.
Yeah, he's all right.
We got Thomas Hitzelsberger a bit too late.
About 20 years.
Oh, yeah. No, he was all right in that year.
He had a wonderful left foot, though. Wonderful left foot.
Yeah.
And fair play to him, because it was within the last 4 or 5 years he came out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Fair play to him. Fair play to him. I just wish others had followed suit, but that's a video for another time.
One hell of a left foot.
Hitzelsberger's hammer, and that's what his boyfriend calls him.
Thank you, Adam Grant.
Come to me, Thomas.
Not during this conversation, Andy. Behave.
I'm gonna change the subject with the cup runs.
Be quick.
Actually.
Be quick.
Because
quick, Tom.
I'll be really quick. Massively missed opportunities for both cups because Wrexham, who knocked us out of the FA Cup, made the quarterfinals.
Was that the Arsenal year?
No, Chelsea won the FA Cup that year.
No, I mean, was it did they knock Arsenal out? Was that the Mickey Thomas year?
That was a couple of years.
No.
That was.
Was that the other year? Oh, right, okay.
So Wrexham's route was they played Peterborough after us, and then who were relegated from the second division, Birmingham City into the first division. They lost to Chesterfield in the quarterfinal. Chesterfield lost to Middlesbrough. So that's a really easy route to the final.
Sake. Yeah, that was the one, wasn't it?
And then Stockport as well in the League Cup. Stockport made the semi-finals of that tournament. They knocked out Southampton the round after us. And then they lost to Middlesbrough. But Middlesbrough, we mentioned this earlier, Middlesbrough got to both finals and lost.
Yeah.
This is a good little tease of this. So, good one to near the end. There was one player that played in both the losing finals for Middlesbrough and was in the squad for both the Sheffield, because Sheffield Wednesday got to the final of both cups in '93.
Nigel Pearson.
There you go. Night, everyone.
Didn't even have to fucking ask the question. Gatesy was there with the answer. Bang.
Yeah, well done.
I'm gonna have one more drink for the road.
What's the road ever done to you?
I'm driving on it in the morning.
Ooh.
You working from home tomorrow, Marzi?
No, I've got to go to Las Vegas.
Oh, fucking hell. I'm working from home since, 1.5 years now?
Down to 127.
127, yeah. Go past the Hollywood sign.
Just off the Hollywood sign. What is that all about, for Christ's sake?
You'll see, I can't see it.
Have you seen it? We drove past it because my sister-in-law lives in Southend. We went past it and it was like, Basildon. It's like,
Oh,
Why?
Basildon, Essex. Oh.
It's like a really sort of budget version of the Hollywood sign.
It's basically where the Essex Boys was formed, isn't it? Southend and Basildon.
Yeah.
The Ardnuts.
Who lives in Woodford out of us? That rings a bell.
Are we going to wrap this up sometime this week? Do you think?
I've got to say, I've got to go to bed.
Yeah, go on, Gatesy. Wrap up, Gatesy.
We've got to finish.
Obviously, Duke buggered off. So
we've got to do it a couple of minutes. Minutes before Friday night pint.
Well, especially live. Yeah, we'll wrap it up before things start.
Right.
People's top start coming off. And
so I'll come to you first, Jazz. Jazz, who's your hammer of the year, and why?
Right, I'm going to be a bit controversial.
No.
Paolo Futre?
That's not
no
like
way.
You.
I'm going to go for Hartson.
I thought he was going to go Mike Newell.
Because without him or Kitson, whatever, we were going to go down. But I think without the presence of someone like Hartson up there, he was a making of Dowie, as you know, 15, 20 games, 1 goal if you're lucky. But Hartson was the real cutting-edge signing for us that you'll see the following season. But Dixie, again, I'm not going to vote for him because he's like Declan Rice, 7, 8, or 10 every game. But Hartson, I think we would have gone down without Hartson and Kitson. I went for Hartson because I just think he must have been a big personality in the dressing room and scared the opposition, created room for Kitson to get on the end of things. But it's tough to win those duels in the air and be big. And yeah, Hartson for me, mate. Hartson, yeah.
Milesy?
Super Slav for me. 41 appearances, 3 goals, 11 yellow cards. Like it.
Can someone tell me, like, how, in terms of goals conceded, how it looks like for us? Because I don't think
we didn't concede many goals this year. We didn't concede many goals.
Oh wow! Okay. Because
we just didn't score them.
Okay, because I had a feeling
48. I mean, for a team that was in a relegation battle, to only have conceded 10 more than you played, for a team that was in the relegation zone for nearly all of the season, it's not too bad. We didn't score many. That's why our goal difference is only -9.
Can you tell me what the team finishing below and above conceded, just for comparison?
Much more than that.
Oh, okay. Okay, brilliant then. Well done, Harry.
So Southampton and Coventry were below us.
Okay, excellent. I just thought Harry was kind of all up front. And
Everton were below us and they conceded 57, and Blackburn were above us and they conceded 43. They were the teams that were immediately above and below us.
Okay. Interesting. I just had a feeling that Village and Reaper and Dix looks great on paper, but we're still conceding goals. But interesting. Okay.
It wasn't a lot. No, not at all. Not at all.
4 hours and 35 minutes. Boom.
There goes the record.
Well, I'll come to you, Duke. Duke, who's your hammer of the year?
Oh, it's my West Ham hero, mate. He won it and deservedly won it. I mean, as a left back to get the goals he got and to be the player he was, despite the injury, he was always, mate. I can't wax lyrical enough about the guy. I absolutely loved watching him play. Loved everything about him. He wore that badge on his sleeve every time he turned up. He was amazing. So. No, Julian Dix for me.
Yeah,
and I'll tell you what, I know. I watch the stuff he does on the West Ham channels and stuff, and he misses being at the club. You know, he does, and I'd hope to see him back at some stage under another manager as a coach or something else. No, I'd love to. I would love to.
I can't see it. I can't see it now. I think that's it. I think
under a different board. But I love him.
Yeah, I mean the chances are slim. But the manager taking him as assistant, I think that's it. But
at least he had a coach, chance. You know, I love him. And if you look at that them two, I think you'll see them together at some point again in a managerial role.
No, I'm not sure. Seriously, I'm not sure. But I'm harsh. But
I'm surprised.
I'm going to let Tom go last.
Down at Stanley Bridge Twist.
Yeah.
Go on, Gates.
I'll let Tom go last as he's the guest. So I'm gonna say my personal hammer of the year was Bilic. I think he was a really commanding, strong, powerful defender.
Independent woman.
In the sense that he was probably substandard.
Monica Lewinsky.
He was probably one of the Don't go there.
No, but we would have
Not that
gone
dress.
down. We would have gone down without Kits or not. I'm surprised no one's picking Kits or Hearts, and we would have gone down.
Probably.
100%.
Probably. But I think that.
No, but that's their job, Jazz. That's their job to score a goal. I'm joking. I'm only joking.
No, but it's their job to stop it. We would have gone down.
What's Ben Rammers?
I think my personal opinion is if it wasn't for
you got to do it the right way, Ben Mama.
Your defense is terrified. Ben Rama's on. No, he fucking isn't.
We got all stop interrupting Gatesy now. That's it, Gatesy. We're going to show.
Sorry,
Gate. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. In my opinion, I think that if it hadn't have been for Slaven Bilic, we'd have been relegated by the time Hearts and Kitson came in. Period.
Oh,
good answer.
Big statement.
No, I seriously believe that. I think if it hadn't have been for Slaven Bilic doing his King Canute impression for most of that season, I think by the time Kitson and Hartson had come in, it would have been completely pointless. In fact, we probably wouldn't have bought them because we'd have probably been down and it wouldn't have been any point to do so.
Wouldn't have been no point in spending the money. No, fair shout.
We haven't mentioned Reaper. Like, what does everyone think of Reaper before you went to Celtic? I think, wasn't it next season or something like that?
I thought he was a good player.
Yeah, he's all right.
Loved him.
Yeah, he's all right.
So,
what's
Tom,
that?
Final word to you, sir, as the guest.
I've gone Dixie.
No.
And 7 points on his own, winner against the Saints, that massive equaliser against United, the winning penalty against Spurs, 7 points on his own, basically absolutely paramount to the dogfight. If you are saying you're going to be in a relegation battle of all the West Ham players that have played since the 90s, who are you picking first?
Yeah.
To have in your dogfight team, and it's Dixie. So I'm just gutted. I only saw him play once. I'm just so gutted about that, and that was in the 98-99 season. I only saw him play once for West Ham because he was out injured by the time I went to my first game in 96-97. Yeah. But Dixie for me, no problems.
Yeah, good choice. Yeah.
I'll be honest with you, the first time I ever got to saw him play, the last time I ever got to saw him play was live anyway, was the Mark Noble testimonial.
Yeah, I went to that one.
Hammertime Park.
That was a great day, that was.
That was an amazing day, wasn't it? But like I never got to see him live, but just everything about him, he was I know he came in from Birmingham, but he was West Ham through and through. You know, you could see that he'd leave it all out there, and that made me, as a West Ham fan, that made me proud of we had a player like him. I grew up. He's the reason I walk into a new football team and I go, I'll have the number 3 shirt. Thank you very much. You know, if it fits the new team I'm playing for. It's a medium. I'm not getting into that fucking thing. So I don't wear that. But I love Dixie. He's everything that I love about West Ham. I was so pleased when he came back with Bilic. I was gutted to see him go. I hope he'll come back at some point. I really do. Whether he does or not, it's a different story. But you know, I'd love to meet him one day. I really would, and that's, you know, at some point in my lifetime, I really want to.
Has anyone been in, apart from us, has anyone been in the stream since the start?
I mean, I mean, Dixie, I met him in with the kids, got a picture, like you said, of the back windows, lovely guy. And the one thing people forget, and I get so annoyed, is like his range of passing, the skill on the guy. And
he had more than just the aggression, didn't he?
Yeah. But yeah, like you said, England, they turned their back on him, that's fine. And you look at those years of what England did when they didn't pick him, didn't really do anything. But yeah, if he signed, I mean, Graham Souness, hats off, mate. You bought him, and And then he scored the last goal at the Cop. A lot of people don't know that. He scored the last goal at the Cop. Hammer of the Year numerous times. And John, thank you, John Lyle, for finding him at Birmingham. I mean, that's one of the sort of, he had a good eye for a player, and as a very young player, nothing daunted him. He wasn't nervous of anything. Relegation battle, he was up for it. You've seen the photos of him grabbing, was it Roy Keane by the neck, Vinnie Jones, all of them, matched all of them. And yeah, a nice family, nice guy. And like on Instagram, we all sort of, Jessica Dix, is it? They're all our friends on Instagram, lovely family. And yeah, always have time for the guy. Yeah, great. And like you said, Duke.
Cheers, Luke.
He's a West Ham fan, through and through. And
he's one of us.
One of us, definitely. Always be welcome. And Bilic as well, top people, good people. Yeah.
So, Gatesy, tell us a bit about forged goals for Ryla.
Okay, so for those of you that know the appeals that we always do after our streams, you know the story. It's about Isla, and I'll get the banner up. And this is all in the description below the stream on both YouTube and Facebook. And as I say, guys, if there's only one thing you do for us to say thank you, copy this and paste it to your social media platforms, and with a little note as to what it's all about. And if you can get people to donate on your behalf, fine. If you want to donate for yourself, fantastic, even better. But she needs our help. She's battling neuroblastoma. There ain't no treatment in this country, so her family have got to go overseas to get the treatment in the middle of a global pandemic. This is less than ideal. So, this is what we want to sort of like point you towards and encourage you to sort of put into the pot. Now, as for the forged goals for Isla hashtag that we've got going, Milesy came up with the idea of donating. He was going to donate £5 per goal that England scored in the European Championships. Immediately, myself and Duke have agreed to match him. And we've had various other people in the live chat and, various other sort of communication methods where people have said, I'll do this, I'll do that. Now, whether people donate a £5 a goal, a £10 a goal, 50 pence a goal, whatever's comfortable for you.
Couldn't care less.
But if there's something that any of you can sort of like, if you're on Twitter, then obviously you can join us at Twitter. As it says on the ticker at the bottom, we're at Forge Talk on Twitter. So if you're going to contribute, then please just tag us on a tweet and use also the hashtag Forged Goals, the number 4, and then Isla. So hashtag Forged Goals for Isla. And just tell us what you're planning on doing. As I say, whether it's 50 pence, £1, £20 a goal, whatever is comfortable for you. Thank you very much. We need to try and get this kid, safe and well, and the sooner the better, because like I say, this really shouldn't be happening. Last thing just to mention as well, God help you if you've been here for the entire 4 hours, 46 minutes and counting. If we in some small way have entertained you for any period of time, please do us a favor. It's much appreciated if you can. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell icon, you'll be notified of any new content.
If you don't like your girlfriend or your wife,
and if you could also do us a favor, and maybe if you see your way sort of clear to sharing this video on your Facebook page or your Twitter feed, whatever, and just sort of like, if people don't know who we are, maybe they might look and go, who are these idiots? They might follow us. You never know.
We're here all week.
And then they follow us, and then maybe we get someone else that we can pass the message on about Isla to try and get some more money in the pot for her. And that's really what it's all about.
Listen, gentlemen, it's been cheers. I've got a big old 2-pinter. It's been a pleasure.
What are you drinking, Duke? What is it?
It's just Foster's, Jazz. I can't be bothered to go all the way downstairs and got a case.
Foster's is a very good neutral choice. I like that. It's cool.
It's easy. It's been a pleasure, guys. I've got to say, I didn't expect when I came on at 8 o'clock this evening, that I'd even be able to stay on the stream because I thought I'd be called away.
Yeah.
B, certainly didn't think that we'd still be here 4 hours and 48 minutes later.
I nearly got paid now, the end of it. Yeah.
I've got a little bit more grey, Jazz. I know. But I've got to say, it's been a pleasure. As I say, the further we get into these seasons, the more I'm finding games that I remember and games that resurface not just memories of the season, but personal memories of my life.
Go on,
it's gone. He ain't getting up for work in the morning.
Alarm set for 4:55.
That don't mean fuck all. You ain't getting up. Good, Tom. So
wife always said, "Don't go to sleep now. Don't go to sleep. That's the worst. You're going to get up early. Stay up now. Stay up now, mate."
So I just want to say thank you to you boys. It's been really good to come back on and talk about this season. It's lasted what seems like forever, but it's been really good.
Forever.
It feels like it. Listening to Tom, his first game that he went to, and everything else that comes part of it. So it's been really enjoyable. So yeah, thank you, boys. Any words from you, Tom? Anything there?
You're muted, Tom.
Good job you didn't hear that. I'll tell you that. No, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, boys. Absolutely brilliant. It's such a special season, this, for me. So thanks for letting me come on.
No, I've liked, your Panini stuff and hearing talk about your little one and saying how you want to start up again, passing on the baton as such. I took my little boy to one of our Euro shit adventures that we did, and I think his first goal that he had was Enna Valencia. Enna Valencia scored my son's first goal at Upton Park, which I will never forgive him for.
Was that must have been against Astra?
Astra, yeah.
2-2.
I've never forgiven him for that. It could have been someone decent, in fairness. You know what I mean? So I had to settle for Enna Valencia, but we did take the boy to Mark Noble's testimonial. So we did see
he's playing in Turkey now, he's playing in Turkey for one of the top teams or one of the leagues.
That's because he's trying to avoid paying
he doesn't score many goals still,
child support or anything, isn't he?
I think it's Fenerbahce.
He's just trying to avoid playing child support like he was when he feigned injury when he was playing back in, was it in Argentina or somewhere, wasn't it? So
that shot against Hull, that goal was against Hull.
Oh, yeah, that was something else, wasn't it?
Oh, wow.
That was one of your
away.
We all sat up and went, oh, he's a good player. And then he just went, oh, no, maybe not. No, shit.
And his free kick against Bournemouth away?
Yeah.
Was that after or before Payet's?
After.
I was there for the Palace game with the Payet free kick, and I turned to my dad and Matt, and it was so close to the edge of the box. I said, "It is scientifically impossible for him to score from here." And he just bent it over the wall, and about 20 people around me just went, "Ah!"
Talking about the last year at the Boleyn, I'll tell you a quick story because we might as well go to the 5 hours.
Oh, bloody hell.
Listen,
no.
That's what my missus is saying, Gatesy.
No.
God. Go on, Andy.
We can switch off officially.
Oh, no.
I'm just getting comfortable. Go on, Andy. I'm getting comfortable.
His battery's gone.
Tom, I wanted to ask you, being from the South Coast, what the serious future of Bournemouth and Portsmouth is now in your eyes? Like, will Bournemouth come back in, do you think? Or will what do you think about Portsmouth down in the doldrums? Like, such a big club. You remember that guy with the bell? How can you forget?
Johnny Westwood. Portsmouth Football Club Westwood.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, I think you got good knowledge down there, haven't you? Like, what do you think, Bournemouth? I think they're kicking way above the size of the club, Bournemouth. I mean,
Bournemouth are well bankrolled. They've got a rich owner.
Okay.
So they'll be there or thereabouts
What do
now.
you think about Eddie Howe then? What do you think?
Eddie Howe, I wouldn't be surprised if he goes to Everton. He's an Everton fan.
So you rate him highly? Okay, interesting. Okay.
I don't rate him highly, actually. I think he's had he's found his club in Bournemouth, and he had a spell at Burnley and didn't do particularly well. So I'll be interested to see what he does elsewhere.
Would you have taken him at us after we lost, or after we got rid of, Bilic and then Moyes the first time? Would you have taken Howe at us before Pellegrini?
Based on what was available at the time, yes, I probably would have done.
I had him up there with Moyes, them two. Yeah, I had him up there with him. Yeah.
I mean, he was looking at Arsenal, wasn't he, as a job?
Yeah. About that time Arteta came in. Yeah,
I would have taken.
But going back to what Tom said, he's got a really good lifestyle. Like Gonzo saying, nice, go for a dog, go for a walk in the South Coast, and good salary. He doesn't need to work for the rest of his life. He's well set. Like, you got to think about it, but you got to be careful though. Like Kerbish's podcast, if you don't take a job, you're forgotten quickly, and then you're scrambling.
Yeah.
You got to be careful. You got to. Like Celtic, he said no to Celtic. Am I right, Tom?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That's a bit naughty.
That was just around that they couldn't agree on getting his backroom staff. I think that's what broke the Celtic deal down. But Spurs,
what's happening to Spurs? I'm laughing my head off.
I'm loving life.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's absolutely EastEnders. They're scrambling for the cheapest option, which sometimes we do, but brilliant, mate. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah. Sorry, my laptop died. It's done well. 5 hours off charge. So,
so what was your story, Andy?
Yeah. So the second from last home game of the season, Swansea. So every game, like who I go with, my mum's cousin and both my mum's cousins. Sorry, that's who got me the season ticket. That's who I'm with. Every season we do a £5 each, 1 on the goal scorer and £5 on the correct score each. So that's £15 a go. So my mum's cousin, he was calling us on the way, and he was going into Jennings, so obviously on Green Street, and he went, "Oh, what do you reckon the score's going to be today?" And we said, "Oh, 4-0 West Ham." And he went, "Oh yeah, that's funny. We've agreed on it." Put the bet on. Got into the thing. Went, "Oh, let's have a look at the bets. What were the odds?" He done 4-0 Swansea by mistake, and obviously we lost 4-1. If we didn't get that consolation, we would have won about $4.5 grand.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. My dad always told me about the pool story. It adds on to why we hate Chelsea. He was going to win it, and he said Chelsea scored, and he ended up with 9 out of 10. Back then, I think he had to get 10. Yeah, he's like bloody gits. Yeah,
couldn't believe it. We done 4-0. We done 4-0 the other way around, and then flipping Tompkins or whoever it was got the fucking consolation.
The thing is, obviously in the modern day, you can cash out now, can't you? So perhaps back then you couldn't cash out, isn't it? You can cash out.
No, it was in the betting shop, Jazz.
Not in the ground.
You can't. Yeah, cash out. I'm sure you would have cashed out. Yeah. Won a bit something.
Mark Noble's first goal for West Ham was in a FA Cup game against Brighton, and me and my dad put £5 each on him to be first goal scorer. That was about 25 to 1, I think.
On the Kerbishley, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, Gatesy, you've gone off camera, so that worries me when you do this. So, why?
There's absolutely nothing to be worried about, Mr. Duke. Nothing really at all.
Though. That's brilliant. Really good voice. That is brilliant.
Everything is perfectly normal. Yes.
So Duke, good to hear the pub.
Mind the gap.
Mind the gap. There's a big ass train.
Duke, can you update us on the cleaner that didn't turn up? What the hell is he
they've still not. They've not turned up. They've not turned up for 4 days, Jazz. So I've been hoovering and cleaning. Hopefully, I'll have one tomorrow. After 10 cans, maybe not. I might get someone else to do it.
There's a Green King pub around me, and they're very, very, very nice.
There's one just down the road from you. It's called the Earl of Cornwall, I think. It's in Slough, just down the road from you. I was there on Monday night. It scared me.
That is a little bit of a story behind that, but we won't go
Yeah,
there.
I know.
But
I've heard that story. Don't you worry. I know that story.
Yeah. There's another one. There's another one more closer to me. That looks.
Let me know. I might go there next time.
Yeah. Cool. But it's a bit of a trek for you, isn't it, Leg? How long does it take you? 1.5 hours?
Hour and 10 minutes.
The way you drive.
I don't drive. I'm a non-driver, sir. My missus is the driver. I like to be chauffeured around.
Do you put your helmets on? Get your crash helmets on and get ready? Because my wife.
No, listen. I don't think she's watching, so we can talk about it. No, she's a good driver. She's a good driver. Listen, before you try to get me in trouble, shout. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
Bless you, Gatesy. Bless you, sir.
Bless you. Best host, best channel. God bless.
It's been great fun. I shall see you all on a later date. Tom, thank you for joining us.
Thanks, lads, for having me. I've thoroughly enjoyed that.
We've got a break.
If you get divorced, Tom, you're more than welcome to come on for another year.
We do 18 to 50.
You what, mate?
Soon. Don't worry.
Oh, sorry. Tom, if you get divorced, you're more than welcome to come on another stream anytime, mate.
Well, I think I'm just about to go upstairs and finalise that now. So I'll see you next week.
Are you talking about divorce or
18 to 50 holiday? 18 to 50.
We've got to break 5 hours. We might as well.
We've done it now. I think
5 hours. We've got
it's 90 seconds.
4 hours 58.
Oh my God!
I've got 5 hours 14 seconds. I've got.
Days.
Have you?
Yeah, maybe it's that.
Synchronize our watching.
No, this channel's breaking records every week.
What does it say? What does it say on your end, Duke?
458, 41. 458, 41.
Yeah.
41, 42, 43. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I've got 459.10.
Just
458, 50. 458, 50.
If I screenshot my screen now, it says 5 hours 40 seconds.
5 hours?
No, we've got to wait a minute. Wait a minute.
459. I'm 459 now.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm just going to sit here in silence. I am. Sit here in silence.
Really
I can see Tom going, I'm coming, love. Wait, I'll be up in a second. We're going for 5 hours, darling. Wait.
She's left me anyway. Let's do 6.
Oh, no. She's there in all her sort of like finery and, tempting underwear and.
Tom's dad might be watching. Stop, Gatesy. Tom's dad might be watching.
and he's sat here with us four ugly bastards. Look at him. I can't.
I agree with you.
The thing is, I can't go to bed with her and have a good conversation about whether actual Florian Ratajkowski was a bad player.
Right.
Listen, she ain't going to know. We're going to know. So stick with us, son. You go far. Boys, it has been a pleasure. We are 6 seconds out, right? So,
Happy New Year.
There we go.
5 hours. That's not bad.
Zippy.
That was very good. I'm very excited.
Oh, for God's sake. On that note, I've got nothing else.
Yeah.
Milesy, what are we?
Pull the plug out, son.
We are fucking massive. And Tom, you're a legend. Thanks for coming on, sir. Really appreciate it.
And keeping with us. It's not easy to keep with us. We're nutters. Well done.
Yeah.
No, it's not. You haven't got to clear up the mess tomorrow like I have. But anyway.
John, thank you. Andy, thank you. Jazz, always a pleasure. Gatesy, my wingman. Diamond, I shall speak to you all on another day. Those of you still live, and there's 7 of you, probably not because that's 5 are watching. 2 of you, we'll see you soon. Let me quit out of this.
Children, behave yourselves and eat your greens.
Oh, he just don't stop.
Goodbye, children.
It really. Where's the video? Where's the end video? Quick, press it. There it is.